The grand emblem of the empire hangs proud, echoing with the whispers of high society. They gossip about a rising talent, a young prodigy obsessed with magical scrolls since childhood. But beneath the polite chatter lies a web of dangerous political games. Walking through the marble halls, the self-absorbed Minister of Scroll Management boasts that his department is the absolute pinnacle of imperial service. He is completely blind to the fact that his new companion is not a clueless recruit, but a silent assassin of administration. Playing the part of the polite subordinate, the investigator smiles warmly and nods in agreement. But behind those polished spectacles, his mind is spinning with a cold, calculating truth that could shatter this entire bureau. His polite facade instantly cracks into utter contempt. In truth, it has been exactly 407 days since this incompetent department last hired an intern, proving just how dangerously neglected this bureau has become. The old minister merely laughs it off with a wave of his hand, completely oblivious to his own department's timeline. It is pathetic, a high-ranking leader who doesn't even know his own workforce, leaving himself wide open for a devastating downfall. The investigator walks on, his aura growing darker with every step. He is not here to help. He is here to dismantle this bloated establishment from the inside out, and nothing will stand in his way. This useless, rotting department has absolutely no reason to exist. Its fate is already sealed, and the blade of elimination is ready to fall. The Empire of Ploriwood is said to be a land blessed by the mighty Golden Dragon, a peaceful, beautiful paradise. But even the brightest utopias harbor dark secrets of bureaucratic decay. Beneath the grand, glittering spires of the capital, countless administrative departments are tasked with maintaining this fragile peace. Yet, some of these pillars are built on nothing but hollow lies. Thousands of faceless civil servants manage the empire's finance, education, and health. They are the unseen machinery keeping the realm afloat, but even a single broken gear can cause the entire system to collapse. Magic scrolls are the lifeblood of this civilization, requiring precise craftsmanship, ink, and ancient parchment to harness immense power. But power in the wrong hands is a recipe for disaster. From the simplest household chores to devastating combat maneuvers, these scrolls allow citizens to bypass years of grueling magical training. This convenience has made the empire weak, lazy, and utterly dependent. Even those completely devoid of mana can instantly summon raging firestorms with a single tear of parchment. But when magic becomes too easy, the value of true sorcery is cheapened to nothing. High above in the imperial palace, the crown prince, a royal who despises reliance on magic, quietly questions the very necessity of the scroll management department. His eyes are fixed on a purge. With a chilling, shadowed smirk, the ruthless heir devises a cunning plan to rid his empire of this parasitic agency once and for all. His order is simple. Send a brilliant, unyielding auditor to infiltrate the department, find any pretext of uselessness, and wipe them off the imperial map. Now, sitting amidst mountains of dusty records, the auditor prepares to execute his mission. His sole purpose is to gather the crushing evidence needed to execute the order of termination. Looking over the chaotic mess of files, a cold confidence washes over him. This mission will be a walk in the park. The office is a complete circus, filled with lazy employees yawning, gossiping, and treating their duties like a joke. They have no idea that their executioner is sitting right in front of them. Trembling hands hold a scroll, not out of reverence, but because the level of unprofessionalism in this room is reaching a boiling point. To his absolute horror, a senior team leader is actively stacking magical scrolls like a toy tower, showing zero respect for the unstable energy within them. The auditor glares in quiet fury. Playing games with highly volatile military-grade supplies is a massive, unforgivable violation of protocol. He watches in disgust as hard-earned imperial tax money is literally being stacked and played with. But before he can lose his temper, a quiet presence approaches. A young noblewoman with striking silver hair and brilliant blue eyes rushes into the office, offering a breathless apology for her lateness and asking about the task she assigned. Her jaw drops in utter shock as she looks at the wooden boxes. The scrolls she handed over remain completely untouched, and she looks at him as if he has wasted every single second of his day. But the auditor merely smiles back with quiet defiance. He has a perfectly logical yet infuriating excuse that will turn the tables on her. He calmly explains that he was never granted the basic clearance permissions required to even look at the documents, permissions she should have secured the moment he arrived. Instead of panicking, she sighs dismissively, treating the massive security and administrative oversight like a minor, everyday annoyance.
This is absolute madness. A senior assigning high-level tasks without checking clearance, and a regular employee claiming they can bypass the minister to grant access? In his mind, the department's score plummets into the negatives.
Without a word of apology, the silver-haired woman simply muses to herself about finding spare parchment to fix the issue on the spot. He recognizes her now, Namia Loapi, the second daughter of a minor barony whose reputation is vastly overshadowed by her brilliant older sister. As she begins to write, the auditor watches her skeptically, wondering if she even possesses the basic intelligence to draft a proper authorization spell. Suddenly, her quill ignites with a dazzling golden light as she writes with a level of speed and grace that defies all comprehension. A blinding surge of raw magical energy erupts from her hands, wrapping around her in a breathtaking glowing vortex. The auditor is utterly stunned as the glittering aura washes over him, completely shattering his expectations. He looks around in disbelief, convinced that nothing has actually changed and that she has merely performed a cheap, flashy parlor trick. But as he focuses his gaze, a cold sweat breaks out on his neck. Something is deeply, terrifyingly wrong here. She is a minor noble who reportedly has no high-tier magical training, yet she just bypassed royal security protocols with a flick of her wrist, raising the dark specter of corrupt nepotism. Before he can question her further, heavy footsteps echo through the room and a mocking voice cuts through the tension. The arrogant team leader saunters over, sneering at Namia and accusing her of slacking off just because a handsome new intern has joined the office. He continues his petty, borderline harassing remarks, completely oblivious to the cold, lethal glare the auditor is shooting directly at his back. Yet Namia remains entirely unfazed, her vacant, calm expression revealing a terrifying level of emotional detachment. Desperate to break the suffocating, unprofessional tension, the auditor clears his throat sharply, forcing the obnoxious superior to focus. The team leader suddenly remembers his actual business, casually demanding to know the current inventory of their highest-grade defense scrolls. Namia tilts her head, her calm voice carrying a sudden sharp edge as she questions why he suddenly needs such high-level defensive weaponry. The mood instantly plummets into icy dread as the name of the crown prince is invoked. He will be attending a high-profile funeral tomorrow, making security a matter of life and death. The superior scoffs, claiming the prince is far too powerful to ever need their help, but that they must provide the scrolls merely to keep up appearances. Namia speaks up, her voice trembling with genuine concern, as she warns that their current inventory of 6 defense scrolls is dangerously insufficient if a real threat emerges. The team leader's face twists into sudden, explosive rage, snapping at her for daring to challenge his authority in front of the new recruit. He dismisses her warnings with absolute contempt, declaring that the minister himself approved the security detail, leaving the department and the crown prince completely exposed to an impending disaster. The arrogant team leader sneers, using his position to demand absolute, unquestioning obedience. To him, a junior employee is nothing more than a mindless tool meant to bow down and blindly agree to every single command. Namia's hands clench her skirt in silent mounting fury as the threat echoes through the air. The toxic weight of his words presses down, demanding absolute submission, but a quiet resistance is already taking root. As sunset bathes the grand halls of the department in a warm, burning orange glow, the silence of the ending workday begins to settle over the massive administrative estate. The hands of the grand clock tick relentlessly closer to the end of the day, leaving mere minutes before the bureau closes its doors. In the empty, echoing office, the auditor observes the deserted desks with a cold, critical eye. The lazy staff have already vanished, leaving only a ghost town behind. He turns his gaze toward Namia, who remains glued to her desk, her quill scratching against parchment. Why is this woman still here when everyone else has fled? She stares blankly ahead, completely lost in her own mind. The auditor wonders if the harsh scolding she endured earlier has utterly broken her spirit. Behind his sharp glasses, the investigator's analytical gaze narrows. He has no room for pity or distractions. His mission is to document the department's failure, nothing more. Dismissing her as a waste of his valuable time, he prepares to make his exit, determined to leave this decaying borough to its inevitable doom. But just as he turns, Namiya's voice cuts through the quiet, casually demanding that he fetch supplies for scroll-making right before the closing bell.
She doesn't even look at him as she cold-bloodedly orders him to rush to the supply closet, claiming time is running out.
The auditor stops dead in his tracks, his voice icy as he flatly refuses her request, announcing that his own workday is officially over. Walking away, he casually drops a bombshell. He won't be returning tomorrow. He expects her to simply nod and accept his departure with her usual passive compliance.
Before he can take another step, her hand shoots out, grabbing his wrist with an unexpected iron-tight grip that stops him cold.
Pointing directly at the ticking clock, she reminds him of the strict imperial labor codes. Regular working hours extend until 6, and they still have 10 precious minutes left. With fierce, sudden authority, she drags him back, asserting that as long as the clock ticks, he is legally bound to obey her orders. The auditor stands completely frozen, his calculating mind thrown into utter disarray by this sudden, aggressive shift in her demeanor. His eyes widen in absolute shock as the quiet, submissive noblewoman he dismissed suddenly commands the room with terrifying intensity. Standing amidst a sudden, ethereal pressure, Namiya demands compliance, leaving the stunned investigator to question the true identity of the woman standing before him. Night falls over the glittering imperial palace, casting long, ominous shadows over the quiet seat of absolute power. High above the capital, a solitary figure looks out into the dark abyss, contemplating the violent storm that is about to unleash upon the realm. Armed with her newly acquired materials, Namiya gathers a massive bundle of fresh parchment scrolls, ready to execute her desperate secret plan. Back in the shadows, the auditor smirks with newfound fascination. This supposedly useless department might actually hold the key to an unimaginable secret. Far from the office, the golden-haired crown prince preps for the fate awaiting him, his eyes glowing with dangerous anticipation of tomorrow's events. Deep within the silent, darkened scroll management department, the light of a single lantern continues to burn late into the dead of night. Exhaustion rapidly takes its toll as a sudden nosebleed stains the desk, but Namiya barely flinches as she stares at the blood on her fingers. Wiping the blood away with trembling hands, she refuses to let her physical limits stop her from completing the agonizing task ahead. With a mountain of work still piled high, she steel hardens her resolve. She must craft every single one of these specialized scrolls before the sun rises. This desperate struggle is tied to the ancient legend of the Dragonians, elite warriors blessed with the sacred blood of dragons. These godlike beings possess unmatched power, soaring above the realm as the ultimate guardians of the empire. Among them, Prince Kiaros possesses a secretive, catastrophic power, a hidden capability kept strictly classified from the public eye. Namiya struggles to recall the details of this hidden power, knowing that her lack of knowledge only heightens the extreme danger of her mission. If she fails to intervene, a devastating assassination plot will succeed tomorrow, leaving the crown prince dead in a pool of his own blood. His sudden demise will trigger a brutal 30-year war, plunging the entire empire into a dark age of fire, ruin, and endless slaughter. To prevent this apocalyptic future and find the one person she desperately seeks, she must put her own life on the line to save the prince tomorrow. Summoning every ounce of her remaining mana, her eyes burn with a fiery, unnatural glow as she pours her soul into drafting the ultimate defensive spells. As dawn finally breaks over the imperial capital, the critical day of the procession begins. Namiya emerges from the department dragging a massive, heavy wooden cart loaded with her freshly crafted scrolls, catching the auditor completely off guard. Having pushed her body past its absolute limits through the grueling all-nighter, her eyes are glazed with pure exhaustion. Passing onlookers sneer and mock her heavy cargo, completely unaware that the contents of this lowly cart are the only thing standing between the empire and total annihilation. Despite her weariness, she quietly thanks Kiban for his reluctant help, even if his dramatic, suspicious posing strikes her as incredibly bizarre. Arriving at the palace gate, her breath catches as she spots a striking figure approaching through the grand corridor. The crown prince himself, Kyoros Polarwood, strides forward in his dark, imposing military uniform, radiating an aura of lethal majesty. As they cross paths, the prince suddenly stops, his piercing red gaze locking directly onto the exhausted young woman. The world seems to freeze as the two lock eyes, a heavy, unreadable tension hanging thick in the morning air. A subtle, knowing smirk plays on the prince's lips before he turns away, leaving a lingering trail of mystery in his wake. Namiya watches him go in utter bewilderment, wondering why the imperial heir would ever spare her a second glance, just as the call to assemble echoes. Sitting regally on his mount, Kyoros issues his stern command, ordering his knights to prepare for the fateful procession. The passionate knight captain roars with fierce loyalty, rallying his men to protect the crown prince from any potential threat at all costs. But behind his bravado, the junior knights tremble in silent, sweaty dread, well aware that the inadequate security detail has left them all walking directly into a deadly trap. The junior knights whisper in terrified disbelief, questioning if their security detail is even necessary. How can they protect a leader who is already a godlike warrior? Rumors of the prince's sheer, destructive power run rampant. Stories of him shattering massive boulders with a single aura blast leave them feeling entirely inadequate. To make matters worse, Kyoros' legendary stamina dwarfs theirs. He ran 100 laps effortlessly while they collapsed after a mere fraction of that distance. Harsh truth settles like a heavy, suffocating weight over the squad. They feel utterly useless compared to the monster they are tasked to defend. Hearing their complaints, the knight captain explodes in a mixture of rage and sheer panic, reminding them that his own pressure of reporting directly to such perfection is a living nightmare. He breaks down into tears, sobbing about the silent, patronizing pity he receives from the prince during briefings, leaving his men horrified by their leader's emotional collapse. From the shadows of the courtyard, Namiya watches this bizarre, pathetic display with quiet pity, realizing that even the elite royal guard is on the verge of fracturing. Suddenly, Kyoros' chilling voice cuts through the air, politely reminding them that he is standing right behind them, instantly freezing the gossiping knights in terror. With no more time for disputes, the imperial procession begins, winding through the towering golden spires of the capital city. Tens of thousands of citizens line the streets, their deafening cheers echoing through the air as they hail the crown prince as the eternal light of the empire. From his royal carriage, Kyoros plays his part flawlessly, waving to the adoring crowd with a gentle, calculated smile that hides his internal turmoil. But the moment he steps back into the privacy of the carriage, the perfect mask slips, and he sinks into the velvet seats with a heavy, exhausted sigh. He clutches his temples, privately admitting that the relentless pressure of the last few days has pushed his elite physical limits to the absolute brink. Yet, it isn't just physical fatigue that plagues him. His red eyes narrow as a strange, persistent sense of foreboding gnaws at his mind. His thoughts drift back to the unexpected warnings from the scroll department, wondering if the young noblewoman's frantic claims of a security failure were actually true. Before he can process the thought, the air grows violently cold. A cloaked figure slips through the crowd, drawing a gleaming blade targeted directly at the carriage. Clashing steel rings out as the knight captain leaps forward, his reflexes barely managing to deflect the assassin's lethal strike before it reaches the prince. Kyoros stands frozen in absolute shock, a cold sweat breaking out as he realizes the unthinkable. He failed to detect the threat before his captain did. Screams of panic erupt as the captain orders the prince to abandon the carriage, forcing Kyoros to leap out onto the chaotic, blood-soaked streets. He reaches inward to summon his aura, but a paralyzing wave of dread hits him. His veins are empty, and his mana and aura are completely locked away. The grim reality strikes him like a physical blow. His magical core is heavily chained, signaling the catastrophic return of the dreaded dark period. It makes no sense. This terrifying state of total powerlessness is only supposed to happen once in a lifetime, a trial he already endured and conquered at the age of 10. There is no time to seek answers, as a sudden whistle of wind precedes a lethal rain of poison-tipped arrows, descending directly upon him. Powerless, grounded, and utterly defenseless, Kyoros closes his eyes, bracing himself for the agonizing sting of his own inevitable demise. Just as the first arrow is about to pierce his chest, a desperate, commanding voice shatters the chaos, ordering an immediate activation. Instantly, a brilliant dome of golden defensive mana erupts around him, casting a blinding light over the entire battlefield. The deadly arrows shatter against the impenetrable barrier, showering the ground with harmless splinters as Kiaro stares in utter disbelief. A soft footstep echoes through the settling dust, and a quiet voice expresses immense relief at having made it just in time.
Slowly, the stunned crown prince looks up, his mind reeling as he tries to identify his mysterious godlike savior.
Standing amidst the debris is Namiya, her pale face slick with sweat as she softly asks if he is unhurt. Despite her obvious exhaustion, a gentle, triumphant smile graces her lips, proving that her sleepless night was not in vain. Kyros looks at the shattered weapons littering the stone floor, the sheer magnitude of the defensive magic she conjured leaving him entirely speechless. He gazes back at the young woman, unable to reconcile this powerful savior with the quiet, submissive clerk he had previously dismissed. She takes a deep breath, her hands trembling from the strain of holding back a force that would have obliterated the royal guard. The Knight Captain's roar breaks the spell as he points towards the rooftops, urging his squad to chase down the fleeing assassins. Instantly mobilizing, the remaining knights mount their steeds, leaving a tight defense behind as they hunt for the masterminds. Stepping forward, Kyros gently takes Namiya's hands, pulling himself to his feet while trying to understand the depth of her sacrifice. He is struck by the chilling calm in her eyes, wondering how a low-ranking noblewoman could remain so detached after facing death itself. With deep gravity, he asks if she was truly the one who single-handedly activated the massive horde of scrolls to shield him. But Namiya can barely hear his voice. A sudden, crushing wave of dizziness washes over her as the final drop of her mana is depleted. As the prince begins to express his deep gratitude and promise her any reward she desires, her vision starts to fade into pitch black. Her legs buckle beneath her, her balance completely shattered by the violent backlash of overexertion. Before she can hit the cold stone floor, Kyros' arms wrap around her, catching her limp body in a sudden panic. He calls out her name in desperate concern, but her eyes have rolled back, completely unconscious from the overwhelming physical toll. Yet, even in her comatose state, her eccentric nature shines through as she softly mumbles in her sleep about wanting to eat more meat. Hours later, she slowly opens her eyes to find herself nestled in a massive, ultra-luxurious bed, her body absorbing the high-quality healing fluids flowing through her veins. Before she can fully enjoy the royal treatment, a sharp, unfamiliar voice breaks the silence of her recovery room. A handsome, stern-faced doctor from the Imperial Medical Department steps forward, introducing himself as Luca Class. Sitting beside her bed, Luca immediately begins to scold her, pointing out her severely depleted mana and dangerously malnourished condition. Gritting his teeth in sheer frustration, the medic demands to know who she thinks paid for such expensive, miraculous healing potions, leaving her to face the looming wrath of the palace. The arrogant medic scoffs, eagerly claiming full credit for prescribing the ridiculously expensive, life-saving IV fluids currently keeping her stable. He explodes into a dramatic fit of rage, deeply offended that she has already forgotten their intense, long-standing rivalry from their academy days. In his memory, the bitter sting of the past resurfaces. She had effortlessly claimed the coveted first place on the entrance exams, leaving him trailing miserably in second. For years, he relentlessly hounded her for a rematch, entirely oblivious to the fact that she only ever wanted him to leave her in peace. Back in the present, she stares blankly at the ceiling, completely drained of the energy required to deal with his exhausting dramatic antics. He slumps into a chair by her bed, his theatrical anger finally giving way to a heavy, genuine concern for her current state. With a stern frown, he points out the absolute absurdity of her severe malnutrition, given her highly respectable salary as an imperial civil servant. He reveals a dark, unsettling truth. Her notorious father, Baron Rafi, has been recklessly borrowing massive sums of money, fully expecting her to pay off his debts. The shock hits her like a physical blow, forcing her to bolt upright as she realizes her greedy family is still actively trying to ruin her life. He desperately tries to push her back down, warning her that her fragile body cannot handle any more sudden stress or physical exertion. She sinks back into the pillows, a cold, heavy silence settling over her as the crushing reality of her family's betrayal sinks in. He warns her that continuing to associate with her parasitic father and incompetent brother Juan will only lead to her absolute ruin. She blunts his tirade with a single deadpan question, asking if his obsessive concern means he actually has feelings for her. He completely freezes in sheer embarrassment, frantically waving his hands as his face flushes red under her sudden, piercing gaze. He quickly rages that he only wants a healthy rival to defeat, aggressively adjusting the IV line to hide his immense fluster. Deep in her thoughts, she recalls her ultimate secret. She is not even the Baron's biological child, making his relentless extortion of her salary even more despicable. Her mind drifts back to a warm, distant memory of a mysterious, silver-haired man who once held her hand and filled her childhood with hope. She steel hardens her resolve, realizing she must continue to play the part of the submissive daughter until she finally uncovers the truth of her real lineage. But her hopes of staying under the radar are instantly shattered by the medic's next chilling, soft-spoken warning. He reveals the shocking truth that the legendary crown prince himself carried her limp body into the infirmary, making her the prime target of palace gossip. He demands to know how she can remain so terrifyingly calm when her peaceful, quiet life has just been utterly obliterated. A cold, knowing smile plays on her lips as she decides to play the ultimate card, pretending to be thoroughly, completely incompetent so the court loses all interest. Meanwhile, deep within the dark, silent chambers of the imperial palace, Crown Prince Chiaro sits in brooding silence. His crimson eyes narrow in dark frustration as he recalls how the captured assassin committed suicide instantly, leaving behind absolutely no clues. A chilling realization gnaws at his mind. The perfect timing of the attack suggests the enemy knew his magic would be locked away, a secret even he didn't anticipate. The heavy oak doors creak open as his loyal aide, Chase Wood, enters with an anxious expression and an urgent report on the battle's aftermath. Chase delivers the highly anticipated news that the High Council of Ministers has finally reached a decision regarding her heroic actions. Chiaros expects a grand, historic reward for his savior, but his aide's pale face reveals a twist that defies all logic. The prince stands completely frozen in shock, his mind rejecting the absurd, unbelievable words echoing through the quiet office. The high ministers have officially ordered severe disciplinary action against her, charging her with a ridiculous bureaucratic offense. A terrifying, suffocating pressure erupts from Chiaros as he realizes she is being punished for creating too many defense scrolls without official prior approval. His face darkens with an ominous, lethal fury as he curses the sheer, blinding stupidity of the imperial civil servants. He recalls the arrogant, narrow-minded ministers who would happily watch the empire burn just to ensure their paperwork remains perfectly orderly. They dismissed her as a lowly, insignificant clerk, completely blind to the fact that her brilliant initiative was the only thing that kept their prince alive. Chiaros realizes that this absurd punishment is not just bureaucratic incompetence. There is a far more sinister, hidden motive behind their actions. Chase trembles in pure terror as the prince coldly announces he has already bypassed the ministry and sent a direct letter to the legendary Magic Tower. The Magic Tower is a mythical ancient sovereign power that has proudly ignored the affairs of the imperial court for centuries. It operates entirely outside the royal family's jurisdiction, answerable only to the absolute peak of magical research and power. Unlike the standard ministries of the state, the tower holds absolute, untouchable authority over all magical artifacts. Its supreme, independent standing makes it a terrifying wildcard that even the emperor himself hesitates to provoke. Chiaros reveals that the tower's extreme security is the sole reason he had to sneak into the scroll department under the lowly guise of Kiban. His thoughts drift back to just 1 hour ago when he casually decided to review the scroll department's restricted files. Suddenly, a blinding crimson warning light had violently erupted across his desk, shattering the quiet afternoon. The system boldly locked him out, proclaiming his high-level access was instantly revoked due to the sudden resignation of his alias. He remembers casually telling her he wouldn't return, never imagining she would process his official resignation with such terrifying immediate speed. He sits back in stunned, bewildered silence, utterly amazed by the young woman's relentless superhuman efficiency.
Even while pushing her body to the absolute brink of death, she still found the time to perfectly complete her boring, mundane paperwork.
Chase tentatively breaks his thoughts, questioning if involving the legendary, uncooperative Tower Master is truly necessary for a simple clerk. Kiros looks out the window, his voice low and dangerous as he explains that only the Tower Master possesses the authority to validate her godlike magic. Chase gasps in absolute shock as the prince declares that this is the only way to bypass the corrupt ministers and grant her the ultimate world-shattering reward.
Even in the safety of his private chambers, the crown prince cannot erase the memory of the mysterious girl who saved his life, his cold features softening into a rare, radiant smile as he reflects on her inexplicable courage.
But his fleeting moment of peace is instantly shattered by his nosy aide, Chase, who leans in with a ridiculously smug, teasing grin, demanding to know what could possibly put such a suspiciously tender look on his master's face. Kiros instantly flushes with irritation, swatting his hands in the air as Chase dramatically backpedals, frantically waving his arms to laugh off his master's sudden, dangerous spike in temper. In Chase's hyperactive imagination, a grand, sweeping romance is already unfolding, picturing the cold prince dramatically sweeping the young clerk into his arms and declaring a fated, eternal love right out of a cheap fantasy novel.
Completely convinced he has cracked the code, Chase flashes a knowing, deadpan thumbs up, swearing to keep their scandalous royal romance an absolute secret, entirely oblivious to his master's sheer exasperation.
Kiros leans back with a heavy sigh, mentally preparing himself to deal with Namia's frustratingly oblivious nature, when a sudden urgent knock shatters the silence of his office. A breathless imperial messenger bursts through the heavy oak doors, his face pale as he gasps out the long-awaited news that Namia Loapi has finally regained consciousness. Hearing this, Kiros bolts upright from his chair, his heart racing as he prepares to rush directly to the infirmary to see her, only for the messenger to desperately raise his hands to halt him. The messenger sweat drops in utter disbelief, stammering out that instead of resting her fragile, depleted body, the terrifyingly workaholic clerk bypassed the doctor entirely and reported straight back to her office. Meanwhile, whispers of resentment spread like wildfire through the department corridors as petty coworkers gossip about her sheer, reckless stupidity for wasting highly valuable defensive scrolls on the Crown Prince. Completely ignoring the vicious murmurs around her, Namia sits slumped at her desk, her energy completely drained as she mentally curses the exhausting reality of returning to the daily grind. Her inner conscience battles fiercely, with her logical side screaming at her to take a much-needed rest, while her greedier side gleefully points out that unused vacation days will convert into glorious hard cash. Fueled by the burning desire to escape her family's crushing debts, she clenches her fists with lethal determination, vowing to endure any pain for the sake of her precious vacation pay. But her heroic facade is instantly compromised as her violently growling stomach echoes through the quiet room, drawing suspicious, pitying stares from the coworkers who thought she was on her deathbed. Forcing herself to focus, she rests her chin on her hand, calculating her next move. She knows she must find a way to get closer to Crown Prince Kiaros to prevent the horrific events of the future. Her mind drifts back to the agonizing moment her past memories violently flooded her brain, a sudden, blinding headache revealing a truth that turned her entire existence upside down. It was a reality so bizarre it defied all logic, the terrifying revelation that she was not a regular noble, but a mere background character trapped inside the pages of a fantasy novel. Every tragic detail of the plot began to unfurl in her mind like an ancient cursed book, detailing the bloody path of destruction that awaited the Empire. She recalled her childhood self, a lonely, brilliant girl who clutched her books tightly, completely unaware that she held the key to rewriting the fate of the world. With her resolve hardened, she knows she cannot let the prince die. As a low-ranking civil servant with zero political influence, her only option is to use her knowledge to shield him from the shadows. But fear grips her chest as she bites her finger in anxiety, realizing that by changing the original storyline, she has thrust herself into uncharted, highly dangerous territory, where the hidden assassins will surely strike again. Before she can formulate a plan, a heavy rhythmic tapping echoes through the office. Her arrogant, gray-haired team leader sits nearby, his face twisted in simmering rage. He suddenly storms over, slamming his hands onto her desk and looming over her like a vulture, demanding an immediate, private explanation for her actions. Namia instantly activates her mindless, obedient clerk persona, blinking blankly as he explodes in a violent fit of rage, accusing her of single-handedly destroying the prestigious reputation of their department. Veins pulsing in his forehead, he points an aggressive finger at her face, screaming that the actual number of scrolls used during the attack completely contradicts the official safety reports. He continues his verbal tirade, ruthlessly shouting that she had absolutely no authority to unleash such a massive horde of magic, arrogantly claiming the Crown Prince would have been perfectly safe without her interference. He sneers down at her, raging that if she wanted to play with high-level magic so badly, she should have joined the prestigious magic tower instead of ruining his precious quiet department. Namia watches him in dead silence, her cold gaze offering no reaction, which only prompts his devious, mocking grin to widen as he prepares to deliver his final, crushing blow. A heavy, suffocating pressure descends upon the room as Namia realizes the sheer level of corrupt bureaucracy she is dealing with, her eyes widening in quiet shock. The whispers of her petty coworkers return to haunt her, reminding her of the malicious rumors that she only ended up in this lowly department because her academy grades were so laughably terrible. She tightly clenches her hands on the desk, holding back the urge to scream the truth, that she intentionally hid her godlike talent just to live a quiet, peaceful life. In her heart, she remembers her childhood, a bright and happy time when she crafted complex, highly advanced magical scrolls, simply because she loved the pure joy of creation. Back in the present, her team leader crosses his arms, looking down at her with pure, unadulterated contempt as he casually declares that this entire disastrous mess is entirely her fault. He slams his hand down once more, leaning in to scream directly in her face, demanding she write a humiliating, official letter of apology to appease the High Council. Knowing resistance is futile, she forces a hollow, robotic apology, hoping her submissive behavior will finally make him leave her in peace. But her compliance only fuels his sick desire for power, and she stands in absolute icy silence as she senses the trap snapping shut around her. With a sickening, triumphant roar, the team leader points to the door and screams his final verdict, declaring her officially fired from the scroll management department effective immediately. Sudden, terrifyingly heavy pressure drops over the entire room, freezing the cowardly coworkers in their tracks as a dark, ominous shadow looms from the entrance. Slow, powerful footsteps echo through the silence as a towering figure steps forward, a cold, authoritative voice demanding to know since when a lowly team leader had the right to fire anyone without imperial approval. Namia's breath catches in her throat as she bolts upright in sheer disbelief, while the arrogant team leader's face drains of all color, his body trembling as he turns to face his worst nightmare. Standing in majestic, towering fury is none other than Crown Prince Kiaros himself, his crimson eyes burning with a lethal light as he demands the immediate presence of the department's minister. Ignoring the pathetic groveling of the staff, Kiaros steps closer to Namia, his gaze softening for a fraction of a second as he coldly announces he merely came to visit his savior, only to find a circus of fools. For a brief, surreal moment, the chaotic office fades into the background, leaving the two of them standing face to face in a dramatic, quiet tension that sends a jolt through Namia's heart. The high-ranking director of the department suddenly scrambles into the room, sweat pouring down his bald head as he frantically tries to laugh off the tension and appease the furious prince. He bows low, desperately asking what could possibly bring the exalted son of the empire to such a humble, insignificant department. Kiaros doesn't waste a single breath, pointing a ruthless, accusing finger at the shivering team leader as he demands to know if the director authorized the dismissal of his highly competent savior. Sitting frozen in her chair, Namia's sweat drops in pure exasperation, realizing her desperate plan to stay completely under the radar has just been spectacularly, irreversibly destroyed. Before the sweating director can offer a pathetic excuse, Kiaros cuts him off, his voice dropping to a dangerously low, chilling whisper that causes the entire room to tremble. His face is cast in a terrifying, blood-red shadow of absolute murderous intent, his crimson eyes locking onto his prey as he demands if they truly believe they have the right to punish the woman who risked her life to save the future emperor. The sheer, suffocating pressure of his royal aura crushes the room, leaving the corrupt officials gasping for air on their knees, while Namiya shivers in her seat, realizing the prince's overwhelming wrath has just unleashed a storm she may never escape. He did not raise his voice, nor did he make a single aggressive movement, yet the silent room instantly froze under a suffocating weight. The sheer crushing pressure of his legendary dragonkin bloodline hung heavily in the air, wrapping around their throats like an invisible, suffocating collar. Breaking the heavy silence, Kiros gestured coldly toward his assistant, prepared to systematically dismantle the corrupt foundation of the entire department. With a swift, sharp snap of pages, the official record books were laid bare, revealing a sickening web of deep-seated administrative decay. The corrupt director and team leader gasped in sheer horror as their secret embezzlement of vital department funds was ruthlessly dragged into the light. Keeping her head down at her desk, Namiya quickly activated her trusted survival instincts, keeping her ears sharp to capture every glorious detail of their downfall. Seizing the perfect moment of chaos, Kiros stepped forward to declare that such disgusting corruption would no longer be tolerated under his watch. But Namiya's breath caught in her throat as the prince suddenly turned his piercing gaze directly toward her, issuing a completely unexpected command. A stunned, absolute silence descended upon the remaining staff, their petty murmurs instantly replaced by sheer, paralyzed disbelief. Namiya's heart hammered against her ribs as she was officially summoned to follow the prince, her desperate hopes of remaining unnoticed instantly shattered. Leading the way with an impossibly handsome, confident smile, Kiros left the chaotic, ruined office behind without a single backward glance. Though she realized this was her golden opportunity to speak with him and alter the tragic future, a cold sweat broke out across her neck. Walking down the massive, echoing palace corridor, the sheer physical distance between them felt like an insurmountable canyon of royal protocol. Suddenly, the prince stopped and turned, his striking face illuminated by the bright palace light as he gestured for her to close the gap. Namiya froze mid-step, her mind racing as she struggled to comprehend why a royal would halt his pace for a mere low-ranking civil servant. Panic flared in her chest as she realized he was demanding she walk right beside him, shattering every rule of imperial hierarchy. Sensing her hesitation, Kiros offered a firm, unyielding look that silently made the choice for her, leaving absolutely no room for argument. Stepping forward nervously, she fell into step beside him, acutely aware of the terrifying warmth radiating from his towering frame. A soft, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corner of Kiaros's lips as he watched her comical struggle to maintain her professional composure. But beneath this quiet, fleeting moment lay the dark, precarious reality of an empire teetering on the absolute brink of total collapse. With the emperor mysteriously falling ill and retreating from the capital, a treacherous power vacuum threatened to tear the kingdom apart. Worse still, his cold stepmother, the scheming empress, and her young, naive son further complicated the deadly game of throne politics. Realizing the immense, crushing burdens the lonely prince was forced to carry on his shoulders, Namiya felt a sudden, profound wave of pity wash over her. Because of his brutal, isolated life, Kiros had abandoned all pursuit of romance or scandal, choosing to live as a cold, hyper-efficient machine. She closed her eyes, mentally screaming as she realized that associating with such a practical, rumor-free prince was the worst thing for her survival. Already, she could feel the burning, shocked stares of the palace maids, knowing that malicious gossip of their walk would spread like wildfire by dawn. Finally, the heavy oak doors of his private study shut out the world, leaving only the quiet crackle of a warm, blazing fireplace. Leaving the playful tension at the door, Kiaros took his seat, his eyes locking onto her with intense, serious concentration. He casually initiated the conversation by mentioning a strange rumor he had heard about a newly appointed intern in her department. Namiya sighed inwardly, recalling the disastrously brief and incredibly frustrating tenure of the lazy intern who had vanished after a single day. But Kiros leaned in, his striking crimson eyes softening as he murmured that he felt deeply sorry for how she had been treated. She blinked in utter bewilderment, completely unable to fathom why the future master of the empire would express pity over a common clerk's troubles. In his mind, he pictured her as a dedicated, hard-working senior who had been completely abandoned by a lazy, incompetent junior. She began to explain how the useless intern had flatly refused to help her sort the heavy magic scrolls, claiming he lacked the proper authority. He had even shirked his duties during peak hours, packing his bags and leaving her to struggle with the monumental workload alone. Hearing her list the endless, outrageous excuses of the lazy helper, Kairos buried his face in his hand in sheer, overwhelming exhaustion. He weakly pointed out that the imperial internship only selected the most elite foreign geniuses, trying to rationalize the sudden incompetence. Realizing she had just spent several minutes complaining about a coworker directly to the crown prince, Namiya instantly panicked, desperate to fix her blunder. In a frantic bid to praise the runaway intern, she blurted out that his face was remarkably handsome and his tall build was exceptionally well-suited for work. Kiaro's heart stopped as her words struck him like a physical blow, suddenly realizing his perfect magical disguise had failed to hide his true appeal. Entirely oblivious to his internal panic, Namiya bit her lip, silently worrying if she had sounded far too superficial and unprofessional. Before another word could be spoken, the heavy doors burst open as Chase charged into the study with frantic, breathless urgency. Looking back and forth between the two of them in the dim room, Chase's nosy instincts instantly flared, a dramatic grin spreading across his face. He gasped dramatically, clutching his cheeks as he loudly accused the prince of attempting a secret, unromantic marriage proposal. As Kairos furiously barked a threat to silence his aide, Chase's playful demeanor instantly vanished, his eyes turning cold and sharp. Sensing the sudden dangerous shift in the atmosphere, Namiya quickly activated her ultimate survival skill, fading into the background shadows. But her blood ran cold as Chase delivered a chilling update. The high-ranking traitor leaking palace secrets had finally been identified. Kairos didn't hesitate for a single second, raising a ruthless hand as he coldly ordered the immediate capture and execution of the collaborator. Horrified by the sudden decree, Namiya broke her cover and stepped forward, desperately pleading with him to keep the traitor alive at all costs. But Kairos clenched his fist in simmering rage, refusing to let such a lethal, treasonous viper continue to breathe inside his palace walls. Namiya holds her breath, bracing herself as she presents her dangerously bold counterargument directly to the high and mighty prince. She questions his rash decree to execute the collaborator, arguing that a dead traitor is a dead end that will leave the true mastermind permanently hidden in the shadows. Pouring her heart into her plea, Namiya warns him that the merciless forces who targeted his life in broad daylight will never stop after just one failed attempt. To root out the rot entirely, they must keep the collaborator alive, monitoring their contacts to strike at the absolute decisive moment. Kairos stares down at her in absolute silence, his fiery crimson eyes narrowing as he detects a strange, unyielding fervor burning within her. Once again, this supposedly ordinary, low-ranking civil servant is displaying an uncanny foresight that completely defies her humble status. In an instant, the spell is broken as Namiya realizes she has overstepped her boundaries, her heart leaping into her throat as she freezes under his intense analytical gaze. She mentally curses her own big mouth, desperately hoping she hasn't just signed her own death warrant by acting far too suspicious. She prepares herself for the absolute worst, half expecting to be instantly stripped of her rank and violently thrown out of the imperial palace walls. Her survival instincts scream in terror as she envisions her peaceful life being completely shattered by the wrath of the crown prince. But instead of ordering her execution, Kairos blinks in mild surprise, the icy tension in his imposing posture suddenly evaporating as he considers her brilliant point. Behind them, Chase quickly steps in with a cheerful laugh, placing a reassuring hand on Namiya's trembling shoulder to break the silence. He enthusiastically praises her sharp mind and life-saving advice, completely diffusing the lethal atmosphere that had just threatened to swallow the room. Leaning back with an impossibly handsome, dazzling smile, Kairos warmly promises that her invaluable wisdom will be magnificently rewarded when the dust finally settles. Before she can even utter a word of thanks, the heavy double doors of the private study slam shut, leaving Namiya standing completely alone in the silent, echoing corridor.
Clutching her chest as her racing heart slowly begins to calm down, Namiya narrows her eyes in sudden, icy realization. The prince hadn't merely been listening to her, he had deliberately leaked the traitor's existence just to provoke her and ruthlessly analyze her reaction.
Meanwhile, inside the closed study, the warm, playful smiles instantly vanish, replaced by a heavy, calculating silence as Chase walks beside his master. Kiros rests his chin on his hand, his eyes darkening as his thoughts drift toward the looming threat of the Second Dark Age. To secure his throne, he must first seize complete control over the Scroll Management Division, but a much deeper, more terrifying mystery is gnawing at his soul. The painful memories of his brutal past resurface, reminding him of how the First Dark Age brought the Empire to its knees, followed by the terrifying day he was struck down by a poisoned blade. The timing of these attacks is far too precise, suggesting a grand, sinister conspiracy coordinated from the shadows.
And at the very center of this swirling vortex of danger stands none other than the mysterious, low-ranking clerk Namiya Loapi. She had intervened to save his life with such perfect, uncanny timing, as if she possessed absolute knowledge of the tragedy that was destined to unfold.
His eyes narrow in cold suspicion as he considers a terrifying possibility that Namiya is secretly connected to the very assassins who want him dead. If she is indeed a spy sent by his enemies, her heroic rescue was nothing more than a brilliant, calculated plot to gain his absolute trust and infiltrate his innermost circle. By wrapping herself in the guise of his savior, she has positioned herself perfectly to strike a lethal blow when his guard is completely down.
Sensing the intense, suffocating aura radiating from his master, Chase nervously interrupts his thoughts, asking if His Highness is feeling unwell. Rubbing his temples in absolute exhaustion, Kiaros quietly reassures himself that even if the dark curse of the Dragonkin takes over, his power remains absolute. Yet the persistent mystery surrounding Namiya Loapi is a loose thread he simply cannot afford to ignore if he wishes to survive. Snapping back to attention, the prince issues a sharp, chilling command to his loyal aide, demanding that they immediately deploy their most secretive, ruthless forces to investigate her.
He orders Chase to activate the Crows, his highly elite, shadow-dwelling personal intelligence network that operates in complete secrecy.
These deadly, faceless agents are scattered across every corner of the Empire, capable of unearthing the darkest, most deeply buried secrets with terrifying efficiency.
No one, no matter how powerful or clever, can ever hope to escape the watchful, piercing eyes of the prince's personal flock of crows.
Chase stands frozen in sheer disbelief, his mind reeling as he realizes his master is unleashing his ultimate spy network on a simple, low-ranking woman. This is the very same cold, unfeeling prince who had stubbornly refused to ever show a shred of interest in any lady, declaring he had absolutely no need for a fiancé. In the past, Kiaros had ruthlessly rejected every single noble lady who dared to approach him, shutting down their advances with cold, unwavering indifference. But now, seeing the prince display such an intense, obsessive fixation on Namiya, Chase's romantic instincts instantly ignite with sparkling, overwhelming excitement. Snapping into a dramatic, enthusiastic salute, Chase vows to uncover every single detail about Namiya's life, leaving Kiaros sweat-dropping in sheer exasperation at his aide's wild imagination. Completely oblivious to the surveillance network being mobilized against her, Namiya quietly makes her escape down the long, opulent palace corridors. Her bright blue eyes are filled with a complex mix of fear and determination as she reflects on the dangerous path she has chosen to walk. She shudderingly recalls the prince's terrifyingly sharp, knowing gaze, silently praying that she hasn't entirely failed his silent, highly calculated test of loyalty. Yet, as she tightly clutches her chest, she realizes that despite the immense danger, a strange warmth is beginning to bloom inside her heart. For the very first time in her incredibly lonely, exhausting life, someone of immense power has actually acknowledged her worth and listened to her voice. For as long as she could remember, her childhood had been a miserable cycle of constant scoldings, labeled as useless for doing anything outside her assigned duties.
She had spent her entire existence sacrificing her own happiness, forced to live under the cold, suffocating shadows of a family that treated her like an unwanted burden. She can barely remember the last time she felt a warm, comforting hand on her head, or when anyone had truly looked at her with genuine appreciation. But her bittersweet walk down memory lane is abruptly cut short as a looming, menacing shadow suddenly closes in on her from behind. Before she can even turn around, a rough, powerful hand suddenly shoots out of the dark and violently grabs her wrist in a tight, unyielding grip. She gasps in shock as she is forcibly spun around, locking eyes with a furious, gray-haired young nobleman who barks out her name with aggressive familiarity. Standing before her is none other than Juan Luapi, her arrogant, incredibly lazy twin brother who holds a position in the prestigious Ministry of Finance. Wincing from the sudden pain, Namia glares at him with cold indifference, sharply demanding that he immediately release her arm. But Juan only tightens his grip, loudly complaining about how desperately he has been searching the palace grounds just to track her down after hearing rumors of her meeting with the prince. He dramatically clutches his chest, accusing her of being incredibly disrespectful to her own supposedly loving brother. Namia lets out a tired, exasperated sigh, knowing all too well that her selfish brother would never take a single step unless he wanted to exploit her for his own gain. Caught red-handed, Juan's dramatic anger instantly crumbles into a nervous, frantic grin as he stammers out his true, pathetic motive. She bitterly recalls their academy days, when Juan spent all his time slacking off and socializing, while relying entirely on her brilliance to maintain his perfect grades. Despite landing a coveted role in the Ministry of Finance, he remains an utterly incompetent fool who relies entirely on his twin sister to do his grueling desk work. Shoving a heavy clipboard into her hands, Juan shamelessly begs her to complete his urgent financial paperwork, claiming he's in a massive hurry. He leans in with a chilling, manipulative whisper, reminding her that if he fails and ruins the family reputation, she will be dragged down into ruin right alongside him. Staring down at her hands, a wave of profound self-loathing washes over Namia as she realizes how pathetic she is for constantly letting them exploit her. Even though she knows she is being shamelessly used, she has no choice but to accept the document, bound by the cruel, unbreakable shackles of her family's leverage. Sneering over his shoulder as he smugly walks away, Juan heartlessly orders her to return to their abusive household tonight because their parents are waiting to demand even more from her. Deep within the shadows of the imperial palace, dark rumors begin to fester. Word on the street is that Baron Roapi has been desperately borrowing massive sums of money from every shady lender in the capital, a surefire sign of a family on the absolute brink of ruin. The crushing weight of this revelation hits Namia like a physical blow. If her adoptive family is drowning in debt, it explains their relentless, predatory grip on her. They aren't just cruel, they are desperate, and she is their only life raft. A pounding headache blooms behind her eyes as the sheer stress threatens to suffocate her. The walls are closing in, and she can already feel the invisible noose of her family's demands tightening around her neck. She bitterly recalls the exhausting, endless cycle of manipulation she has endured for 7 long, agonizing years. They have constantly dangled the truth of her real father's whereabouts like a cruel carrot, demanding every single coin she earns in exchange for lies. But as she stares blankly ahead, a spark of cold, unyielding determination ignites within her bright blue eyes. She has survived far too much to break now. She just needs to hold on a little longer to uncover the truth. Her mind drifts back to the gentle, sunlit harbor of her childhood, a bittersweet memory of a simpler time before the shadows of the capital consumed her entire existence. She warmly remembers her loving father, a humble man who raised her alone after her mother vanished, leaving behind a mountain of debt that threatened to crush them both from the very beginning. Even as a child, Namia had been keenly aware of the silent sacrifices her father made, watching him with quiet, observant eyes as he struggled to keep their fragile world from falling apart. She had watched other children in the village beg their parents for sweet treats and simple luxuries, only to be gently turned away with soft, regretful whispers. Standing in the distance, a young Namia had felt a profound, aching sadness, realizing that some families were simply allowed to be happy, while her own was constantly fighting just to survive. Their meals were never luxurious. Just simple, humble fare scraped together with whatever meager coins her father could earn. Yet, as they offered their quiet prayers of gratitude before each meal, her father's warm, radiant smile made their tiny, impoverished home feel like the safest, most precious place in the world. But the peaceful sanctuary of their cozy country cottage was destined to be shattered on one fateful, quiet night. Her father had frozen in sheer, paralyzed shock, the color completely draining from his face as his young daughter uttered words that no parent should ever have to hear.
Tucked under her blanket, the young girl had looked up at him with a heartbreakingly solemn expression, asking a quiet, terrifyingly perceptive question about their bleak reality. She had pointed out that he was merely a humble ethics teacher at a tiny, rural school, struggling under a mountain of debt that wasn't even his to bear. Her father's hand clenched the bedsheets in a tight, trembling grip, his knuckles turning white as the painful truth of their poverty was laid bare by his own child. With tears pooling in her eyes, Namiya had apologized, bitterly believing that she was the sole burden holding him back from a peaceful, easy life. Before she could spiral deeper into self-loathing, her father's hand gently covered her mouth, his voice trembling but fierce as he begged her never to utter such devastating words again. He had looked at her with an intensity that burned straight into her soul, promising that no matter how hungry they went, she was his greatest treasure. To him, she was a pure, beautiful bloom amidst the thorny, suffocating weeds of their harsh, unforgiving reality. Swiping away his tears, her father had playfully changed the subject, asking her if anything bright and cheerful had happened during her day to ease her troubled mind. Snapping out of her melancholy, Namiya had excitedly confessed that she had actually succeeded in doing something completely extraordinary that very afternoon. Leaping out of bed, she had rummaged through her drawers, eager to reveal the incredible secret she had been hiding. In an instant, a blinding, brilliant blue light erupted from her tiny hands, completely illuminating the dark, quiet bedroom. Floating before them was a majestic, glowing projection of the night sky, a perfect, swirling galaxy of starlight conjured from a magical scroll she had created herself. Namiya laughed with pure, unrestrained joy, proud to have conjured the beautiful stars her father loved so dearly. But she was completely oblivious to the terrifying truth that this extraordinary, godlike talent for magic would ultimately become the very source of her life's greatest misfortunes. Inside the glowing room, her father stood completely frozen, staring at the swirling magical cosmos in absolute paralyzed disbelief. His voice shook as he asked if she had truly created this incredible magical artifact all on her own. She had proudly explained that she had simply read a few advanced constellation and scroll theory books from the local library, using them as a reference to craft the spell. Her father's mind reeled in absolute terror. It was a feat that should have been physically impossible for an ordinary child with no formal training or innate noble bloodlines. Sensing the sudden, heavy tension in the air, Namiya's joyful smile instantly crumbled, her eyes filling with tears as she asked if she had done something wrong. Heartbroken by her fear, her father had instantly rushed forward and grabbed her shoulders, desperately trying to undo the damage of his shocked reaction. He pulled her close, his voice thick with emotion as he assured her that he wasn't angry. In fact, he was more proud of her than words could ever express. Gently pressing his forehead against hers, he shared a tender, reassuring moment of pure, unconditional love that she would carry in her heart forever. Holding her soft cheek, he smiled warmly, bathing her in the gentle affection she so desperately craved. Eager to share more of her day, she casually mentioned another strange encounter, revealing that she had spotted a mysterious boy wandering in the forbidden back garden of the local library. She described how she had seen an assassin lunging at the boy, and without a second thought, she had used her newly created magic scroll to block the lethal blade. She explained that the boy, who wore a strange mask and fine clothes, was likely the pampered son of a powerful count, though he had looked incredibly suspicious. Her father's face twisted into a mask of pure, sweat-inducing panic as he realized his young, precious daughter had casually thrown herself in front of a deadly assassin's blade. He let out a massive sigh of relief when she confirmed she hadn't followed the suspicious noble boy any further, thanking the heavens that she was still safe in his arms.
But her next words sent a fresh jolt of terror through his spine as she mused that perhaps she should have followed him to ask his wealthy family for a marriage proposal to clear their debts. Her father practically choked on his own breath, a massive wave of shock paralyzing him as his tiny daughter casually planned to sell herself off to a rich household.
She pointed a finger in the air, completely serious, as she argued that a rich marriage would easily solve all their painful financial struggles in one fell swoop.
Terrified of losing his precious daughter to the ruthless, scheming world of high nobility, her father violently pulled her into a tight, desperate embrace.
Tears poured down his face as he wept, fiercely declaring that he would never, ever let her sacrifice her happiness or her future to save him from debt. Steeling his resolve, he pumped his fist in the air, dramatically vowing that he would find a way to resolve their financial crisis all on his own.
To seal his solemn promise, they locked pinkies, a silent, sacred vow to face whatever darkness lay ahead as a family. But promises made in youth are easily broken by the cruel hands of fate. Soon after, her father was forced to make a devastating choice, bringing young Namiya to a grand, cold dining hall to leave her in the custody of his wealthy, manipulative brother, plunging her straight into the lion's den.
Arrogant, dismissive, and utterly devoid of class, Alexander Lofi treated her father's desperate arrival with nothing but cheap disdain. Terrified of what would happen to his young daughter, Namiya's father swallowed his pride and slid a heavy envelope packed with money across the table, desperate to buy her safety.
Alexander greedily pried open the packet, humming a mocking tune as he counted the cash, completely indifferent to the soul-crushing sacrifices made to gather it.
Clenching her dress in quiet rage, the young Namiya could only watch her father humiliate himself before this cruel tyrant, a burning sense of helplessness taking root in her chest. With the transaction complete, her father knelt before her, his eyes brimming with the heartbreaking sorrow as he begged her to stay strong and healthy in this new, cold world.
Gently cradling her face, he lied through his teeth, promising her that her uncle would provide a warm, loving home, a desperate attempt to shield her from the grim reality of her abandonment. But as she looked up and asked him where he was going, her father froze, his breath hitching as the devastating weight of his guilt threatened to choke him.
He offered her one last, painfully fragile smile, a look so profoundly sad that the words died in her throat, leaving her unable to ask the questions tearing at her soul. Swallowing her tears, she forced a bright, brave laugh, desperately trying to reassure the one person she loved most in the world that she would be okay.
With a final, agonizing promise to return, her father stepped through the door and vanished into the shadows, leaving her completely at the mercy of the predatory Lofi family.
7 years passed within the cold, suffocating walls of the grand Lofi estate, a golden cage built on the back of her endless suffering.
But today, the fragile piece of the estate is shattered as a sharp knock echoes through the parlor, catching the scheming baron and baroness completely off guard.
Stepping into the room with unyielding grace, Namiya confronts her tormentors, her icy gaze cutting straight through their shallow facade of wealth and nobility.
The hypocritical Baron Alexander and Baroness Penaloa instantly plaster on disgustingly fake smiles, pretending to welcome the niece they have spent years ruthlessly exploiting. Sitting before them, Namiya wastes no time, coldly exposing the dark rumors that they have been desperately taking out massive illegal loans in her name to fund their failing investments. The Baron leaps to his feet in a furious, red-faced rage, accusing her of lacking noble propriety, but Namiya fires back with lethal precision, reminding him that stealing from his own family is the ultimate disgrace. Caught in his own lies, the Baron stammers defensively about a foolproof investment opportunity, but Namiya instantly dismantles his excuses, tracing his rumors back to a dangerous, shady black market source. Unable to counter her logic, the Baron violently slams his hands onto the table, his explosive temper flaring as he screams at her to shut her mouth. He points a shaking finger at her, shamelessly screeching that they couldn't have predicted the financial collapse, completely refusing to take responsibility for their own greed. He roars that he did it all for the family, but Namiya only stares back with cold, dead eyes, knowing damn well she was never considered part of that family unless they needed her money. Listening to his pathetic excuses, she realizes she is wasting her breath on these brainless parasites, her resolve hardening to cut her ties once and for all. As she turns to leave, the Baron panics, frantically ordering her to wait as he realizes his golden goose is about to walk out the door. Namiya stops in her tracks, looking back over her shoulder with deep irritation, waiting to see what pathetic trick they will try to pull next. Desperate to chain her down, the Baron hastily pulls out a proposal, revealing that the wealthy eldest son of the powerful Ulton Merchant Guild has taken a liking to her. He proudly slides forward a portrait of a bloated, sleazy man old enough to be her grandfather, smugly calling this repulsive nightmare of a suitor a real catch. Horror and disgust wash over Namiya as she reads the terms, realizing this vile merchant expects her to quit her prestigious job and submit entirely to his control. Her aunt chimed in with a sickeningly sweet voice, urging her to stop being negative and claiming the man was simply lonely since his divorce 14 years ago. But Namiya is steps ahead, coldly pulling up the real truth, revealing that the divorce was a massive public scandal sparked by the man's horrific domestic violence. When her aunt insists she will never find a better match, Namiya delivers a devastating, sarcastic blow, suggesting that her aunt should marry the abusive monster herself. Declining the disgusting trap, she turns her back on them, refusing to sacrifice her life to pay off the massive debts they racked up all on their own. But just as she reaches for the door, the Baron dangles his ultimate, cruelest weapon, asking her if she has truly given up on finding her long-lost father. He smiles like a demon, promising to reveal her father's exact location the moment she agrees to sign her life away to the wealthy merchant. Believing he has successfully shattered her resolve, the Baron grins greedily, waiting for her to break and crawl back to them in desperation. But the manipulative spell is broken. Instead of yielding, Namiya looks at him with dead, unwavering eyes and calmly declares that she is leaving this abusive house for good. Because this time, she isn't helpless. She has already secured a far bigger, stronger, and infinitely more powerful lifeline to pull her out of their clutches. Smirking beautifully, she delivers her parting shot, mocking their hideous suitor by declaring she has very high standards for looks, before revealing she has already redirected her massive salary away from their accounts. The shocking revelation hits her aunt and uncle like a physical blow, their greedy souls practically leaving their bodies as they realize their financial lifeline is gone forever. Meanwhile, in a dark, forgotten corner of the capital, a grim discovery is made. A man slumped against his bed, bleeding heavily from the mouth, clutching a mysterious potion bottle. Breaking into the room, the crown prince and his loyal knight freeze, realizing with a jolt of horror that they have arrived a critical step too late. The victim lies dead before them, silenced forever by a lethal poison before he could speak a single word of the truth. The dead man is Lenin, a key player in the sprawling imperial conspiracy who took his secret straight to the grave. Kneeling beside the corpse, the prince inspects the grim scene, desperately searching for any clue to unlock the dark web of lies. He notes that Lenin was a low-level employee of the Ministry of Justice, but his past is what truly matters. He was once part of the highly secretive Scroll Management Department. The knight quickly recovers a piece of paper from the desk, identifying it as a hastily written suicide note meant to close the case. But the prince warns him to put it away, his eyes flashing with a dangerous intensity as he dismisses the obvious, forged cover-up. Standing tall, the prince barks out rapid orders for the night order to seize every single document in the room before the conspirators can destroy the evidence. Pulling his dark hood over his face, he prepares to slip back into the shadows of the capital, driven by a relentless, burning drive to solve the mystery himself. Leaving his panicked subordinate behind to handle the authorities, the prince vanishes into the night, hunting for the next piece of the puzzle. Miles away, the reality of her rebellion finally hits Namiya as she sits on a public park bench, furiously stuffing her face with halt buns, realizing she stormed out without a single plan for shelter. Chewing her food with quiet determination, she looks down at the maps in her hands, knowing her real battle has only just begun as she searches for a place to hide from her family's wrath. Scanning the real estate listings, her jaw drops at the astronomical prices of the luxury mansions, realizing she is nowhere near wealthy enough to afford a palace that rivals the imperial court. But the only alternative is a notoriously haunted, rundown shack for a mere $500,000, leaving her to curse her luck at the sheer lack of reasonable middle-ground options. Sighing in defeat, she realizes this is the harsh, unglamorous reality of trying to live on her own for the first time, a lesson she never had to learn while trapped in her uncle's golden cage. Her desperate search leads her straight to her hot-headed rival's doorstep, who immediately screeches in absolute horror at the mere suggestion of her moving in. Crossing his arms defiantly, he barks that there is absolutely no room for her in his home, while Namiya can only pout at his unbelievably stingy attitude. He paces the grand hall in a panic, shouting that it is completely unnatural for bitter academic rivals to share a roof, completely oblivious to her growing desperation. Unfazed, she points a finger right back at him, coldly asking if he would truly feel no remorse if his greatest rival froze to death on the streets. Clasping her hands dramatically, she begins to play her trump card, putting on a flawless, sorrowful performance of a tragic, dying girl to guilt him into submission. She whispers with venomous sweet talk that if she dies homeless, he will pitifully remain second best forever, a psychological blow that strikes his massive ego with lethal precision. Completely losing his mind at the thought of a hollow victory, he screams that he will find her a decent apartment himself, sprinting out the door while Namiya smirks triumphantly. Left alone with her heavy luggage, she breathes a sigh of relief that her housing crisis is temporarily resolved, though a nagging sense of dread tells her another storm is brewing. Meanwhile, back in his private study, the Crown Prince swirls a dark potion bottle in his hand, frustration burning deep within him as every lead in the conspiracy points to a single person. Deep inside the Imperial records, the trail of the forbidden magic scrolls leads directly to the Scroll Management Department, and the primary suspect is none other than Namiya Lofi. He recalls her warning him about the relentless assassins, realizing she knew far too much about the plot to kill him long before the attack ever took place. Squeezing the glass bottle until his knuckles turn white, the prince's mind races with a chilling thought. Did she only warn him because she was secretly part of the conspiracy herself? He pops the cork and sniffs the deadly poison that silenced his key witness, noting a strange, faintly sour scent that defies his lifetime of poison resistance training. As the toxic black vapor rises from the glass, a sudden, horrifying shockwave of realization hits him. This foul stench is a nightmare from his childhood he could never forget. His mind is violently dragged back to his childhood years at Arvin Castle, a time when he was just a powerless young prince training under the scorching sun. Knocked flat on his back, the 10-year-old Kiaros had gasped for air, his wooden practice sword clattering onto the turf after yet another effortless defeat. Standing over him was his incredibly strong, boisterous female escort knight, Prawn, who casually tossed her wooden blade aside with a mocking grin. Rubbing his bruised chest, Kiaros had looked up in sheer awe and irritation, demanding to know if she was even a human being with how effortlessly she overpowered him. Prawn had merely laughed, extending a rough, calloused hand to haul him up, while he grumbled about being stuck in his weak, prepubescent childhood phase. She had tapped her own chin with a smug, teasing smile, completely unfazed by his imperial status or his gloomy attitude. With a booming laugh, she had violently slapped his back, nearly knocking the wind out of him as she boisterously promised he could be just as strong if he ate his vegetables. From the sidelines, his other loyal knight, Will, had clawed at his face in absolute terror, screaming at Prone for handling the precious imperial prince so roughly. But the young Kiaros had only smiled, tightly wrapping his small hands around Prawn's massive forearm, finding a rare sense of safety and warmth in her fierce companionship. Desperate to escape Will's endless nagging, he had quickly dragged Prawn away towards the cool shade of the courtyard trees to rest. Having lost his mother at a young age, the young prince had clung to Prawn as a surrogate maternal figure, finding a peaceful sanctuary in the quiet corners of the estate. But Prawn's idea of peaceful bonding was showing him a giant, hairy green caterpillar, eliciting a silent scream of pure terror from the refined young royal. Hoping for a more intellectual escape, Kiaros had dragged her to the boring, silent imperial library to study advanced southern swordsmanship manuals. Prawn had pouted miserably, groaning that a brainless knight like her had absolutely no business being surrounded by dusty, quiet books. Ignoring her protests, Kiaros had pulled down a heavy, crimson-bound tome, determined to find a theoretical edge to finally defeat her in battle. But theory was quickly abandoned as they returned to the Golden Forest, clashing wooden swords under the fading sunlight, where practical experience reigned supreme. Suddenly, mid-swing, Prawn's keen warrior instincts flared as her eyes widened in absolute shock at a sudden shift in the wind. Sensing lethal danger, she had screamed out a desperate warning to the young prince, lunging forward with terrifying speed to reach him. Before Kiaros could even react, Pran had thrown her own body over his, wrapping him in a tight, protective embrace as a barrage of steel rained down from above. A hail of sharp, poisoned daggers sliced through the air, violently embedding themselves deep into the dirt all around them in a coordinated ambush. As the dust cleared, Pran stumbled backward, clutching her arm with a pained grunt as Kiaros cried out her name in sheer panic. His heart stopped as he saw the horrific wound on her arm, thick, bubbling green poison sizzling against her raw, bleeding flesh. From the shadows of the canopy, a pair of glowing, predatory yellow eyes locked onto them, filled with a malicious, murderous intent. A grotesque, green-skinned Goblin materialized from the darkness, a highly toxic blade in its hands as it bared its razor-sharp teeth at the young prince. Kiaros froze, realizing a wild beast like a Goblin had no business appearing inside a heavily guarded royal village unless it was summoned by a dark conspirator. Kneeling beside his collapsing protector, Kiaros realized with absolute dread that they were completely isolated at the worst possible moment. Will was miles away searching another sector, leaving them entirely defenseless against the predatory monster closing in. The green acid burned deeper into Pran's flesh, the heavy bleeding refusing to stop as a foul, unfamiliar stench began to fill the air. Coughing from the toxic fumes, the young Kiaros had memorized that exact agonizingly sour smell, a scent that would haunt his nightmares for the next decade. As the Goblin lunged forward for the kill, Kiaros felt something snap deep within his soul, his dormant dragonkin blood boiling in a sudden violent surge of pure adrenaline. The world around him dissolved into a chaotic, shimmering blur of purple and gold light as his hidden magical circuits flared to life under the threat of death. Unleashing a raw, primal scream, his instinctual survival mechanisms took complete control, shattering the physical limits of a normal 10-year-old boy. A massive, blinding dome of blue defensive magic erupted around them, effortlessly shattering the assassin's poisoned blade and shielding his beloved knight from the final, fatal blow. The golden grass is littered with the shattered remains of the assassin's poisoned daggers and his wooden practice sword, proving the sheer force of the magical blast that had just saved them. Panting from the sudden magical exertion, the young Kiaros whips his head around, his crimson eyes wide with frantic confusion as he searches for his unexpected savior. Emerging from the lingering mystical light, a young silver-haired girl stares at her own trembling hands, completely stunned that her desperate, instinctual spell had actually worked. But the danger is far from over. The groggy Goblin assassin recovers instantly, leaping through the air with a vicious screech, its blade aimed directly at the defenseless young royals. Suddenly, a spray of dark blood erupts into the air as a clean, lethal blade pierces the monster from behind, stopping its deadly descent mid-swing. A horrific, guttural screech echoes through the golden clearing as the predator is violently and completely neutralized. With a merciless slash, a cloaked figure strikes down the beast, sending it crashing into the dirt, ensuring the threat is permanently silenced. Gasping for breath, the loyal knight Will rushes forward, his face splattered with blood as he frantically checks if the young prince has sustained any injuries. Kiaros quickly reassures him, but his voice cracks with panic as he begs Will to help the collapsed and heavily poisoned Pran. Looking down at his hands, Kiaros falls into a grim silence, his mind racing as the weight of the near-fatal ambush settles deep within him. Heaving Pran onto his shoulder, Will grunts with determination, pleading with her to stay conscious as they prepare to flee the dangerous area. Urgently calling for the carriage, Will commands Kiaros to follow closely, but the young prince's attention is suddenly pulled back to the mysterious girl who saved them. Stopping in his tracks, Kiaros turns back, his sharp, masked gaze locking onto the silver-haired girl with a strange, intense curiosity. Feeling the heavy weight of his golden mask staring her down, the young girl shifts uncomfortably, completely unable to read his hostile and cold expression. As Kiaros slowly marches back toward her, she braces herself, half expecting a word of gratitude but deeply unsettled by his intimidating aura. Stopping right in front of her, the haughty young prince addresses her coldly, treating her like a mere child who happened to stumble into a royal conflict. Assuming she was a commoner who only intervened for a reward, Kiaros proudly announces that he will repay her if she visits the Count Kalto estate.
He smugly offers to grant her whatever she desires, assuming a girl of her status would jump at the chance for money or food.
Shocked by his sheer arrogance, she cuts him off with a sharp, icy glare, her patience instantly evaporating. Marching forward, she grabs him by his collar and screams at him for daring to treat his lifesaver with such condescending transactional coldness. Kiros freezes, his golden mask nearly slipping off as he gapes in absolute paralyzed shock at her unprecedented audacity. Pointing a finger right back at his face, she loudly lectures him that when someone saves your life, a genuine thank you must always come first. With fiery determination, she commands him to learn that expressing gratitude with words is far more important than throwing money around.
She scowls with irritation, demanding to know if his parents had failed to teach him the most basic, fundamental manners of human decency.
Staring at her in a daze, Kiaros feels a strange shockwave ripple through him, realizing no one in his entire life had ever dared to lecture him so fiercely. Utterly defeated and humbled by her words, the proud prince bows his head deeply, sincerely apologizing for his thoughtless behavior. He repeats his offer to grant her any wish at the Kalto residence, swearing on his honor that he will keep his word if she ever seeks him out. She casually replies that he should marry her off to an incredibly wealthy man, an absurd request that leaves Kioro sweating in sheer disbelief. Before he can process her bizarre demand, Will shouts from the path that the carriage has arrived, forcing their conversation to a sudden end. Turning to leave, the silver-haired girl flashes him a breathtaking, radiant smile that completely pierces through his youthful defenses.
Left spellbound in the golden light, Kairos watches her vanish into the forest, her dazzling laughter echoing in his mind as he is dragged away.
Hours later, under the dark cover of night, the carriage finally arrives at the grand, silent estate of Count Kalto. Inside the private chambers, the imperial physician delivers a devastating diagnosis, confirming that the Golan's weapon was coated in a legendary, incurable poison. Clinging to life, Prawn sits silently on her bed, her arm wrapped tightly in heavy medical bandages as she processes her bleak future.
The doctor delivers the final, crushing blow. The severe muscle and nerve damage means her arm will never recover, ending her career as a royal knight forever.
But Pronon merely bursts into a loud, boisterous laugh, flexing her good arm as she boldly declares she doesn't care about losing an arm as long as the prince is safe. Will and Kieros can only look down in painful silence, the forced laughter of their beloved guardian cutting through them like a knife. Pulling Kieros aside, Will explains that the attack was a calculated assassination. The Emperor had cleared this entire territory of wild monsters years ago. Pointing to the clinical markings on the beast's autopsy report, Will reveals the chilling truth. This Golan was an engineered weapon born from forbidden human experimentation. A sinister realization dawns upon them. A powerful, hidden cult operating within the shadows of the capital is actively orchestrating these monstrous attacks. As Will and Kairos continue their grim discussion, the exhausted and weakened Prawn quietly drifts off to sleep, her duty fulfilled. Kairos narrows his eyes in deep concentration, realizing that the key to finding these conspirators lies in the magic that saved him. Suddenly, the girl's outrageous request echoes in his mind, her demand to be married to the wealthiest man in the empire flashing before him. Desperate for answers, Kairos turns to Will and demands to know who the absolute wealthiest man around his age is in the entire empire. Will blinks in utter confusion, pointing out the blindingly obvious fact that the wealthiest youth is none other than Kairos himself, the crown prince. A sudden, furious blush burns across Kairos' cheeks as the terrifying implication of her request finally sinks in. His heart begins to race violently, his chest tightening as he realizes the sheer, overwhelming absurdity of the situation. In a flurry of overwhelming panic, his mind conjures a sparkling romantic image of the silver-haired girl, making him wonder if she planned this proposal from the very start. Screaming in absolute embarrassment, the flustered young prince demands to know why she would make such a ridiculous demand. But his dramatic outburst falls on completely deaf ears as Prawn quietly snores in her bed, leaving Kairos alone with his wildly racing heart and a mystery that has only just begun to unfold. As the intense weight of the conspiracy hangs in the air, the wounded knight Prawn suddenly breaks the tension with a massive, exhausted yawn, proving that complex political jargon is far more effective at putting her to sleep than any legendary poison. Staring at his protector in complete disbelief, Kieros begins to seriously question the integrity of the Imperial Knight recruitment process, wondering how on earth someone so delightfully simple-minded ever passed the rigorous trials. Before he can dwell on Prawn's questionable intellect, the heavy double doors of the chamber are violently slammed open by a breathless, desperate intruder who commands the room's entire attention in an instant. Stepping through the threshold is none other than the Emperor himself, his noble face pale with terror as his frantic eyes lock onto his beloved royal knight. Completely casting aside all imperial decorum, the sovereign of the empire erupts into a dramatic, tear-filled sob, throwing his royal dignity out the window as he rushes to his protector's side. He weeps openly, lamenting his decision to ever let Prawn leave his side, his voice cracking with the sheer terror of almost losing her to a ruthless assassin's blade. Kneeling at her bedside, the Emperor's tears flow freely as he clutches her hands, utterly devastated by the fragile state of his most trusted warrior. Gently tracing the thick bandages wrapping her scarred arm, his touch is incredibly tender, filled with a deep, unspoken sorrow for the pain she endured to protect his young heir. Cradling Prawn's cheek with absolute warmth, the Emperor addresses her with a shockingly affectionate nickname, laying bare the true, deeply sentimental bond that exists between them. As the room drops into a stunned silence, Kieros and Will can only watch in awkward, sweat-inducing mortification, suddenly feeling like intruders in a highly private, dramatic lovers' reunion. Composing himself slightly, the Emperor offers his heartfelt gratitude, thanking Prawn for putting her life on the line to save his young son and promising she will receive the finest recovery care the Empire can buy. But as Prawn merely smiles, the Emperor's soft expression shifts into a knowing, playful smirk, hinting at a long-standing domestic dynamic that is finally starting to reignite. Later, the heavy footsteps of father and son echo down the grand, silent corridor of the Culto estate as they depart the recovery wing. Breaking the quiet rhythm of their stride, the young prince casually throws a conversational hand grenade, bluntly asking his father when he finally plans to propose to Prawn. The Emperor's sophisticated facade shatters instantly into a state of absolute red-faced panic, utterly shocked that his 10-year-old son is seen right through his deepest romantic desires. Kieros sighs internally, recalling how his father would foolishly hide behind rose bushes practically every single day, frantically writing and delivering hopeless love letters to a completely oblivious knight. He remembers the endless, embarrassing displays of his father swooning and blushing like a lovesick schoolboy whenever Prawn so much as looked in his direction. Confronting his stuttering father, Kieros coldly points out the blindingly obvious, assuring him that since his mother passed away so long ago, he has absolutely no objections to his father finally finding happiness. Overwhelmed by his son's brutal maturity, the sovereign hides his burning face in his hands, completely unable to cope with being lectured on romance by his own child. Coughing to clear his throat and save whatever dignity he has left, the Emperor frantically changes the subject, declaring that once Prawn stabilizes, they must head to the capital to find Kieros' own future fiancé. Kieros flinches as his father presses the issue, asking with a playful, teasing glint if there is already a specific young lady who has captured the young prince's heart. In a rare display of vulnerability, the proud young prince instantly whips his head away, his cheeks burning crimson as a sudden, unmistakable silence fills the hallway. Sensing his son's hesitation, the Emperor's face lights up in pure, unadulterated joy as he triumphantly realizes that his cold, haughty son is actually harboring a secret crush. Kieros desperately tries to backpedal, stammering that he knows absolutely nothing about his mysterious savior, not her name, her age, or where she lives. The Emperor's playful teasing softens into a deeply serious, gentle gaze, recognizing the profound, confusing emotions swirling within his young heir's heart. Stealing his resolve, Kieros looks his father dead in the eye, proudly declaring that as the crown prince, he fully intends to seek her out and take absolute responsibility for her life. A warm, approving smile spreads across the Emperor's face, deeply impressed by his son's honorable resolve, promising to support whatever arrangement the young girl desires. His voice softening to a whisper, the Emperor calls his son's name, preparing to pass down a vital piece of ancient ancestral lore. He reveals the sacred truth of their dragonkin lineage, how they are fated to encounter their destined soulmate by rare chance, forever binding them in a fierce, unbreakable obsession. Gently patting the young prince's head, the emperor encourages him to hold on to that feeling with everything he has, urging him never to let his fated one slip away. His crimson eyes glowing with absolute determination, Kieros quietly accepts his father's blessing, swearing to find his mysterious silver-haired savior no matter the cost. But fate is a cruel master. As the days of recovery drag on, a sudden, lingering sickness robs the young prince of his memories, cruelly erasing the hazy face of the girl who saved him. Yet the burning obsession in his dragonkin blood refuses to die, driving Kieros to secretly train crows to scour the vast corners of the empire, desperate for any shred of information on her whereabouts. Years pass, and the emperor's romantic persistence finally pays off, culminating in a grand, spectacular royal wedding where a beaming prawn proudly stands as the empire's new bride. But the domestic bliss is quickly tested when Prawn holds their newborn child with the rough, clumsy grip of a seasoned warrior, leaving Kieros sweat-dropping in sheer terror. The hysterical emperor screams in absolute panic, frantically lecturing his muscle-brained wife on the delicate art of holding a newborn baby without crushing it like a training dummy. A decade later, the grown-up Crown Prince Kieros sits in his private study, swirling a mysterious potion vial as he suddenly remembers that his childhood savior had also used a magical scroll to protect them. A long-buried memory flashes behind his eyes, the silhouette of the only girl in his entire life who ever had the absolute audacity to scream at his arrogance. Her fierce, unforgettable words echo in his mind, lecturing him that gratitude must always come from the heart first, not from a cold purse of gold. A sudden electric jolt of realization strikes Kieros like lightning, his crimson eyes widening in absolute shock as the missing puzzle pieces of his past finally slam into place. Wasting not a single second, he aggressively grabs the edge of his mahogany desk, his heart hammering violently against his ribs as a stunning hypothesis forms in his mind.
He looks down at the scattered intelligence reports sprawled across his desk, tracing the exact timeline and movements of a mysterious girl named Namia Loapi.
The pieces fit together flawlessly. The silver-haired girl had suddenly appeared in the capital at the exact same moment his childhood savior vanished into thin air. Standing tall in his study, a cold, predatory smirk plays on Kieros' lips as he realizes the girl who has been hiding right under his nose is the very same one he has been searching for his entire life. At that exact moment, across the grand imperial palace, a violent, ominous chill sweeps over Namia Loapi, making her shudder in absolute dread as a silent vow echoes through the shadows. Standing inside the administrative support department, Namia nervously hugs her arms, wondering why on earth she suddenly feels like a dangerous predator has locked onto her as prey.
She blinks in confusion as the department clerks stare at her with an incredibly strange, intense expression, murmuring about a sudden, forced change to her payroll account. Confronted by Namia's gaze, the young clerk blushes furiously and stammers incoherently, completely losing her composure under the weight of some massive secret. Panicking, the clerk frantically waves her hands, stuttering out a chaotic sentence regarding Namia's mysterious rumored connection to His Highness the Crown Prince before fleeing the conversation entirely. As Namia turns to leave, she realizes with utter horror that the whispering, gossiping eyes of the entire department are locked onto her, confirming that a terrifying rumor has already spread like wildfire across the palace. Namia realizes the rumors swirling around her are driven by a volatile mix of jealousy and pure, unadulterated curiosity, leaving her in an incredibly delicate position. But she knows that defending herself or adding fuel to the fire will only make things worse, leaving her with no choice but to completely ignore the mounting gossip. Yet, as the whispers grow louder, a strange, lingering doubt begins to creep into her mind about the true nature of these rumors. A cold sweat breaks across her neck as she suddenly realizes a terrifying truth. Her own actions may have completely shattered the course of the original story. She remembers the golden-haired prince, whose destined path has now been wildly derailed by her very presence in this world. If the timeline has truly fractured, there is no telling what chaotic disasters will unfold next, threatening to tear her life apart. Panic grips her chest as she realizes the sheer magnitude of her mistake, desperate to find a way to fix the damage before it is too late. As things stand, she has absolutely no standing or influence to establish a connection with the all-powerful royal family.
Before she can formulate a plan, the heavy doors are suddenly thrown open with a violent crash, cutting through her thoughts like a blade. A breathless clerk stands trembling in the doorway, the color completely drained from his face as a heavy silence falls over the room. Gasps of horror erupt from the bystanders as the clerk struggles to find his voice, preparing to deliver a message that will shake the empire to its core. The devastating truth explodes across the room. Her Majesty the Empress has been arrested under the gravest of charges. Instead of terror, a sudden wave of ecstatic relief washes over Nemiya, her heart leaping with a brilliant golden spark of hope. Despite the chaotic shift in the timeline, the one critical event she had been desperately waiting for has finally arrived. The legendary incident of the Empress's attempted assassination of the Crown Prince has officially set itself into motion. History has labeled the mighty, muscular Empress as the brutal mastermind behind the poison plot, sealing her grim fate. The whispered rumors claim that a mysterious witness caught the Empress buying a lethal poison from a dark back-alley dealer. To make matters worse, a sudden raid on the Empress's private chambers allegedly uncovered a hidden stash of deadly toxins. Stripped of her dignity, the Empress had stood trial in the original timeline before being ruthlessly executed in a spray of blood. Namiya stares forward, knowing that the gruesome tragedy of the past is about to repeat itself unless she acts immediately. Around her, the murmurs of the suspicious clerks grow louder, doubting the Empress's guilt but helpless against the mountain of evidence. But Namiya's eyes burn with absolute razor-sharp focus. She has been waiting for this exact tragedy for a highly strategic reason. If she can expose the conspiracy and save the Empress's life, she will secure the ultimate, most powerful backer in the entire imperial court. Returning to her post at the Scroll Management Department, she prepares to execute her master plan with clinical precision. Letting her instincts take over, her hands move at a blinding, superhuman speed as she begins sorting through piles of imperial records. With a heavy thud, she slams down the final stack of documents, completing a mountain of administrative work in mere minutes. Wiping a bead of sweat from her brow, she lets out a triumphant sigh, her daily tasks completely finished ahead of schedule. Adopting her ultimate survival tactic as a low-ranking civil servant, she decides to slack off to clear her mind and plan her next move. But the heavy weight of her family's dark past still hangs over her, remembering how her father had suddenly acquired a massive fortune. There was no way a simple man like him could have gained such wealth honestly, likely getting entangled with ruthless underground loan sharks. Even worse, she fears her father may have been directly involved with a highly dangerous, shadowy criminal syndicate. 15 years ago, a sinister organization conducting forbidden chimera experiments with monsters ravaged the South, and her father's trail leads straight to them. If the imperial court discovers his involvement with such high treason, his head will undoubtedly roll on the executioner's block. Dealing with the fierce, unyielding pride of the royal dragonkin is nearly impossible, making the Empress her only true hope for mercy. Standing up with sudden resolve, Nemiya prepares to initiate her search for the truth, only for a sharp, blinding pain to strike her mind. A turbulent wave of dark, chaotic energy floods her senses, turning her thoughts into a jumbled, agonizing mess. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of forbidden memories forces its way into her consciousness, revealing a vital, hidden detail about the Empress's arrest. She gasps in sheer disbelief as she realizes the anonymous report that condemned the Empress came directly from her very own department. But the Scroll Management Department is notoriously filled with lazy, self-serving employees who wouldn't dare risk their lives for the throne. The sudden revelation leaves Namiya reeling, desperately wondering who among her colleagues could have harbored such a dangerous secret. Her thoughts are violently shattered by a loud, obnoxious voice echoing through the corridor, instantly making her skin crawl. She turns to see her insufferable team leader basking in the adoration of his colleagues, taking full credit for a sudden, massive achievement. He waves his hands in a mock display of humility, clearly loving the intense spotlight and worship of the entire room. Namiya stands frozen in absolute jaw-dropping disgust as the horrifying pieces of the puzzle begin to connect. She remembers how this lazy, incompetent boss would constantly dismiss her hard work, demanding she stick strictly to the old, tedious methods. He had even gone so far as to shamelessly steal her brilliant administrative reports, stamping his own name on them for the minister's approval. The sickening truth becomes glaringly obvious. The incompetent team leader Osun is the fraudulent witness who accused the Empress. But this disgusting betrayal presents a golden opportunity. If Namiya can prove the Empress's innocence, Osan will be the one sent straight to the chopping block. A radiant, triumphant smile spreads across her face as she realizes her path to securing a powerful royal ally is now flawlessly clear. Remembering the Empress's hidden, deeply compassionate nature beneath her gruff exterior, Namiya vows to risk everything to save her. Namiya knows the proud, mighty Empress would never resort to such a clumsy, pathetic poison plot to eliminate the Crown Prince. If she truly wanted the throne, she wouldn't hide in back alleys. Her nature is far too bold for that. She is a warrior who would launch a full-scale coup d'etat before she ever resorted to underhanded scheming. But regardless of her innocence, Namiya realizes she cannot let this golden opportunity slip through her fingers. This is her ultimate chance to catch two royals with one stone, gaining a powerful backer and securing her own survival in one single high-stakes move. Meanwhile, deep in the cold, damp palace dungeon, the silent Empress sits in chains, illuminated by a single shaft of light as her interrogator grows increasingly desperate. The Minister of Justice pleads with her through the iron bars, begging her to speak so he can build some semblance of a defense for her upcoming trial. Running a hand through his hair, the stressed minister, Arnold Crowley, admits that her stubborn silence is only making his job completely impossible. But the Empress isn't having any of it, angrily gesturing with a vulgar sign and spitting back that if he actually believed her, he wouldn't have thrown her in a cell. The vulgar display completely derails the minister's composure, leaving him coughing and sputtering in sheer disbelief at her absolute lack of royal decorum. Regaining his footing, Crowley presses on with the central mystery, demanding to know why she was caught gathering deadly toxins in the dark. The Empress turns her head away, her jaw tightly clenched as she coldly refuses to utter a single word about her secret activities. The evidence stacked against her is devastating. She was seen dealing with illegal black market traders, and the toxins found in her room match the poison on the arrow that struck the Crown Prince. Crowley warns her that her continued silence will lead straight to her execution, but she remains completely unbothered by his dire threats. When he outright accuses her of plotting to assassinate the Crown Prince, her eyes flare with sudden, defensive fury as she vehemently denies the charge. Yet, the moment the denial leaves her lips, she slips right back into a brooding, heavy silence, hiding a dark secret that she refuses to expose. Watching her withdraw, Crowley is driven to his wit's end, utterly baffled by her self-destructive stubbornness. Realizing he will get nothing more from her today, the minister warns her that her time is rapidly running out before leaving her alone in the darkness. The moment the heavy door shut, the Empress's tough facade completely crumbles, a wave of sheer panic washing over her as she realizes just how incredibly screwed she is. She curses her own stupidity, desperately wishing she had never tried to play a dangerous game of schemes that her straightforward warrior mind was never built for. In truth, she was only trying to protect her own son, Jaden, whose fragile position in the palace has always been plagued by constant, deadly threats. Buying back-alley poisons was the only desperate solution her reckless mind could conjure to secure leverage and keep her child safe from shadows. She wanted nothing more than to see her son grow up with a bright, untarnished smile, free from the endless poison plots of the court. But instead of protecting him, her clumsy actions have triggered a massive political disaster that is about to bring the entire royal family's prestige crashing down in ruins. Clenching her fists until her knuckles turn white, she resolves that even if she is just an empress in name, she must take full responsibility for this disaster. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoes through the dungeon corridor, and a mysterious, cloaked figure appears before her cell, asking if she is truly ready to throw her life away. Striking with absolute confidence, the intruder pulls back her hood, introducing herself as Namiya Loapi from the Scroll Management Department. With a dazzling, radiant smile, Namiya makes a bold, unimaginable declaration. She has found the flawless way to win the trial and clear the Empress's name. But the Empress immediately scoffs, coldly refusing to trust a low-ranking clerk who has somehow sneaked into the most secure dungeon in the Empire. Namiya isn't deterred, immediately recognizing the fierce, unyielding pride of the woman who was once feared as the Empire's strongest knight. The Empress's suffocating, dark aura begins to flood the cell, testing the limits of Namiya's resolve. The Empress stares at the intruder, her golden eyes narrowing with deep suspicion as she tries to figure out what this strange girl's true angle is. Normally, a single murderous glare from the former Knight Commander is enough to make seasoned warriors turn tail and run for their lives. Yet, Namiya stands perfectly still, projecting an aura of absolute, unshakable confidence that catches the Empress completely off guard. But beneath her calm facade, Namiya's heart is hammering wildly against her ribs, completely terrified by the raw power radiating from the cell. The Empress's gaze feels less like a human's and more like a massive, hungry predator eyeing a tiny piece of prey. Forcing her fear down, Namiya plays her first massive trump card, asking the Empress if she will finally trust her if she reveals that she knows the Emperor has fallen terminally ill. The shock hits the Empress like a physical blow, sending her lunging forward to grab the iron bars as she demands to know how a simple clerk could possess such highly classified information. Namiya smiles coolly, warning her that if she refuses to cooperate, she will inevitably be framed and executed, leaving her young son completely defenseless. But the Empress fiercely barks back, declaring that she would rather die keeping her secrets than let the truth behind her actions be exposed to the public. She leans against the bars, bitterly remembering how the imperial court has always hated her, refusing to welcome an empress who rose from the brutal ranks of the knighthood. For years, the snobbish ministers and nobles averted their eyes in disgust, whispering venomous rumors behind her back. Even her own son, Jaden, had begun to look down in shame, deeply affected by the relentless social ostracization of his mother. Convincing herself of a tragic lie, she believes that her son's path to the throne will actually be much easier if his controversial mother is completely out of the picture. Namiya can barely believe her ears, utterly exasperated that yet another parent in this world is resorting to such a boneheaded, self-sacrificing conclusion. Snapping under the sheer stupidity of the plan, Namiya's eyes flash with sudden anger as she boldly calls the Empress an absolute idiot to her face. She passionately yells that death solves absolutely nothing, furiously asking if an 8-year-old child could ever understand the tragedy of his mother dying just to protect him. The fierce, emotional lecture strikes a deep chord within the Empress, her tough exterior melting away as tears of realization well up in her eyes. Looking at the passionate girl before her, she softly admits that Namiya is entirely right, finally willing to cast aside her stubbornness and work together. Instantly, Namiya's dramatic anger vanishes, leaving her mentally facepalming in embarrassment for letting her own family frustrations bleed into the negotiation. But before they can formalize their alliance, a booming voice shatters the silence of the corridor. The guards have returned ahead of schedule. Quickly pulling up her hood, Namiya stands her ground, calmly identifying herself to the approaching guard as she prepares to bluff her way out of this deadly trap. Bluffing with absolute authority, Namiya spins a daring lie, claiming she was sent on the personal, urgent authority of Crown Prince Kieros himself. The guard's eyes bulge in absolute shock, his jaw dropping as the sheer weight of the prince's name hits him like a physical blow. The guard desperately tries to rationalize the preposterous midnight order, but knowing Kieros' legendary relentless work ethic, he falls right into Namiya's clever psychological trap. Namiya smirks inwardly, knowing that Kieros' notorious reputation as a sleepless workaholic is the ultimate shield for her daring bluff. Seizing the momentum, Namiya turns around and points directly into the cell, suddenly claiming that the prisoner has been suffering from an agonizing, life-threatening stomachache. The guard turns pale, while the Empress herself stands utterly frozen, completely blindsided by the sudden, bizarre turn of events. Desperately winking at the silent warrior, Namiya frantically signals her to play along, silently screaming that she needs to act quickly if she ever hopes to see her beloved son again. It is a high-stakes gamble, requiring the proud, unyielding Empress to completely discard her royal dignity in a split second. The realization hits the Empress like a lightning bolt as she stares back at Namiya, her golden eyes widening as she understands the brilliant, chaotic madness of the plan. Throwing all remaining royal decorum to the wind, the Empress lets out an ear-piercing shriek, dramatically collapsing onto the floor as she wails about her imminent demise. The guard practically leaps out of his skin, completely terrified that the high-profile royal prisoner is about to kick the bucket on his watch. To double down on the sheer chaos, Namiya suddenly clutches her chest and faints right on the spot, sending the poor guard spiraling into a state of absolute screaming panic. Peeking through her eyelashes, Namiya weakly groans that the Empress is fading fast, urgently commanding the trembling guard to run and fetch a physician before it's too late. The guard stutters in sheer disbelief, his mind completely frying under the immense pressure of the double emergency. Namiya puts on a masterful, heartbreaking performance of a dying maiden, coughing daintily as if her very soul is about to leave her body. Beneath her fragile, dramatic performance lies a cold, calculating threat as she warns the guard of the terrifying consequences of his hesitation. The guard's face drains of all color, the horrifying reality of imperial politics crushing his spirit. Locking her intense, glittering blue eyes onto his soul, Namiya drops the ultimate hammer. If the Empress dies, it will be labeled as a slow execution of regicide, dragging the guard and his entire family straight to the chopping block. Completely broken by the terrifying threat of execution, the guard screams in terror and bolts down the corridor, leaving the two conspirators completely alone in the echoing silence of the dungeon. The very second the heavy iron door slams shut, the tense atmosphere is shattered as the Empress bursts into a booming, roaring fit of laughter that echoes off the stone walls. Double-folded with laughter, the mighty former knight commander slaps her knee, completely amazed that such a ridiculous, childish act actually worked on the palace guards. Wiping away a tear of sheer amusement, the Empress grins broadly, admitting that Namiya possesses a silver tongue and acting skills that could rival the finest court performers in the land. Still laughing, she asks how Namiya could possibly make up such a terrifying, complex imperial law on the fly, only for Namiya to sweat drop and admit that the law is actually completely real. The playful banter suddenly shifts into a heavy, serious silence as the Empress's golden eyes narrow with a newfound, profound respect for the clever girl standing before her. Pointing a resolute finger at the young clerk, the proud Empress declares with absolute certainty that she has taken a massive liking to her bold, unyielding spirit. Extending her hand through the cold iron bars, she calls Namiya by her name for the very first time, offering an alliance of blood and steel. As their hands lock in a firm, powerful grip, a brilliant spark of hope ignites in the dark dungeon, a silent, unbreakable pact that will shake the very foundations of the empire. Meanwhile, as the dawn of the fateful trial finally breaks, a brilliant morning sun bathes the majestic imperial palace in a deceptive, serene light that hides the brewing political storm within. Deep inside his private study, a sleep-deprived Crown Prince Kiaros looks up from his desk, a heavy, suffocating dread washing over him as he realizes the trial is about to commence. Running a hand through his golden hair, he desperately tries to make sense of the chaos, firmly believing in his heart that the Empress is completely innocent of this horrific poison plot. He bitterly remembers how she was always a warrior first, a fierce, protective guardian who would put her own life on the line to shield others from danger. To him, she was a simple, honorable soul incapable of underhanded schemes, a pure-hearted knight who belonged on the battlefield, not in a web of lies. His eyes flash with a sudden, protective fury as he resolves that he cannot and will not let an innocent woman be sacrificed to the greed of the court ministers. But the political forces aligned against them are massive. He remembers how the corrupt ministers fiercely blocked his path, refusing to let him speak to her directly. Even when he tried to send the Minister of Justice to build a solid defense, the stubborn Empress had remained completely silent, stubbornly refusing to utter a single word to save herself. Clenching his jaw, the heavy weight of the empire presses down on Kiaros's shoulders as he stands on the precipice of a disastrous trial with absolutely no evidence to clear her name. Suddenly, the heavy office doors creak open, and his pale aide nervously announces that the hour has finally arrived. The trial is beginning. Stealing his resolve, Kiaros stands up, his voice deadpan and icy as he prepares to enter the ultimate political battlefield. Walking out of the study with long, determined strides, he vows that he will never allow her to die under such absurd, fabricated charges, no matter what it takes. His only remaining strategy is a dangerous, high-stakes game of delay. He must stall the court for as long as possible by citing insufficient evidence, praying for the emperor's sudden arrival to turn the tide. The grand imperial courtroom stands imposing and cold under the bright sky, a historic arena where royal bloodlines are ruthlessly decided. Stepping into the massive, echoing chamber, Kyros is instantly greeted by a sea of whispering nobles, all gathering like hungry vultures to witness the fall of the Empress. He quickly scans the crowd, hoping he can somehow sway the shifting public opinion by appealing to the nobles' sense of sympathy and justice. But the moment his eyes land on the Empress standing proud at the center of the court, his heart sinks as he realizes her fierce, unbothered posture isn't exactly built to inspire pity. True to her wild warrior nature, the Empress looks around the grand room in awe, completely unfazed by the deadly trial and acting more like a tourist on a casual palace tour. Kyros feels a vein throbbing in his temple, his face twitching in sheer disbelief at her absolute lack of fear or seriousness in the face of death. But as his eyes sweep across the whispering crowd, he suddenly freezes in absolute shock as he spots a very familiar, silver-haired clerk sitting quietly in the gallery. Feeling his intense gaze, Namiya looks up and offers him a soft, radiant smile, her calm confidence sending a sudden jolt of electricity through his veins. Settling onto his high throne, Kyros cannot tear his eyes away from her, his intense, burning gaze fixing on Namiya as a wave of deep suspicion washes over his mind. Witnessing the crown prince's laser-focused attention, the surrounding nobles immediately begin to whisper excitedly, convinced that the scandalous palace rumors must be true. Namiya's eyes widen in sheer horror as the whispers reach her ears, revealing a preposterous rumor that the prince's ideal type is a listless, dried bean sprout, and that she fits the bill perfectly. She sweat drops intensely, looking up only to see Kiar's sharp, predatory eyes staring directly at her with a gaze that is anything but loving. She panics inwardly, desperately screaming to herself that his intense glare is filled with raw, murderous suspicion, not romantic adoration. But the gossiping nobles are already spiraling out of control, whispering in shock that there is even scandalous talk of an impending royal marriage. To her horror, she learns that the rumor was started by none other than her chaotic colleague Deborah, who had completely misinterpreted Namiya's triumphant smile from the day before. Namiya bitterly recalls how her simple, relieved smile had been twisted into a victorious grin of a woman who had successfully ensnared the hearts of royalty. Holding her head in her hands, Namiya groans in absolute soul-crushing embarrassment, utterly devastated that her high-stakes mission of survival has somehow turned her into the center of a ridiculous, empire-wide romantic scandal. The sheer dread of the situation settles heavy in Namiya's chest. Becoming the primary target of an absurd, empire-wide romantic rumor with the cold, calculative crown prince is the absolute last thing she needs, threatening to ruin her fragile plans for survival. Desperately trying to rub the tension from her temples, she tries to convince herself that a groundless rumor can simply be ignored. After all, there is absolutely no universe in which a high-ranking, powerful royal would actually marry a low-level clerk. Or so she desperately hopes. Up on his high throne, Kyros sits in a tense, brooding silence, his sharp crimson eyes narrowing as he senses a shift in the courtroom's heavy atmosphere. His calculating mind begins to trace the unexpected involvement of the witness, highly suspicious of why a notoriously lazy team leader from the scroll management department would suddenly show such immense initiative. Deep suspicion clouds Kyros' thoughts as he glares at the witness, convinced that someone is pulling the strings from the shadows to orchestrate a deadly political trap. Unaware of the prince's deadly calculations, his overly dramatic aide completely misinterprets the intense burning glare as a look of passionate, star-crossed love, his heart fluttering at the sheer romance of it all. The aide practically swoons with excitement, convinced that the legendary palace rumors are completely true, only for Kyros' icy, deadpan voice to instantly threaten to tear his delusions to shreds. Boldly teasing his master, the aide warns that reserving a grand imperial wedding hall takes at least a year, completely throwing the serious crown prince off balance with the absurd mention of a marriage venue. A cold sweat breaks on Kyros' neck as a sudden, terrifying realization hits him like a physical blow. The rumors are spreading far faster and wider than he ever could have anticipated. If securing a proper, high-profile venue takes a full year, then delaying the reservation would be an absolute tactical blunder for a royal wedding. In a terrifying, vivid flash of imagination, Kyros envisions himself standing at the altar in a grand suit, locked hand in hand with the radiant, silver-haired clerk as husband and wife. Shaking his head, he rationalizes that booking the hall immediately is simply the most efficient, logical preparation to secure absolute control over the narrative. Overjoyed by his master's apparent approval, the dramatic aide beams with pure excitement, eagerly volunteering to secure the most luxurious hall in the imperial capital without a moment's delay. A sudden, thunderous slam echoes through the high-vaulted chamber, instantly shattering their private conversation and snapping their attention back to the high-stakes battle of the court. The heavy wooden doors seal tight as an oppressive, suffocating silence drapes over the grand courtroom, signaling that the trial of the century is about to begin. Standing tall at the central podium, the presiding judge, Minister of Justice Arnold Crowley, raises his voice to officially declare the commencement of the fateful trial. The grand prosecutor begins to read the terrifying charges aloud, accusing the high-profile culprit of orchestrating a treasonous conspiracy and an active assassination plot against Crown Prince Kieros himself. All eyes lock onto the central platform where the proud Empress Prawn Plowrywood stands bound in heavy ropes, her golden eyes burning with silent, unyielding defiance against the corrupt court. Demanding absolute clarity, the judge summons the key witness, Asen, the corrupt team leader of the Scroll Management Department, who steps up with a look of feigned, righteous confidence. Under the intense, burning gaze of the entire courtroom, Osan prepares to lay out his meticulously fabricated testimony to seal the Empress's doom. He begins to weave a masterful web of lies, claiming he was simply relaxing at his regular local tavern when he stumbled upon a dark, treasonous secret straight from the owner's mouth. A collective gasp ripples through the gathered crowd of nobles as Osan drops the first bombshell, claiming the tavern owner caught the Empress herself purchasing lethal poison from a back-alley black market. He details how he personally staked out the dark alleyways under the cover of night, waiting in the freezing shadows to witness the illegal transaction with his very own eyes. In Osan's sinister memory, a dark, triumphant smirk stretches across his face as he recalls the absolute thrill of securing the perfect leverage to tear down the imperial household. Clutching his chest in a dramatic, sickening display of theatrical agony, Osan laments the terrifying moral dilemma he faced as a mere low-ranking civil servant trying to report royalty. But when he proudly declares that his unwavering, heroic sense of duty to the empire forced him to speak, Namiya feels a wave of intense, visceral disgust at his shameless audacity. From his high throne, Kieros seethes with a quiet, lethal fury, realizing that exposing this public theatrical falsehood will require a calculated and brutal counteroffensive. Sensing the witness's dramatic embellishment, the judge sharply cuts Asen off, reminding him that the imperial court demands raw, objective facts, not his self-serving emotional performance. But before the tension can settle, a booming, utterly unbothered rejection rings out from the defendant's box as the Empress flatly denies the entire preposterous story with a single word. The flustered judge frantically stutters, desperately trying to maintain formal courtroom decorum by demanding that she use proper royal honorifics, but the wild warrior empress remains completely unfazed. A wave of hushed snickers and whispers erupts among the gathered nobles as the empress sarcastically mimics the formal court tone, utterly mocking the gravity of her own execution trial. Kieros buries his face in his hand, a cold, heavy dread pooling in his stomach as the Empress's chaotic, unyielding behavior threatens to drag their entire defense straight into the abyss. But as Kieros peeks through his fingers, his sharp, calculating gaze catches a sudden, peculiar movement in the gallery that instantly sets his strategic instincts on high alert. He watches in shock as the proud Empress repeatedly looks over her shoulder, her intense gaze locking onto a familiar silver-haired clerk who seems to be silently guiding her next move. Locking eyes with the warrior woman, Namiya offers a subtle, resolute nod of reassurance, giving the silent signal to finally spring their chaotic, high-stakes trap. Stealing her posture, the Empress boldly declares to the stunned courtroom that her suspicious black market meetings were actually a highly classified, secret sting operation. The courtroom falls into a stunned silence as the flustered judge demands to know exactly who this classified royal sting operation was targeting. With a fierce, triumphant grin, the Empress whips around and points her finger directly at the trembling witness, accusing him of being the true target of her investigation.
She casually explains that she only conducted her secret investigations during weekday afternoons, making it mathematically impossible for Orson to have seen her multiple times unless he was skipping work.
Azen's eyes widen in absolute sweating panic as the trap snaps shut around him, his mind desperately racing to defend his fabricated lies. Shrugging with a mockingly casual gesture, the Empress watches the corrupt witness squirm, completely turning the tables on his supposedly flawless testimony.
She ruthlessly presses her advantage, loudly questioning how the court could ever trust the sworn testimony of a lazy, corrupt slacker who routinely abandons his official imperial duties to drink at pubs.
The atmosphere in the courtroom shifts instantly as the defense turns into a ruthless offensive, the Empress's golden eyes gleaming with the thrill of battle. Wasting no time, she begins to recite a complex, highly specific imperial decree from memory, catching the entire assembly completely off guard. The judge gasps in shock, his hands trembling as he hastily reaches for the heavy, dusty book of imperial laws to verify her preposterous claims. Flipping through the pages with frantic urgency, the judge's eyes bulge as he realizes the bizarre, obscure night laws she is citing are actually completely real. Standing proud, the Empress declares that because her name remains active on the official Imperial Night Order roster, she possesses the absolute legal authority to investigate any suspicious civilian.
Kiaro stares in absolute, speechless shock, his mind reeling as he realizes the wild, uneducated warrior Empress could never have memorized such precise, complex imperial laws on her own.
A sudden, powerful wave of excitement and murmurs washes over the gallery of nobles, their previous disdain for the accused Empress instantly transforming into absolute awe. The courtroom descends into complete shouting chaos as the nobles fiercely debate whether the testimony of a corrupt, work-skipping civil servant can even be considered legal evidence, turning the tide of the trial completely.
Osan shrieks in frantic protest, desperately trying to deflect the Empress's deadly trap by claiming it is utterly ridiculous for someone of her royal stature to target a lowly clerk.
He screams at the court to find some logic in her wild accusations, but the Empress casually shrugs it off, declaring she simply acted on a gut feeling after browsing some boring lists, leaving the entire courtroom, including Kiaros, in tense silence. Overwhelmed by the escalating chaos, the sweating judge slams his gavel to declare a sudden, one-hour recess, desperately trying to regain his composure as the murmuring crowd begins to disperse. Walking out in a pensive daze, Kiros' mind races as he immediately traces this brilliant strategy back to Namiya, deeply suspicious of her hidden motives in saving the Empress. He wonders if she is driven by greed or honor, but his greatest mystery is how she managed to make the notoriously uneducated Empress memorize complex legal texts in just a matter of days. The secret lies hidden beneath the Empress's heavy garments, where a glowing magical parchment hums with a faint, pulsing mana ready to bridge their minds. Meanwhile, Namiya wanders through the grand imperial palace gardens, trying to clear her head as the crushing weight of the trial presses down on her. She lets out a heavy, anxious sigh, her heart racing as she prays that their risky, desperate gamble inside the courtroom actually succeeds. In a vivid flashback to the cold dungeon cells, the Empress had frantically clawed at her head, screaming that memorizing such a mountain of legal pages was absolutely impossible. Knowing time was running out, Namiya had calmly handed over a glowing magical parchment, urging the warrior Empress to use it if all else failed. She had explained that by holding identical matching scrolls, they could establish a secret, close-range telepathic connection to communicate silently. Standing proud and resolute, Namiya had declared her intent to act as the Empress's secret proxy lawyer, guiding her every word through the shadows. Touched by the silver-haired girl's unwavering determination, the Empress had gripped the scroll tight, swearing to endure the corrupt trial for the sake of her family. Back in the present, Namiya breathes a sigh of relief that her hastily prepared telepathy scroll worked, despite the awkward drawback of needing to mouth the words. She quietly celebrates riding the wave of the trial without getting caught, completely unaware of the heavy shadow looming directly behind her. Suddenly, a rough, powerful hand violently snatches her by the wrist, instantly freezing the breath in her throat. Whipping around in absolute terror, she is met with a sickening, triumphant grin as a bloated nobleman sneers that he has finally caught her. Smirking creepily, the portly man flaunts a portrait of Namiya in his hand, declaring with flushed cheeks how deeply he has missed her. Shocked and disgusted, Namiya demands to know why he is touching her, only for the man to proudly reveal he was the one who arranged their matchmaking.
He gets uncomfortably close, completely ignoring her protests as he shamelessly confesses he fell in love with her at very first sight. He lists her supposed submissive qualities, even boldly claiming he will make sure she gains weight once they are married, sending a surge of pure fury through Namiya.
Coldly demanding he release her, Namiya firmly declares she has cut all ties with her family and has absolutely no interest in his matchmaking nonsense. But the merchant-turned-noble merely scoffs, arrogantly showing off a massive, sparkling ruby ring to boast that he has bought a wealthy baronetcy.
Namiya stares at his pathetic display of wealth in dead, unimpressed silence, her patience wearing paper thin.
Confident that his newly acquired noble status will instantly sway her, the man beams with smug expectation. As her cold, piercing glare refuses to yield, his fake charm instantly shatters into a vein-popping, aggressive snarl. Gritting his teeth, the furious noble brutally squeezes her wrist, intent on physically forcing her into submission. Wincing from the sharp-shooting pain, Namiya fiercely reiterates that she has absolutely no intention of marrying him. Enraged by her defiance, the man raises his heavy hand in a violent blur, ready to strike her down in broad daylight. Squeezing her eyes shut, Namiya braces for the impending physical blow, helpless against his sudden surge of violence. But before the strike can connect, a lightning-fast grip clamps onto the man's wrist, halting his fist with a bone-chilling, sudden crunch. Namiya opens her eyes in sheer bewilderment, her vision filled with falling rose petals, as a towering figure stands between her and her attacker.
She gasps in disbelief as she looks up to see the dark-haired helper, realizing her savior is none other than Mr. Kiban.
Kiban stands firm, his dark eyes burning with a quiet, terrifying rage as he stares down the bloated noble. He sweat drops slightly, realizing how incredibly troublesome his split-second decision to intervene might become for his secret identity. The outraged merchant screams at him to back off, but is instantly horrified to find he cannot even budge against Kiban's monstrous, inhuman strength. Without breaking a sweat, Kiban tightens his grip, cracking the noble's bones as he coldly reminds him of his duty to protect a superior officer from public violence. Leaning in with an icy, blood-curdling whisper, Kiban threatens to crush his remaining hand if he doesn't vanish from their sight immediately. Terrified for his life, the merchant lets out a high-pitched scream of agony and flees down the palace path as fast as his legs can carry him. Namiya stands frozen in stunned silence, her eyes locked on the broad back of the mysterious clerk who saved her life yet again. Kiban turns around, his intense gaze softening as he gently asks if she is unharmed.
Staring into his eyes, Namiya's heart skips a beat, her cheeks flushing red amidst the blooming roses of the imperial garden.
They begin to walk side by side in complete, heavy silence, the previous adrenaline fading into a suffocatingly quiet atmosphere. The sheer, unbearable awkwardness of the situation stretches between them like an invisible wall, neither of them knowing what to say. Kiban silently scolds himself, realizing he acted purely on instinct because she looked troubled, even though she seems perfectly fine now.
Stealing a quick, cautious glance at his stoic profile, Namiya tries to piece together the bizarre mystery of this strangely capable clerk.
In reality, Keolos is sweating buckets under his disguise, frantically realizing that revealing his true crown prince identity here would ruin everything, making his rushed magical transformation incredibly awkward to reverse.
Stealing her nerves, Namiya finally breaks the heavy silence, softly calling out Mr. Kiban and causing him to flinch and panic. Keeping his back turned to hide his mounting anxiety, he nervously asks her what is wrong, his posture stiffening with dread.
Suddenly, a brilliant flash of realization hits Namiya's eyes as a shocking truth finally clicks in her mind, threatening to blow his cover wide open. Instead of exposing a massive prince-level conspiracy, Namiya reaches a hilarious, sudden conclusion. She decides the highly capable clerk Kiban is simply a foreigner struggling with the local grammar.
She pities him, assuming his stiff, robotic vocabulary comes from memorizing raw phrases rather than truly understanding them, completely missing Kiaros's mounting, sweating panic right beside her.
Softening her expression, Namiya warmly thanks him for his protection, silently vowing to treat this seemingly awkward, linguistically challenged foreigner with utmost kindness from now on. Kibon shifts uncomfortably under her newfound gaze of deep, pitying warmth, letting out a stiff, nervous response as he desperately tries to guide her focus away from his terrible acting. But as they turn to walk back toward the grand courtroom, Kibon suddenly halts in his tracks, throwing a completely unexpected question right at her.
He admits he heard her earlier fierce declaration that she has absolutely no intention of ever getting married, demanding to know the true reason behind her extreme rejection of romance.
Namiya's gaze drifts up to the vast open sky as she softly confesses that it isn't the concept of marriage itself that she utterly despises. Her voice turns bitter as she explains she was merely disgusted by the greedy merchant noble her family tried to force upon her solely to pay off their massive financial debts. Before she can even process her own sorrow, Kimon suddenly blurts out a wild, heart-stopping question, asking her how she would feel about marrying none other than the crown prince himself. Instantly realizing his massive blunder, Kibon frantically waves his hands, cooking up a ridiculous lie about his home country's royal marriage horoscope conversation style to cover up his slip of the tongue. But to his absolute shock, Namiya lets out a soft sigh, quietly admitting that if she ever had the choice, she would actually love to marry the brilliant crown prince. The confession hits Kiaros like a physical blow, his mind violently short-circuiting as his ordinary clerk persona stands face-to-face with the girl who just confessed to his true royal identity. The silent garden breeze seems to freeze around them, the blooming blue flowers swaying gently as a heavy, suffocating silence descends upon the pair.
Namiya quickly brushes off her own words, reminding herself that dreaming of marrying a prince is just a harmless fairy tale fantasy used to dodge awkward questions. She confidently assures herself that there is absolutely zero chance her path would ever cross with the high and mighty crown prince in real life anyway. Her thoughts are abruptly cut short as the distant palace bells begin to chime, signaling that the high-stakes imperial trial is about to resume. Giving a stiff nod, Kibon mutters that he must depart first, his posture rigid as he prepares to make a hasty, desperate escape from her presence. But just as he turns to leave, Namiya's voice cuts through the air, freezing him instantly in his tracks as his heart hammers against his ribs in sheer terror. Smiling brighter than the golden sunflowers blooming around her, Namiya expresses her deepest, most sincere gratitude for everything he did to protect her today. The sheer radiant warmth of her smile strikes Kiaros' heart like a lightning bolt, causing his knees to violently buckle as he collapses onto the garden bench in absolute shock. Blushing furiously, he clutches his face as his legs refuse to move, completely bewildered by the sudden, overwhelming rush of feelings crashing through his entire body. Golden petals shimmer in the warm sunlight, perfectly reflecting the chaotic, sparkling storm currently raging inside the prince's usually stoic heart. Crouching low on the stone path, Kiaros desperately clutches his head, utterly horrified by his own weakness as he realizes his cool, composed mask has completely shattered. The vibrant yellow blossoms stand as silent witnesses to the proud prince's sudden, helpless descent into a chaotic spiral of absolute romantic confusion. Meanwhile, Namiya's relief instantly evaporates, replaced by a dark, looming cloud of pure dread as her mind shifts back to a far more dangerous threat. Clasping her arms tightly, she paces the polished palace hallway, fiercely questioning how that disgusting noble Howard Olton could have ever bypassed imperial security to find her. Sickening realization strikes her. Her toxic, greedy parents must have personally sent him to drag her back, proving they will never stop hunting her down. Her mind flashes back to Kibon's arrival, remembering the cold, terrifying rage in his voice as he stepped forward to put an end to the public harassment. She recalls the incredible, crushing power with which he casually broke the noble's grip, shielding her from the violent blow with absolute ease. Looking down, she realizes with a racing heart that if it hadn't been for the mysterious clerk's timely intervention, she would have been utterly defenseless. Suddenly, a sharp, familiar voice slices through her thoughts, shattering her focus as she is rudely called back to reality. Her obnoxious, lazy supervisor suddenly pops out from behind a pillar, frantically grabbing her and urging her to shut up and hide in the shadows. Boldly pulling away, Namiya demands to know what business he could possibly have with her, instantly offending his fragile, arrogant ego.
The supervisor bristles with indignation, raising his voice in a petty attempt to reassert his authority over his clearly superior subordinate. Namiya blinks in dead, unimpressed silence, completely baffled by the sheer, unadulterated nonsense spewing from his mouth. He shamelessly tries to spin his relentless, lazy exploitation of her skills, making her write all his reports and dump all his work, as some kind of benevolent favor to let her shine. Leaning in with a sickeningly smug grin, the corrupt superior prepares to drop his true, selfish motive for cornering her in the gardens. Without a shred of shame, he commands Namiya to immediately manufacture a high-tier teleportation scroll for his own personal use. Stunned by his audacity, Namiya wonders what bizarre, desperate scheme this lazy civil servant is trying to pull off inside the imperial grounds. The supervisor frantically waves his hands, explaining he only needs a short-range scroll, just enough to instantly smuggle him outside the heavily guarded palace walls. Keeping her calm, professional mask intact, Namiya bluntly points out that it would be infinitely simpler and safer for him to just walk out of the front gates. But the supervisor completely loses his mind, screaming at her to shut up as his face contorts into a frantic, vein-popping panic. Pointing a trembling, aggressive finger at her, he fiercely screams that he knows she possesses the rare, highly coveted skill to craft such powerful magic. Namiya's eyes narrow as she catches onto his desperate slip of the tongue. Why on earth does an imperial official need to bypass security so urgently? He fiercely commands her to obey him, aggressively reminding her that he is her direct supervisor and that she has no choice but to submit to his orders. But Namiya merely sighs, coolly responding that it isn't a matter of her refusing to listen, but rather that it is physically impossible for her to help him. Adopting a mockingly meek, apologetic posture, Namiya pretends to agree with his insults, lamenting that a weak, talentless assistant like herself could never accomplish such a feat. She casually drops a massive, devastating truth bomb, reminding him that while she did indeed pull an all-nighter to craft over 160 scrolls to save the crown prince, she surely lacks the skill to help him. Realizing his terrible mistake, the supervisor's smugness instantly vanishes, replaced by a cold, sweating terror as he tries to desperately backtrack and apologize. Offering a brilliant, sugar-sweet smile of absolute ruthless defiance, Namiya coldly declares she cannot help him before turning on her heel, leaving her corrupt boss frozen in sheer silent panic. The corrupt supervisor screams in absolute rage as Namiya turns to walk away, completely unable to process that his subordinate has just utterly rejected his selfish demands. Meanwhile, Kiros frantically dispels his magic, reverting from his sweaty clerk disguise back into his true crown prince form as he realizes he must rush back to the courthouse immediately. But as he walks through the palace gardens, a sharp, incredibly offensive shout cuts through the air, instantly drawing his attention toward the shadows. Nearby, the furious supervisor violently grabs Namiya's wrist, screaming at her for daring to talk back to her superior with such defiant arrogance. Namiya squeezes her eyes shut in dread, mentally groaning as she wonders why on earth she keeps getting targeted by violent, power-tripping men today. Her tormentor's smugness instantly evaporates into cold sweat as a towering, terrifying presence materializes right behind him, radiating a suffocating aura of pure rage. Namiya gasps in absolute shock, her eyes widening as she realizes the crown prince himself has just personally intervened to save her from her supervisor's grip. Shifting his gaze to Namiya, Kiros gently takes her hand, his voice dropping to a smooth, reassuring tone as he offers to personally escort her back to the high-stakes trial. But as he turns, Kiaros's eyes narrow into a deadly, blood-red slit, sending a chilling promise of absolute ruin to the trembling man who dared lay a hand on her. The corrupt supervisor stands frozen in sheer, unadulterated terror, realizing he has just signed his own death warrant by assaulting a woman under the prince's direct protection. As they walk down the polished palace corridor, Kiros suddenly lets out a cold, disapproving sigh, bluntly demanding to know why she is always so incredibly careless. Namiya blinks in utter confusion, completely caught off guard by the prince's sudden, unexpected lecture. Kiros continues to nag her, fiercely questioning why she constantly provokes dangerous opponents and invites unnecessary trouble instead of keeping herself safe. Internally, Kyros is violently scolding himself, utterly baffled as to why he is wasting his energy lecturing a low-class opponent when he should be focusing on the state trial. Turning back toward her, Kyros points a commanding finger, demanding a proper explanation for her reckless behavior while her heart skips a beat in surprise. As the prince turns on his heel and strides away, Namiya can only watch his retreating back with a sweat drop, thinking his constant, overprotective nagging sounds hilariously like her own father. Shaking off her thoughts, Namiya realizes she has no time to lose as she sprints down the hall, desperate to reach the imperial courtroom before the trial officially resumes. Inside the grand courthouse, the atmosphere is suffocatingly tense as the bound empress fiercely corners team leader Osan, accusing him of being a key player in a treacherous conspiracy. Osan desperately protests his innocence, but his trembling voice and shifting, anxious eyes do nothing to hide the mounting panic clawing at his throat. Slipping into the audience benches, Namiya quietly takes her seat, steeling her resolve as she prepares to execute her carefully calculated plan to expose the truth. Looking up at the massive grandfather clock, she realizes she must rely on her second step, stalling for as much precious time as possible. The empress shouts at the top of her lungs, fiercely declaring to the entire court that everything she did was under the direct, absolute orders of the emperor himself. She points an aggressive finger at the judge, boldly asserting that her collection of poisons was a classified investigation authorized by the throne. Seizing the opportunity, Osan desperately attempts to counter her claim, pointing out that if the emperor had truly ordered this, His Majesty would naturally be present in court to back her up. The court erupts into a flurry of skeptical murmurs, while Namiya silently calculates her next move, knowing the emperor was supposed to be far away in the west on a diplomatic summit. Clenching her hands tightly against her dress, Namiya tells herself she must endure the suspense and buy every second of time she can until her predictions finally play out. The empress refuses to back down, screaming in raw fury at Osan's audacity and calling him a highly suspicious bastard who is blatantly lying to save his own skin. Sitting on the high throne, Crown Prince Kyros watches the chaotic scene unfold, while his advisor desperately tries to restore order and preserve the dignity of the imperial court. Kyaros's fingers grip the wooden armrest of his chair, the mounting tension in the room threatening to boil over at any moment. Standing up from his podium, the prince prepares to take control of the escalating trial, his commanding presence instantly drawing every eye in the room. He casts a sharp, calculated look across the courtroom, his sharp mind analyzing the complex web of lies spun by the conspirators. Catching his eye from the crowd, Namiya watches in silent anticipation, waiting to see how the brilliant prince will handle this critical turning point. Suddenly, the heavy double doors of the court are violently slammed open with a deafening crash, a frantic voice shouting the crown prince's name. A young, golden-eyed man in a striking white cape stands at the entrance, his face contorted in a mix of urgent fury and sheer determination. Stepping forward, the newcomer loudly commands the court to halt the trial immediately, declaring that everything was indeed ordered by the emperor. Kyros freezes, his golden eyes widening in absolute stun as he processes the sudden arrival of this mysterious figure. A heavy, breathless silence descends upon the entire assembly as they realize the impossible has happened. Someone has bypassed weeks of travel to arrive instantly from the distant west. Letting out a soft, tired cough, the royal figure adjusts his cape, his elegant and commanding posture radiating an undeniable authority. Striding confidently past the stunned spectators, he makes his way toward the front of the court, the crowd parting before his majestic aura. Turning his sharp golden gaze directly onto the sweating supervisor, the newcomer demands to know if Osan was indeed the one who fabricated the testimonies against the empress. In the audience, Namiya's mind races as she observes the intense confrontation, realizing that Anson is far too incompetent to have masterminded such a complex royal conspiracy on his own. A dark, terrifying realization clicks in her mind. Osan is merely a mindless puppet being controlled by a far more dangerous, invisible organization plotting to destroy the royal family. Under the crushing weight of the stranger's gaze, Asen begins violently biting his nails, his mind completely shattering as he struggles to formulate a coherent lie. The golden-haired man watches Osan's pathetic breakdown, knowing the corrupt official is falling directly into a psychological trap, believing his secret crimes have been fully exposed. Whispers ripple through the noble audience, fiercely questioning how the emperor could possibly be here when he was supposedly recovering from a secret illness in the West. Namia's breath catches in her throat as she puts the final pieces of the puzzle together, realizing the rumor of the Emperor's Western recovery was a brilliant, calculated trap all along. A victorious, incredibly handsome smile plays on the golden-haired man's lips as he looks down at the chaotic court, knowing his sudden return has completely dismantled the enemy's plans. Striding past the podium, he ignores the whispers of the court, focused entirely on resolving the immediate crisis and restoring the imperial household's honor. Approaching the bound empress, his fierce posture suddenly softens into one of deep, protective warmth as he gently asks if she was harmed during his absence. Looking up at her husband with tears of overwhelming relief in her eyes, the empress gasps out his title, her heart swelling with gratitude as the emperor himself finally stands by her side to claim victory. The relentless pressure of the emperor's sudden return shatters the supervisor's remaining resolve, forcing him to his knees in a desperate bid to save his own skin. In the audience, Namiya can't help but celebrate the brilliant trap, tossing a silent, cheeky thumbs up to the crown prince who remains utterly baffled by her bizarre gesture. Towering over the trembling traitor, Kieros prepares to extract the final, devastating piece of the puzzle that will tear this conspiracy wide open. But just as Asen opens his mouth, a chilling, invisible gaze locks onto him from the crowd, freezing the blood in his veins with a silent, lethal warning. Panic ripples through the benches as another spectator desperately screams his innocence, the court dissolving into a chaotic frenzy of mounting suspicion. Amidst the rising noise, a sinister figure in the audience grits his teeth, realizing the trembling supervisor is on the absolute verge of spilling everything. Pressing his advantage, Kieros demands the name of the mastermind, prompting the terrified Osan to plead desperately for his life in exchange for the truth. Pointing a shaking finger toward the stands, Osan begins to reveal the identity of his handler, unaware that the hidden accomplice is already preparing a lethal strike. A flash of cold steel cuts through the air with blinding speed, striking the target before a single guard can even react. Blood-curdling screams echo through the grand hall as Asen's body collapses heavily onto the polished marble, throwing the entire court into absolute hysteria. Sirens of pure panic blare through the room as the corrupt supervisor lies dead in a pool of his own blood, silenced forever by a blade to the back. Namiya leaps to her feet in sheer horror as Kieros instantly realizes the terrifying truth. The cold-blooded killer is hiding right among the spectators. Striding forward to inspect the lifeless body, Kieros curses his failure to protect his key witness, knowing the mastermind's trail has just run incredibly cold. Caught in the stampeding crowd of fleeing nobles, Namiya struggles to keep her footing, her mind racing as she tries to make sense of the sudden assassination. Pushing through the hysterical onlookers, she desperately tries to restore order, knowing that letting the crowd escape will allow the culprit to slip away completely. Suddenly, a maniacal shout draws everyone's attention as the accomplice stands tall in the stands, triumphantly raising a mysterious purple vial to the sky. Namiya's breath hitches in her throat as she watches in stunned, helpless disbelief at the fanatic's next horrific move. The man collapses instantly, foaming at the mouth as the deadly poison drains his life, leaving behind nothing but a shattered vial and a dead end. Clenching her fists, Namiya realizes the terrifying lengths this hidden organization will go to, ruthlessly eliminating their own pawns just to protect their secrets. Suddenly, her mind flashes back to Oxen's desperate demand for a teleportation scroll, and the final, tragic puzzle piece falls perfectly into place. He wasn't trying to escape justice. He was desperately running from the shadow of death itself, knowing his masters would execute him the moment he failed. Osan and his accomplice were never the masterminds. They were merely disposable pawns swept off the board to protect the king. A chilling realization settles over her. How deep does this conspiracy go if they can discard lives as easily as throwing away worthless wooden chess pieces? Stealing her resolve, Namiya looks down, knowing that while the immediate threat has ended in blood, the true war has only just begun. Breaking the heavy silence, the Empress steps forward to take control of the situation, declaring that this bloody trial must finally be brought to a swift close. Kieros narrows his eyes in grim agreement, his mind already shifting from the dead witnesses to the critical task of securing the palace. With a sharp clatter of armor, the Imperial Guards lower their spears, completely sealing off the grand courthouse from the outside world. A booming command echoes through the halls, ordering every single spectator to remain seated and cooperate with the impending high-stakes investigation. His voice dripping with absolute authority, the Crown Prince officially adjourns the trial, turning the courtroom into an inescapable crime scene. With both the accuser and the assassin dead, the Empress is formally cleared of all treasonous charges, her royal honor fully restored. As the suspicious speculators are escorted away for rigorous questioning, the heavy atmosphere of the palace corridors begins to lift. Sometime later, Namiya is summoned to the private chambers, her mind racing as she wonders what kind of intense, solemn audience awaits her. She anxiously imagines a grand, dignified ceremony where the royal family honors her in high-class nobility fashion for her crucial assistance, only to be greeted by the sight of the Empress absolutely stuffing her face with snacks, completely unbothered by her recent near-death experience. Standing beside her, the Emperor watches his wife eat with a sweat drop of pure, ridiculous worry, completely breaking his previously majestic aura. Kiaros casually sips his tea, dryly reassuring his father that the Empress's stomach is far too legendary to be affected by simple prison food. The Emperor frantically shakes the prince in a dramatic panic over his wife's health, while the Empress cheerfully offers a confused Namiya a bite of her cookie. Forcing a polite smile, Namiya sweat drops at the absurd royal dynamic, wondering how on earth her life transitioned from a dark political thriller to a chaotic comedy. Meanwhile, far from the dramatic palace intrigues, the majestic towers of the Magic Tower pierce the bright blue sky in serene academic isolation. Inside the quiet, dusty library, a group of high-ranking mages works diligently at a massive table, surrounded by piles of unfinished research. Suddenly, the heavy doors are slammed open with a deafening crash, startling the mages out of their deeply focused concentration. A travel-worn, white-haired old man stands proudly in the doorway, casually greeting his subordinates with a smug, mischievous grin. The legendary Tower Master has finally returned from his mysterious travels, bringing an immediate end to the peaceful silence of the library. In an instant, the mages swarm him like a pack of starved hyenas, frantically shoving their backed-up papers and theses directly into his face. They relentlessly complain about the massive backlog of hundreds of reports he ignored during his months of sudden, unauthorized absence. Utterly exhausted by their nagging, the old master drops his heavy backpack on the floor and casually walks away, leaving his crying subordinates behind. Heading up the grand stairs, he is warmly greeted by his loyal green-haired assistant, who smiles in quiet amusement at the chaotic welcome. The assistant gently notes that despite their loud complaints, everyone is genuinely overjoyed to have their eccentric master back in one piece. But the warm moment quickly dissolves as the assistant cheekily brings up the master's failed months-long search for his runaway daughter. Pointing an annoyed finger, the Tower Master bitterly warns him that raising children is a nightmare, delivering a hilarious final warning about the perils of parenthood. High above the kingdom, the whimsical green-haired assistant gently suggests that after 25 long years of searching, it might finally be time for the Tower Master to abandon his pursuit of his runaway daughter and focus on his duties. But the Master's attention is instantly snatched away as his eyes lock onto a thick stack of sealed documents waiting on his desk, promising an urgent distraction. Pulling open the topmost letter, the master sighs deeply, recognizing the seal of the Crown Prince and dreading yet another summons to entangle himself in the messy affairs of the royal court. He looks up in absolute disbelief, questioning how on earth a mere royal scribe could have drafted over 100 complex magic scrolls in a single night. The assistant can only stare back in stunned silence, completely exasperated that his eccentric master has once again entirely forgotten his actual name. Slamming his palm onto the desk, the Tower Master refuses to believe that a legendary genius of that caliber would willingly choose to work as a lowly administrative clerk. A brilliant, terrifying surge of magical energy flares around him as a wild, unstoppable grin spreads across his face. With his curiosity pushed to the absolute boiling point, the master resolves to descend from his tower and hunt down this mysterious genius scribe himself. Meanwhile, deep within the private chambers of the imperial palace, the emperor calmly prepares to conduct a highly secret, high-stakes meeting of his own. Finding herself seated directly in front of the most powerful rulers of the empire, Namiya is utterly paralyzed by the overwhelming gravity of the situation. The silence in the room stretches thin as the sovereign's sharp gaze searches her face, calculating her worth in this dangerous game of secrets. Sensing her rising panic, the emperor's stern expression suddenly softens as he gently apologizes for the incredibly tense atmosphere of their meeting. Namiya's mind frantically drifts back to just moments prior when the eccentric empress had aggressively tried to stuff her face with a sweet snack. She remembers tentatively stepping through the heavy chamber doors, completely unprepared for the bizarre welcoming party awaiting her. Before she could even utter a greeting, the empress had forcefully sat her down in front of a staggering royal feast fit for a conqueror. The maternal ruler had beamed with pure joy, declaring that this grand banquet was the absolute least she could do to reward Namiya for saving her life. Overcome with hunger and gratitude, Namiya had eagerly raised her utensils, ready to dig into the magnificent spread. But just as she prepared to take her very first bite, a sudden chill had swept through the room, freezing her in her tracks. The grand double doors had burst open as the emperor and crown prince made their dramatic entrance, utterly ruining her dreams of a quiet meal. Back in the present, the emperor leans forward, his voice turning deep and resonant as he addresses Namiya directly. He commends her invaluable aid during the treacherous trial, causing the guilty-looking crown prince to choke violently on his tea in sheer panic. With a proud, benevolent smile, the supreme ruler declares that her incredible deeds merit a grand reward of her own choosing. Namiya's breath catches in her throat as she stares at the emperor, realizing the immense weight of the opportunity currently sitting in her hands. Crashing the solemn moment with explosive energy, the empress wildly demands that she also be allowed to grant the girl a spectacular favor. Steeling her nerves, Namiya's gaze hardens as she prepares to play her ultimate card in this royal court. She slowly tightens her fists, realizing that with the entire imperial family gathered in one room, she will never get a better chance to speak her truth. A heavy, expectant silence blankets the chamber as the three royal figures lock their eyes onto her, waiting for her demand. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, Namiya looks up, her eyes blazing with an unyielding determination that startles the rulers. Her brilliant blue eyes flash with fierce resolve as she prepares to lay bare the dark, painful secrets of her past. Parting her lips, she finally begins to weave the tragic, hidden tale she had desperately guarded from the world for so long. She speaks of her early childhood, of a simple, quiet life spent praying beside a gentle father who was her entire world. She reveals the dark day her innocent life was shattered when she was coldly adopted into the cruel, abusive household of Baron Roafi. And then came the ultimate tragedy, the sudden, mysterious disappearance of the father who had promised to protect her forever. Slamming her fists onto the polished table, Namiya desperately begs the emperor to spare her father's life, even if he is found working with a criminal syndicate. Her raw, heartbreaking plea echoes off the stone walls, plunging the entire room into a deafening, stunned silence. Suddenly, the empress bursts into loud, hysterical tears, completely overcome by the sheer tragedy of Namiya's life. Slamming her fist down in a violent rage, the empress furiously swears that they will immediately hunt down and destroy the despicable Baron Roafi. Whipping around with a terrifying, vengeful glare, she declares that Namiya's heartless mother must also be brought to absolute justice. She aggressively pulls a shocked Namiya into a bone-crushing, tearful embrace, weeping over the cruelty of a mother who would abandon her own child to death. Namiya can only stare in stunned disbelief, her heart swelling with an intense warmth at the realization that the empress is truly angry for her sake. Breaking the embrace, the empress fiercely demands to know more about this mysterious runaway mother. Namiya softly explains that she never really hated her mother. She simply grew up believing the woman never cared about her at all. In the quiet that follows, the crown prince listens intently as Namiya admits she has absolutely no memories of the woman who gave her birth. She recalls her father's bittersweet smile when he used to describe her mother as an incredibly innocent, naive woman. Her mind drifts to the memory of her father doing laundry, warmly reminiscing about the early days of their unexpected romance. He had claimed her mother fell in love with him under the childish belief that all noble families lived lives of absolute luxury. In reality, her mother was a mysterious silhouette of pure ambition, seeking nothing but status and wealth. Namiya remembers deadpanning at her father, bluntly pointing out that his definition of innocence sounded suspiciously like shallow greed. Her words had struck her father like a physical blow, forcing him to dramatically clutch his chest in comical defeat. Walking hand in hand through the golden fields of their childhood home, her father had desperately tried to defend his lost love, leaving Namiya to wonder if her mother was truly just a shallow mystery they would never solve. Even though her mother walked away, abandoning them to their fate, Namiya's gentle father held her tiny hand and tried to keep the warmth alive. He always flashed the most radiant, loving smile, painting a picture of a beautiful family that existed only in his dreams. The bittersweet memory instantly vanishes as Namiya sits back at the table, completely baffled by the absurdity of her father's sheer delusions. Breaking the silence, the emperor takes a deep breath and solemnly promises that if her father is innocent of criminal ties, he will grant him full immunity. Namiya is frozen in absolute shock as the ruler's stern face gives way to a kind, reassuring smile. A rush of pure relief washes over her as she realizes her father's life might actually be spared, going far better than she ever dared to hope. Her inner monologue hilariously wonders how on earth she is going to cash in this massive, life-altering royal favor. Just as she begins to celebrate her incredible luck, the shifting atmosphere in the room alerts her that things are about to change. Turning back with a sharp, calculating glance, the emperor casually mentions one last crucial detail. The room temperature drops as the crown prince steps forward, his voice low and intense as he aims a deeply personal question directly at Namiya. The sudden, overwhelming tension leaves Namiya sweating, her heart hammering against her ribs as their eyes lock. He towers over her with a fierce, unwavering gaze, completely ignoring the stunned expressions of his royal parents. A cold dread grips Namiya's chest as she frantically tries to anticipate what dangerous question is about to leave his lips. She clenches her hands, terrified that the prince has somehow seen through her deepest, most guarded secrets. Her mind flashes back to the rumors of her father's past dead-end post in a forgotten department and a dangerous accusation leveled against the imperial throne. If the imperial family intends to shut down the scroll bureau because of her father's actions, everything she fought for will crumble in an instant. Stepping even closer, the prince demands to know if she truly grew up in the quiet, isolated southern province. Panic spikes in her chest as she imagines herself being stripped of her title and sent away to live as a miserable dirt-farming peasant. Determined not to let her hard-earned life be destroyed, she slams her feet onto the floor and rises with explosive energy. Dropping to her knees, she desperately begs the prince to spare the scroll bureau, taking the entire blame upon her own shoulders. The prince stares at her, utterly bewildered, before sternly asking if she spent a massive amount of her childhood inside the library. Caught off guard, she remembers the quiet, dusty library of her youth, where she spent endless hours buried in ancient magic books. She cautiously confirms his suspicion, her mind spinning as she desperately tries to fathom why the library even matters to him. The prince's sharp eyes narrow, searching her face for any hint of deceit as the silence stretches between them. Namiya stands paralyzed in the center of the room, feeling as though she is stepping through a minefield of unpredictable royal secrets. He presses further, asking if she managed to survive a past catastrophe using a highly complex, defensive magic scroll. A bolt of pure shock strikes her as a long-forgotten memory flashes before her eyes, the image of a young, masked boy she once saved from a terrifying monster. Her jaw drops as her gaze darts between the powerful crown prince and the memory of that helpless, masked boy from her childhood. She leans in, demanding to know why she never came to search for him at Count Kalto's estate after that fateful day. Before Namiya can even process the revelation, the Empress gasps in dramatic shock, pointing a shaking finger at her. The eccentric Empress immediately invades Namiya's personal space, scanning her face with frantic, overwhelming excitement. With a joyous shout, the Empress suddenly lifts a completely dazed Namiya high into the air, celebrating her as her savior. As the Empress wildly spins a dizzy Namiya around the room, the Emperor and Crown Prince can only watch in absolute exhaustion. Dizzy and thoroughly confused, Namiya can barely keep her balance as the Empress aggressively shakes her shoulders. Striking a dramatic pose, the Empress proudly demands to know if Namiya finally recognizes the person she saved all those years ago. With a proud laugh, she boasts to her husband that this incredible tiny girl has actually saved her royal family twice over. Utterly devastated and bursting into tears of comedic jealousy, the Emperor clutches his chest, wailing that he thought he was her only destiny. Ignoring his dramatic tantrum, the Empress pulls him close, cheekily reminding him that they are, in fact, already married. Namiya and the Crown Prince stand side by side, sharing a deeply deadpan look of pure exhaustion at the absurd couple. The prince clears his throat loudly, desperately trying to steer the chaotic gathering back to the serious political matters at hand. He sternly points out that, technically speaking, he is the one who was saved twice by Nauma, claiming the true credit. Nanya can only sweat drop, utterly exasperated that the serious crown prince is suddenly arguing over who got saved the most. Suddenly, a brilliant spark of realization lights up the Empress's face as she remembers a vital piece of gossip. She points an accusing finger at her son, loudly revealing that he has been obsessively searching for his savior with crows since he was 10. The crown prince's face instantly flushes a bright, embarrassing red as his deepest, most childish secret is ruthlessly laid bare. Shifting his gaze away in a desperate attempt to salvage his dignity, he mutters that his gratitude runs just as deep as his mother's. Feeling the shifting mood, Namiya's eyes sparkle with anticipation as she wonders if the embarrassed prince will offer her another reward. The silence becomes charged with a soft, unexpected tension as the crown prince steps directly into her space, his demeanor softening. Looking down at her with a gentle, sincere blush, he softly confesses how truly overjoyed he is to finally stand before his savior. Namiya can only stare back in absolute wide-eyed bewilderment, wondering how her life has taken such an incredibly romantic twist. The air in the room turns heavy as the crown prince hesitates on the brink of what seems like a massive, life-altering confession. Namiya's heart hammers wildly in her chest, utterly terrified that he is about to declare his love right in front of his eagerly watching parents. Under the intense, glittering weight of the room, the prince struggles to find his breath, the mounting suspense stretching the silence to a painful, suffocating limit. But instead of a romantic confession, he stammers out a completely different revelation, clumsily admitting that he has actually deployed his flock of spy crows to search for her missing father. While his royal parents instantly deflate in comical disappointment at their son's terrible romantic timing, a cold shock washes over Namiya as she realizes he is hunting for her real, beloved father. He firmly confirms that his target is indeed Cedric Roafi, the one true father who had promised to protect her before vanishing into thin air. A rush of pure, disbelief-fueled emotion floods Namiya's senses as she realizes this powerful prince actually remembered and acted upon her deepest, most painful wound. Overwhelmed by the sudden spark of hope, she can barely contain the tears threatening to spill over as her defenses completely crumble. Her soft, trembling whisper of gratitude cuts straight through the prince's guarded exterior, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. In that moment of vulnerability, Namiya flashes a radiant, heart-melting smile of sheer joy that instantly illuminates the entire room. The sudden, blinding warmth of her smile sends a violent jolt straight to the prince's heart, making it hammer uncontrollably against his ribs. The world around them seems to fade away entirely, leaving the two of them trapped in an intensely quiet, charged bubble of mutual affection. Suddenly, the beautiful illusion is violently shattered as the emperor aggressively jabs his son's back, utterly ruining the fragile romantic moment. The eccentric ruler holds up a finger to demand absolute silence, hilariously trying to salvage the situation while keeping his blushing son on the defensive. Leaning in with an intense whisper, the emperor pressures the stammering prince to finally spit out the real confession he is cowardly hiding behind. Thrust back into the spotlight, the prince's face burns a furious, embarrassing red as he desperately struggles to regain his composure. Refusing to let his son back down, the ruthless emperor gives him another sharp shove, demanding he act like a true future ruler and take what he desires. Sent hurtling forward by the unexpected force, the prince loses his footing and tumbles directly toward a startled Namiya. Though they manage to avoid a disastrous crash, they are left standing in an agonizingly awkward, tense standoff that threatens to choke them both. Before either of them can break the silence, a sudden, deafening roar echoes from the corridor as an uninvited guest violently crashes through the royal defenses. The sudden eruption of chaos outside triggers immediate alarm, instantly derailing whatever fragile peace remained inside the chamber. The double doors fly open with a resounding slam as a wild, white-haired elder charges into the room, roaring Namia's name with absolute fury. Pushing past the terrified guards, the mysterious intruder aggressively demands that Namia immediately pack her things and follow him to the legendary magic tower. A murderous, dark aura instantly flashes across the prince's face as he steps forward, his protective instincts flaring dangerously against this sudden threat. However, as the old man's legendary identity finally registers, the prince's protective rage instantly collapses into a deeply exhausted facepalm. Left entirely in the dark, Namia can only wave her hands in utter bewilderment, desperately trying to comprehend why this mad elder has targeted her. Stepping directly into her personal space, the imposing old wizard narrows his eyes, staring down at her with a piercing, unnerving intensity. Pointing a dramatic finger at her face, he gasps in shock as if recognizing a hidden truth that she has fought desperately to keep secret. Under his piercing gaze, a cold dread grips Namia's chest as she wonders if this powerful mage can somehow see the shadow of her mysterious runaway mother in her features. Brushing off his brief moment of shock, the eccentric elder quickly recovers his smug demeanor, leaving Namia internally screaming for an explanation. Leaning down close to her ear, the crown prince urgently whispers a warning about the man's identity that instantly turns her blood to ice. Before she can process the warning, the old wizard violently slams his heavy staff onto the floor, demanding her absolute, undivided attention. He aggressively demands to know if she is the monstrous rumored genius who drafted a staggering 172 magical scrolls in a single day. Before she can even open her mouth to defend herself, the eccentric master completely ignores her protests, excitedly roaring his absolute approval. His eyes gleam with a manic, possessive light as he prepares to claim this young prodigy for his own designs, completely ignoring her shock. He corners her ruthlessly, bringing up her notoriously low academy ranking to test her limits, leaving her sweating under the intense, inescapable pressure. Deepening his analytical gaze, he mutters in sudden understanding, piecing together the bizarre mystery of her hidden, unmatched genius. A terrifyingly wide, manic grin spreads across his wrinkled face, signaling that he has absolutely no intention of letting her escape his grasp. Before Namia can react, the old wizard lunges forward and aggressively grabs her, shouting in maniacal triumph at his unbelievable discovery. Caught completely off guard, Namia's eyes widen in absolute horror as she realizes she is entirely helpless against his overwhelming magical strength. With a booming laugh, the eccentric master easily scoops her up over his shoulder, declaring that they are heading to the magic tower immediately. The prince, emperor, and empress can only watch in stunned, jaw-dropping disbelief as the wild old man effortlessly kidnaps a royal guest right before their eyes. Completely ignoring her panic, the wizard casually rationalizes his actions, pointing out that she was clearly a genius who had been ruthlessly taken advantage of in her youth. He happily boasts that he never misses out on raw talent, declaring her age irrelevant to her destiny as his ultimate disciple. Namia's mind descends into absolute panic as she realizes that being trapped in the magic tower will permanently destroy her hopes of searching for her father. But just as the wizard takes his first step toward the exit, a heavy, resounding stomp echoes through the room, cutting through the chaos. With explosive speed, the crown prince intercepts them, forcefully snatching Namia away and sweeping her securely into his own arms. Holding her protectively against his chest, the prince glares down at the trespassing elder with an icy, unyielding authority. He coldly reminds the intruder that Namia is a high-ranking royal official under his direct personal protection, warning him to back off. Enraged by the interference, the eccentric wizard shouts in furious defiance, arguing that a genius of her caliber belongs in the magic tower, not pushing papers. Just as the confrontation reaches a violent boiling point, a sharp, authoritative voice suddenly echoes from the hallway, offering a shocking solution that leaves the master completely stunned. The room erupts into violent, unexpected action as the Empress aggressively wields a heavy training club, clashing directly against the Tower Master's ancient staff in a wild, sparks-flying duel of pride.
Shouting in absolute fury, the Empress refuses to back down, fiercely defending the dignity and high pay of royal officials while the old wizard mocks the entire bureaucracy as utterly useless.
Looking on at the sheer absurdity of the unfolding duel, the bewildered prince, still cradling Namia securely in his arms, helplessly asks his father if they should intervene before the room is entirely destroyed. But the eccentric emperor merely smiles with a look of pure, peaceful amusement, casually brushing off the chaotic battle as a healthy way for his wife to release some everyday stress. As the wild clash rages on in the background, a sudden heavy silence falls over the prince as he looks down at Namia, the unexpected proximity sending a rush of intense self-consciousness through them both. Instantly snapping back to reality, the prince's face burns a bright, chaotic red as he desperately stammers out an apology for his lingering grip. Hurriedly scrambling to her feet, Namia tries to clear up the awkward misunderstanding, but only ends up adding to the chaotic tension in the room. Completely flustered, she bows her head and mutters a quick, awkward word of thanks, leaving the prince staring after her in sheer, helpless confusion. He can only pinch the bridge of his nose in deep, mounting exhaustion, desperately wishing she would at least let him finish his sentences before running away. They're left standing side by side in an agonizingly awkward silence, both too embarrassed to look each other in the eye as the chaos around them finally begins to quiet down. Seizing the moment, the breathless Tower Master points an authoritative finger, loudly demanding that they all sit down and resolve this conflict like civilized adults. Once settled around the massive golden table, the stubborn old wizard immediately strikes first, boldly declaring that Namia is officially coming back with him to the magic tower. The prince's eyes narrow with an icy glare, instantly calling out the arrogant elder for simply repeating the exact same aggressive demand he made before. Before the wizard can protest, the Empress violently grabs him by the collar, roaring in absolute fury about how his corrupt department dared to frame her and plot her son's murder. Cornered and sweating, the desperate wizard recklessly suggests just dissolving the entire problematic bureau, leaving Namia completely speechless at his absurdly casual lack of responsibility. The prince coldly intervenes, firmly stating the official name of the division they are carelessly debating over, the Scroll Administration Bureau. The emperor taps his chin thoughtfully, musing that since the branch is severely downsized and non-essential, perhaps the eccentric Tower Master actually has a valid point. But with absolute icy authority, the prince immediately shuts down his father's weak compromise with a single, unyielding word of defiance. Placing a hand over his heart with deep, solemn sincerity, the prince declares before everyone that he owes his very survival to Namia, and he will never let her be taken away. Deeply moved and utterly delighted by his unwavering support, Namia nods in frantic, silent agreement, completely in awe of the prince's fierce protectiveness. The angry wizard snaps back, warning that acting soft will only invite more dangerous, shadowy forces to strike again, demanding to know if the prince even cares about safety. Shrugging off the accusation, the old man casually dismisses his own department's failings, claiming they are simply running dangerously short on raw talent. Refusing to budge an inch, the prince locks eyes with the elder, his voice dripping with absolute finality as he repeats that Namia will remain under his personal protection. A warm, dazzling rush of pure relief washes over Namia, her heart swelling with an intense sense of security under his incredibly reassuring gaze. The Tower Master can only glare back in sheer childish annoyance, internally cursing the stubborn royal brat for standing in the way of his perfect plans. He passionately argues that keeping a genius of her caliber as a low-level paper pusher is a tragic, absolute waste of unmatched magical talent. Suddenly, a wild spark of inspiration lights up the old wizard's face as he abruptly leaps to his feet with a triumphant grin. He dramatically points a finger to the heavens, boasting that he has just conceived of a perfect, revolutionary compromise that absolutely everyone in the room will agree on. Sensing a sudden, dangerous shift in the air, the imperial family and Namia twist around in unison, their hearts freezing in sudden apprehension. With a booming theatrical shout that rattles the entire chamber, the old wizard drops his massive bombshell, boldly demanding that Namiya become the new minister of the bureau. The shocking proposal leaves Namiya frozen in absolute wide-eyed bewilderment, her mind completely spinning as she tries to process his words. Images of elite seasoned noble ministers flash through her mind, making her feel utterly dwarfed by the sheer gravity of such an esteemed, impossible rank. But as the initial panic fades, a sudden, blinding hope ignites in her eyes as she realizes the incredible power and influence this position could grant her. The old wizard paces back and forth, smoothly pointing out that the bureau is currently leaderless, leaving a massive, highly convenient void just waiting to be filled. Approaching her with a confident, towering presence, he places a heavy, reassuring hand near her shoulder, his expression oozing calculation. He loudly praises her undeniable competence and brilliant magical talent, arguing that her promotion is the perfect bridge of communication between the tower and the palace. Looking down at her with a smug, knowing grin, he adds that this grand appointment will proudly prove to the entire empire that the magic tower is fully dedicated to the crown. The Empress leans back with a thoughtful hum, her analytical gaze shifting as she begins to see the massive, unexpected benefits of this wild proposal. The prince, however, remains deeply suspicious, narrowing his eyes as he quietly tries to decipher the hidden motives behind the old man's sudden generosity. But the Empress's eyes light up with pure, selfish delight as she realizes that a minister would have a highly flexible schedule, meaning she could summon Namiya to the palace whenever she pleases. In a single astronomical leap that defies all logic, Namiya's career trajectory is violently launched from a lowly, ignored official straight to the absolute peak of the ministry. Namiya can only sweat drop in sheer, comically overwhelmed disbelief, silently screaming and wondering if these powerful rulers have completely lost their minds. The emperor smiles warmly, clearly pleased with how beautifully this chaotic mess has resolved itself into a perfect political win. Suddenly, a sharp, dignified cough echoes from the entryway as a stern, middle-aged noble steps forward to disrupt the celebratory mood. It is the formidable Minister of Justice, Arnold Crowley, who stands with an imposing, unyielding posture before the assembled royals and the Tower Master. Glaring coldly at the group, Crowley flatly objects, sternly reminding them that a prestigious ministerial seat is not a cheap toy to be handed out to just anyone on a whim. Namiya's stomach drops in immediate cold dread, her anxious sweat intensifying as she realizes his harsh, realistic rejection was completely inevitable. She can already visualize the rest of the high-ranking ministers gripping their heads in absolute outraged disbelief at the sheer absurdity of appointing a mere 23-year-old. But before Crowley can even finish his haughty lecture, the volatile Tower Master's face twists into a terrifying mask of pure, veins-popping rage as he roars a deafening challenge. The sudden, thunderous eruption of anger strikes the arrogant Minister of Justice like a physical blow, leaving him stumbling back in absolute paralyzed terror. The high-stakes confrontation instantly freezes as Crowley's haughty composure shatters, his face twisting in sudden, sweating dread under the weight of the wizard's fury. Seizing the sudden silence, Namiya steps forward and effortlessly speaks in a long-forgotten melodic tongue, her voice ringing out with flawless ancient elegance. Crowley's jaw drops as his mind spins in absolute disbelief, recognizing a complex, ancient language that is barely even whispered in the elite academy's highest classes. Pointing an accusing finger, the trembling minister demands to know how a mere low-ranking bureaucrat could have possibly mastered such legendary linguistic complexity completely on her own. The eccentric Tower Master boasts with triumphant roaring laughter, proudly declaring her an absolute prodigy, while Crowley sweats profusely under the sheer weight of his own foolish ignorance. Desperate to save face, the cornered minister violently points his finger again, loudly protesting that raw book smarts alone are far from enough to rule an entire imperial department. But Namiya instantly matches his challenge, displaying a perfect, flawless, noble poise that radiates absolute dignity and leaves her assessors completely speechless. Under Crowley's increasingly absurd and rigorous demands, she effortlessly passes every single physical and visual test, her razor-sharp focus never wavering for a single second. Even when subjected to the most bizarre and ridiculous athletic trials, Namiya executes them with a comically flawless, gravity-defying grace that stuns the entire room. Looking on at the sheer madness of the testing, the Empress quietly whispers in deep confusion, only for her exhausted son to flatly confirm that none of this was ever an official requirement. Dropping to his knees in complete, soul-crushing defeat, the thoroughly broken Minister of Justice is left staring at the floor as Namiya stands victorious over his shattered pride. Panting heavily from the floor, Crowley weakly marvels at her relentless drive, admitting he has never seen someone fight so passionately for a tedious governmental role. The prince is left utterly speechless, staring at Namiya with a mix of awe and sheer intimidation at the terrifying depth of her hidden determination. Lightly bowing, Namiya calmly clears up the misunderstanding, explaining that she normally just conserves her energy, leaving the prince sweating in deep existential dread over what she is truly capable of. Refusing to accept total defeat, the stubborn minister slowly pushes himself back up, desperately announcing one final impossible challenge to test her administrative limits. The room falls into a dark, heavy silence as the imperial family and the Tower Master glare down at the persistent noble, utterly exhausted by his refusal to back down. The prince commands Crowley to cease his petty defiance, but Namiya confidently interjects, assuring her royal protector that she is more than ready to put an end to this trial once and for all. While the exhausted royals comfort the stressed prince, Namiya prepares herself for the final strike, her eyes narrowing with absolute, unshakable confidence. Crowley aggressively demands she recite the exact details of the two most recently amended and highly obscure constitutional articles on the spot. Without a moment's hesitation, Namiya recites the complex legal clauses with flawless, machine-like precision, even adding an unprompted history of the nation's founding constitution for good measure. The sudden, devastating display of perfect bureaucratic intellect strikes Crowley like a physical blow, leaving him frozen in absolute, horrified silence. A defeated but genuine smile finally breaks across the minister's face as he internally accepts that he never stood a chance against such an unshakable, brilliant force. Stepping forward with newfound, deep respect, the humbled Crowley extends his hand, ready to officially acknowledge her incredible merit. Looking her dead in the eye, he proudly declares her fully worthy of the prestigious title, Minister Namiya Roafi. As they firmly shake hands on the historic appointment, the completely sidelined prince desperately tries to intervene, realizing his chance to discuss his true feelings has completely slipped away. Left utterly ignored amidst the sudden celebration, the flustered prince can only clear his throat in deep, self-conscious embarrassment, while his mother looks on with an amused grin. Namiya glances back over her shoulder, completely oblivious to the prince's silent torment as she basks in the glory of her hard-won victory. A few days later, a brilliant golden sun shines down upon the magnificent spires of the imperial palace, signaling the dawn of a massive new era of political change. A massive crowd of palace officials gathers around the newly posted imperial decree, murmuring in absolute shock at the sudden reorganization and renaming of the bureau. Elite noble ladies whisper in heated gossip, utterly scandalized by how a young, low-ranking official with zero political backing could possibly ascend straight to the ministerial throne. Meanwhile, far across the rolling waves of the vast sea, a peaceful, sun-drenched breeze washes over the beautiful allied nation of Kodalika. Lounging lazily on a park bench under the clear blue sky, a handsome, blonde-haired young man sighs in pure, carefree contentment. It is none other than the charming exile, Victor Arwen, who smiles warmly as a tiny ladybug lands gently on his finger, completely at peace with his simple life. Nestled in the heart of Kodalika's magnificent sunlit kingdom, he has spent years enjoying a quiet life far away from the dangerous intrigues of his homeland. Strolling cheerfully through the bustling local marketplace, Victor warmly greets the adoring townsfolk, fully embraced as a beloved member of the community. His lively, red-haired companion laughs alongside him, teasing him about his endless energy as they carry their fresh morning groceries through the sunny streets. Slinging his hands behind his head, the friend suddenly remarks that it has already been nearly 3 years since Victor first transferred to their peaceful shores. Victor smiles softly as he confirms the name of his former division back in the Empire, the quiet, overlooked Scroll Management Department. Playfully slinging an arm around Victor's shoulders, his friend proudly boasts that life in their beautiful kingdom is infinitely better than returning to his cold homeland. He reminds Victor that as the wealthy son of Polarwood's elite treasury minister, he has absolutely no need to ever worry about money or return to work. But their relaxed banter is suddenly cut short by a breathless, hurried shout echoing across the stone-paved market square. A young, panting messenger boy sprints up to them, desperately holding out a mysterious, sealed letter addressed directly to Victor. Snatching the letter with a look of sudden apprehension, Victor unfolds the paper as his companion watches with intense, silent curiosity. The words instantly trigger a rush of vivid, bittersweet memories of the day he left, recalling how a desperate, teary-eyed Namiya had begged him not to leave her alone in the department. He remembers his final, tender promise to her, gently patting her head and vowing to return to save her from their corrupt superior's terrible leadership. The warm memory of her flushed, determined face fills his chest with a sudden, overwhelming sense of longing and heavy responsibility. Looking down at the urgent imperial summons in his hands, Victor sighs with a wry smile, realizing his peaceful days of exile have officially come to an end. With a bright, resolute grin, he waves the letter in the air and boldly declares to his stunned friend that he is finally heading back home. Across the sea, the sweeping, majestic landscape of the Polarwood Empire stands ready, unknowingly awaiting the arrival of its long-lost son. And at the absolute center of it all, Minister Namiya sits confidently at her grand, golden desk, ready to rewrite the destiny of her entire administrative empire. Namiya's heart leaps with pure, unadulterated triumph as she internally screams her absolute agreement, her brilliant blue eyes sparkling with the thrill of her hard-won victory. With her newly minted fast-track pass, she practically floats into the royal chambers, realizing that direct access to the crown prince has made her once impossible bureaucratic duties laughably easy. To make things even sweeter, her new ministerial status comes with an astronomical pay raise, prompting her to joyfully flex amidst a glittering mountain of cold, hard imperial gold. But she quickly composes herself, reminding her conscience that this massive ascension isn't just about the wealth. It is the ultimate stepping stone to finding her long-lost father and securing her true peace. Her quiet reflection is suddenly interrupted by the eccentric Mage Tower Master, who stands in her office with a deeply skeptical look, questioning if ruling such a tiny department is truly enough for her hidden potential. Namiya can only sweat at his sudden familiarity, recalling how he never once showed his face when she was a lowly clerk, yet now he treats her office like his personal lounge. His searching gaze suddenly locks onto the desk, widening in sharp curiosity at the array of highly complex, glowing magical blueprints laid out before them. Snatching up one of the papers, the legendary wizard gasps in absolute shock, loudly demanding to know if a mere administrator could have possibly crafted such intricate formulas on her own. With a nervous nod, Namiya explains the designs, revealing she took a standard levitation scroll and systematically streamlined its ancient, bloated equations for effortless practical use. She points to the next set, detailing a modified body enhancement formula capable of instantly boosting physical strength and accelerating cellular healing in the heat of battle. The Tower Master's breath hitches as a heavy, staggering realization begins to dawn on him, his voice trembling as he asks her to confirm the impossible. Gazing down at the sheer volume of legendary-grade drafts cluttering her workspace, he listens in stunned silence as she casually admits to creating every single one of them. Beads of cold sweat roll down the wizard's face as his mind reels. Crafting high-level magic so effortlessly is a feat that would normally require a prodigy 5 grueling years of elite academy training. A sudden, overwhelming wave of regret washes over him as he envisions her true, radiant genius, utterly devastated that such a peerless talent went completely unnoticed by the magic world for so long. He swallows hard, internally warning himself that if the stubborn, prideful elders of the Mage Tower ever lay eyes on her work, they will absolutely drown in a sea of toxic, bitter jealousy. Determined to uncover the root of her power, he leans in and demands to know exactly when she first began crafting these miraculous scrolls. When Namiya casually replies that she started at the tender age of 8, the old wizard practically screeches in sheer disbelief, demanding to know why a child prodigy of that caliber was never sent to the tower. Namia's bright expression softens into a melancholy smile as she confesses their crippling poverty, explaining how her mother vanished when she was small, leaving her father to raise her alone.
But the tragedy deepened when her beloved father suddenly went missing 15 years ago, leaving her completely isolated in a harsh world.
The wizard's eyes narrow with sudden, intense focus as he asks where she grew up, prompting a confused Namia to name the remote southern city of Arvin. A strange, calculating gleam flashes in his eyes as he abruptly turns to leave, murmuring a distracted farewell that leaves her completely bewildered. As he steps out, he grumbles to himself, thoroughly offended by her lack of sentimentality and wishing she would show even a shred of sadness to see him go.
Stopping in his tracks, he rummages through his deep traveling robes, cryptically announcing that he must embark on an urgent, long-distance journey.
With a sudden flick of his wrist, he tosses a tightly sealed, glowing scroll onto her desk, sternly commanding her to keep the mysterious gift by her side at all times. Left standing in the sudden quiet of her office, Namia stares down at the artifact, utterly clueless as to what the chaotic old man was truly trying to accomplish.
Tucking the scroll safely into her desk drawer, her mind suddenly drifts back to the chaotic events of her promotion ceremony a few days ago. She vividly recalls the Crown Prince's desperate, flushed face as he tried to halt her departure, pleading for just a single moment to speak his mind.
Yet, under the amused, teasing glares of his mother and subordinates, the flustered royal had quickly choked on his words, retreatingly muttering a flustered denial.
She remembers looking back at him with nothing but blank, polite confusion, completely missing the unspoken storm of emotion brewing in his chest.
Her eyes narrow in deep thought as she realizes his behavior that day was incredibly strange, as if he was desperately harboring a massive, burning secret. Before she can analyze it further, a firm, sharp knock echoes through her office doors, prompting her to sit up straight and call out for her guest to enter. The heavy wooden doors swing open to reveal the Crown Prince himself, stepping inside with an imposing yet strangely tense demeanor. Namia immediately rises to greet him, but he quickly raises a hand, gently urging her to remain seated and bypass the usual royal formalities. As he steps into the light, Namia's breath catches, completely overwhelmed by the sheer, blinding handsomeness that radiates from him like a physical force. She struggles to maintain her composure, internally lamenting how unfair it is that his jaw-dropping, monumental physique and godly features transcend all standards of mortal beauty. Her heart races as she remembers the protective, comforting warmth of his arms during their past encounters, a rare feeling of being cared for that she is entirely unaccustomed to.
A deep, involuntary blush creeps up her neck as she tries to banish the embarrassing, heart-pounding thoughts from her hyperactive mind.
Suddenly, the prince leans over her desk, his intense gaze locking onto hers as he softly recalls a rumor that she once wished to marry an incredibly wealthy man. His cheeks flush with a rare, vulnerable crimson as his eyes search hers, his voice dropping to a low, breathless whisper as he asks if that desire is still true. The air in the room suddenly turns suffocatingly sweet as Namia's pulse skyrockets, completely blindsided by the deadly seriousness of his heavy, intense expression. She freezes in absolute, wide-eyed shock, her mind completely short-circuiting under the sheer, devastating weight of his romantic intensity.
And then, the ultimate question hangs heavily in the silent air, shattering her reality with the most shocking proposal she could have ever envisioned.
Time seems to stand completely still as they gaze at each other across the desk, the unspoken tension between them reaching a dizzying, explosive peak. Right at that pivotal, historic second, an unfortunate aide walks in and gasps in absolute face-flushing horror at the scandalous scene unfolding right before his eyes. A loud crash echoes through the office as the poor aide slips and wipes out onto the floor, while the prince desperately clears his throat, trying to salvage his shattered dignity. Ignoring the chaos on the floor, the prince doubles down with resolute, burning determination, boldly offering his hand and his entire empire in marriage. He earnestly reminds her of the childhood vow he made, explaining that he has spent years desperately searching the empire just to fulfill her deepest wishes. Namia's jaw drops as the puzzle pieces finally click into place, realizing with sudden, sweating dread that she was the legendary savior he had been looking for all along. To seal his epic proposal, the prince snaps his fingers, summoning his servants to present chest after chest of priceless, top-grade diamonds and glowing sapphire necklaces. When Namiya nervously declines the jewels to avoid bribery scandals, the flustered prince aggressively thrusts a massive, beautiful bouquet of white roses into her face, desperately begging her to accept his heart instead. Desperate to break through her ironclad defenses, the prince suddenly pulls out a massive stack of meal tickets, throwing down his ultimate loophole in a wild, flustered bid to win her over. He frantically recalls his advisor's secret intelligence that Namiya possesses a massive, unstoppable weakness for delicious food, driving him to buy out the cafeteria's entire inventory. Stunned by the unexpected gesture, Namiya can only blush in pure astonishment, her heart melting slightly as she accepts a whole year's worth of free, glorious meals. Seeing her soften, the prince breathes a monumental sigh of relief, his handsome face lighting up as he rejoices in the sweet taste of his first minor victory. But Namiya's intensely analytical brain immediately overcomplicates the gesture, convincing herself that he is merely acting out of deep gratitude rather than genuine romantic interest. Yet, despite her flawless logical deductions, a sudden, suffocating pang of heavy disappointment strikes her chest, leaving her utterly confused by her own racing heart. Desperate to maintain her professional sanity, she vigorously shakes her head to banish the dizzying, complicated emotions clouding her judgment. Steeling her resolve, she looks him dead in the eye and delivers a shattering blow, calmly but firmly declining his grand, sweeping marriage proposal. The prince freezes in absolute wide-eyed horror, desperately raising his hands in a frantic attempt to halt her devastating words before his heart breaks entirely. His voice trembles with a mix of shock and desperation as he begs her to explain the unthinkable reason behind her sudden rejection. With complete honesty, Namiya quietly confesses that she dreams of marrying for true, passionate love, shattering the silence of the massive office with her simple desire. But before the prince can process this, his overzealous aide suddenly butts in, reminding Namiya of her previous, highly vocal ambition to marry an incredibly wealthy man. The aide aggressively doubles down on the pitch, passionately arguing that there is absolutely no richer or more perfect husband in the entire empire than His Highness Kyros. Namiya's eyes narrow in sharp, calculating silence as she processes the aide's words, her sharp mind zeroing in on a major flaw in their royal logic. She coolly points out how incredibly presumptuous it is to assume that every woman in the world would automatically want to marry him just because of his flawless status. The word self-centered hangs heavily in the air, striking the proud prince like a devastating physical blow that instantly drains all the color from his face. The crushing weight of her brutal, blunt assessment manifests as an invisible boulder, utterly flattening the prince's royal dignity in a matter of seconds. Gasping in sudden realization, Namiya's eyes widen as she realizes her brutally honest feedback might have completely destroyed his fragile confidence. Trying to salvage whatever is left of his pride, the dejected prince weakly raises a hand, claiming he is fine while internally crying over his spectacular romantic failure. With a heavy, invisible boulder of rejection dragging him down, the broken royal is literally escorted out of the office by his sweating, apologetic advisor. Left alone once again, a thoroughly bewildered Namiya tilts her head in absolute confusion, wondering how a legendary warrior could be so easily crushed. The very next morning, a booming, ear-splitting scream of absolute disbelief echoes violently through the grand, gilded corridors of the imperial palace. The emperor's jaw drops in absolute shock as he stares at his son, utterly unable to comprehend how the most eligible bachelor in the empire could have possibly gotten rejected. A mortified Kyros buries his face in his hands, desperately begging his thunderous father to lower his voice before the entire palace hears of his humiliation. The emperor shakes his head in disbelief, admitting he had fully expected the two to be practically married by now, given his son's absolute confidence. But as he analyzes the situation, the older royal is forced to admit that clinging to a childhood promise made 15 years ago is a highly flawed strategy. With brutal fatherly honesty, he points out that pursuing a girl based on a decade-old memory actually comes off as incredibly creepy, sending a shiver of dread down the prince's spine. Cold sweat pours down Kyros' face as his father's words sink in, leaving him agonizing over his rash behavior and fearing he has ruined his chances forever. To make matters infinitely worse, his cheerful aide suddenly asks if they should go ahead and cancel the massive wedding hall reservation they had pre-booked. An icy, suffocating silence instantly grips the room as the prince freezes, realizing his aide has just spilled his most embarrassing, desperate secret. The emperor's face pales in sheer, unadulterated horror as a terrifying, hilarious realization begins to dawn on him. He demands to know if his ridiculously overconfident son actually booked an entire wedding venue before he had even formally proposed to the girl. Completely defeated and stripped of all arguments, the humiliated prince collapses face first onto the sofa, wishing the earth would swallow him whole. Groaning in sheer agony, Kiros dismisses his overly talkative aide, who frantically rushes out of the room to cancel the premature wedding arrangements. A highly awkward, heavy silence fills the chamber as the emperor sits across from his devastated son, struggling to find any words of comfort. But when his father tries to console him about the typical hardships of a first love, the prince dryly begs him to stop talking like he's mourning a tragic death. Forcing his personal heartbreak aside, the prince's expression suddenly turns dead serious as he prepares to report a far more dangerous development. The air in the room turns freezing cold as Kiros drops a terrifying bombshell, revealing that his dreaded dark period has officially returned. The emperor gasps in absolute shock, knowing that this devastating phenomenon is only supposed to occur once in a single lifetime. Kiros recalls the horrifying event, explaining that on the day of the countess's funeral, a sudden numbing void had washed over his entire being. His eyes widen with remembered dread as he describes how his powerful aura and legendary magic were instantly stripped away, leaving him completely powerless. The emperor's face hardens into a mask of grim determination, realizing the terrifying danger of having their ultimate weapon neutralized while enemies still lurk in the shadows. Kiros adds to the horror, recalling how the mysterious attackers chanted the word evolution with chilling, fanatical zeal during the ambush. He warns that the sinister underground organization responsible for mutating horrific monsters is actively regrouping to strike again. Rising to his feet, the emperor's eyes burn with cold resolve as he declares his intention to unearth the truth and crush the cult before they can act. But he turns to Kiros with a look of intense, protective worry, sternly commanding his vulnerable son to lay low and avoid drawing any attention. To guarantee his safety, the emperor makes a shocking, historic decree, announcing that he will personally seize full control of the imperial palace security. Kiros leaps to his feet in frantic protest, deeply terrified of the heavy physical toll this supreme responsibility will take on his father's failing health. But the emperor only offers a gentle, reassuring smile, insisting that his body is strong enough to shield his son from the incoming danger. Standing face to face, a heavy, unspoken vow passes between father and son, both knowing that a massive, world-altering storm is about to crash down upon their empire. Though his body was finally recovering from his exhausting ordeal, the prince knew he couldn't afford to waste a single second resting in bed. While dangerous enemies still lurked within the empire, sitting idly in his office felt like an absolute death sentence to his pride and his mission. But patrolling the palace grounds in his current weakened state was far too risky, and surrounding himself with guards would only expose his secret vulnerability to the court. A sudden, brilliant realization flashed through his mind, igniting a desperate spark of hope. With a sharp intake of breath, he realized there was exactly one unorthodox strategy left to secure his safety without raising any suspicion. He eagerly reached across his desk, sliding a highly classified dossier from the neat stack of imperial documents. Staring down at the profile of a stoic, glasses-wearing investigator, Kiros knew this precise individual was his absolute final hope to navigate the looming crisis. The morning sun broke brilliantly over the grand palace walls, but the peaceful chirping of birds did little to ease the heavy tension mounting in the air. Walking down the silent, ornate corridors, Naimea's thoughts spun in a dizzying loop, wondering if her brutal rejection yesterday had completely broken the prince's spirit. Her analytical mind darkened as she recalled her own parents' disastrous marriage, reminding herself that unions built on fleeting romantic passion always end in ruin. Yet the vivid memory of the flustered prince aggressively thrusting a bouquet of white roses into her face refused to leave her mind. She aggressively shook her head, forcing the confusing, racing emotions out of her head before they could completely compromise her professional sanity. Today was a monumental day, a critical test of her worth, and she could not afford to let personal distractions cloud her focus. Taking a deep, stabilizing breath, she stood before the towering double doors of the inner chamber, ready to face her very first ministerial meeting. Entering the grand, sunlit hall, she was greeted by the heavy, judgmental silence of the empire's most powerful elite ministers. The emperor sat regally at the head of the long table, inviting her to take her seat so they could immediately begin the high-stakes proceedings. But as Namiya looked around, the icy, suffocating glares of the elderly ministers sent a cold shiver of dread straight down her spine. Attempting to break the freezing tension, the emperor warmly welcomed the council and began to formally introduce their newest colleague. But the moment he announced her role, an outraged minister violently slammed his hands on the table, roaring in absolute disgust at her young age. The furious official fiercely pointed out their decades of loyal service, forcing the emperor to frantically raise his hands in a bid to keep the room from exploding. Totally ignoring the explosive political drama unfolding around her, Namiya's eyes locked onto the gourmet dessert plate before her, her inner foodie instantly taking complete control. Staring at the shimmering, perfectly glazed apple pastry, she felt the intoxicating, delicious allure of pure royal wealth and power wash over her soul. But the peaceful moment was instantly shattered as a sudden, suffocating pressure gripped the room, draining all the color from the protesting minister's face. The emperor's eyes narrowed into terrifying golden slits of cold fury as he demanded to know since when his supreme imperial decrees required their permission. Terrified by the crushing weight of his lethal aura, the once proud ministers frantically stammered out desperate apologies, visibly trembling in their seats. With a sudden, seamless shift back to his calm demeanor, the emperor gently defended Namiya's exceptional talent, assuring them she was more than qualified. Though they fell silent under the sovereign's heavy gaze, the defeated ministers could only cough awkwardly, internally fuming at his absolute stubbornness. But the tension spiked again when the normally strict Minister of Justice suddenly stood up, surprisingly declaring his full support for Namiya's qualifications. Namiya gasped in pure shock, completely blindsided that the one man she expected to oppose her was actively defending her honor. Her heart swelled with sudden admiration, realizing that beneath his stern exterior lay a fair, deeply respectable leader who valued true merit over age. Seizing the momentum, the emperor boldly announced that Namiya's appointment was not only vetted by justice, but carried the immense backing of the legendary Tower Master. The mention of the elusive, immensely powerful magic authority struck the entire council room like a sudden, devastating thunderbolt. The minister sweated in sheer panic, vividly imagining the notoriously eccentric old wizard aggressively backing this mysterious young woman. They knew that Namiya now held the ultimate key to the highly sensitive, magical conduit connecting the imperial palace directly to the magic tower. The emperor explained that the extreme strategic importance of this magical link required them to break all traditional conventions of age and experience. He firmly declared that the scroll department's authority would now be managed directly by the imperial household, leaving the complaining ministers with absolutely zero room to argue. As the cold shadow of the emperor's words loomed over the table, the defeated officials quickly averted their eyes, utterly terrified of crossing the formidable Tower Master. But refusing to back down entirely, a suspicious female minister raised her hand, eagerly bringing up a scandalous rumor spreading rapidly through the capital. She boldly suggested that Namiya's sudden, historic promotion was actually the result of highly inappropriate secret romantic favors from Prince Kiaros. While Namiya cringed at the baseless gossip, the emperor's face suddenly lit up with a bizarre, incredibly cheerful grin that caught everyone off guard. The complaining minister froze in sheer, unadulterated confusion, completely unable to comprehend his bizarrely happy reaction to her serious accusation. Suddenly, the emperor dramatically pulled out a handkerchief, fake weeping as he announced that his poor son had been so severely heartbroken by Namiya's rejection that he was now bedridden in isolation. Namiya's jaw dropped in absolute sweating horror, utterly unable to believe the emperor was casually broadcasting her private rejection to the entire High Council. With his dramatic point successfully made, the emperor cheerily concluded that there was absolutely no way the promotion was a favor, leaving the gossiping ministers completely speechless. With a bright, triumphant smile, the emperor officially closed the matter, ensuring the council would never dare question Namiya's authority ever again. As the meeting adjourned, the humbled ministers hurried out of the hall, leaving a bewildered Namiya alone with the sovereign. Turning to her with a warm expression, the emperor gently apologized for bringing up the deeply personal details of her interaction with his son. He reassured her that Kiros's sudden seclusion was actually due to a legitimate illness, kindly urging her not to carry any unnecessary guilt over the rejection. Namiya let out a massive sigh of relief, convinced that the dramatic emperor had simply been teasing them about his son's shattered heart.
Yet, as she walked away, a strange, persistent sting tugged at her chest, leaving her utterly baffled by the lingering warmth of the prince's desperate proposal.
Namiya massaged her temples in sheer exhaustion, realizing that the massive, sudden reorganization of her scroll management department was turning into an absolute nightmare. Thankfully, she had two incredibly experienced, competent senior team members on her side, both of whom were highly respected enough to keep the rest of the staff in line. Senior Anastasia was notoriously silent and hard to read, but her sharp intellect and crystal-clear instructions were already proving to be an invaluable asset to Namiya's sanity. And with Senior Victor finally returning to Polarwood from his long business trip, a massive wave of relief washed over Namiya, knowing her core team was finally complete. But a critical piece of the puzzle was still missing. She desperately, absolutely needed a highly competent, loyal secretary to manage the chaotic influx of imperial documents. Yet, asking any of her highly experienced senior employees to handle tedious clerical work felt entirely inappropriate and threatened to damage the fragile team dynamic. Desperate for a solution, she frantically dug through the archives, searching for anyone younger, highly skilled, and free of political baggage. She let out a heavy sigh, resting her chin on her hand as she realized that no sensible candidate would ever willingly apply to her notoriously chaotic department. But as she lazily flipped through the old applications, her eyes suddenly widened in absolute shock at a familiar name. Kiban had reapplied, even though she thought he had fled back to his homeland. Her heart pounded in her chest as the sudden, overwhelming realization sent a jolt of pure energy straight through her veins. A sudden chaotic clatter echoed outside her office, matching the wild, racing thoughts screaming inside her head. Leaping to her feet, she gasped in breathless excitement, realizing that her ultimate target was actually still present in the capital. Staring at the profile of the brilliant, glasses-wearing investigator, she knew with absolute certainty that he was the flawless secretary candidate she had been praying for. A few days later, as the morning sun cast long shadows over the Grand Imperial Palace, Namiya prepared herself to make her final high-stakes move. Seated at her desk, she tightly clutched the reapplication document, her mind racing with questions about his sudden, mysterious return. She took a slow, calculated sip of her tea, letting the warm liquid calm her nerves as she carefully dissected every detail of his classified file. According to the official records, Kiban Altens was young, completely devoid of any family history, and hailed from the distant, secretive kingdom of Imote. She leaned forward in deep concentration, realizing that his foreign origin was the absolute key to securing her safety. The kingdom of Imot sat isolated across the vast sea, entirely separate from the volatile, warring factions of the Polarwood Empire. Then, a shocking piece of history flashed in her mind. Imot was the ancient homeland of the former empress, the deceased mother of Crown Prince Kiaros. Since the empire had only recently established basic diplomatic relations with the mysterious kingdom, almost nothing was known about its internal affairs or its citizens. Everything finally clicked into place, realizing his strange claims of running away were simply due to his foreign cultural background, rather than any sinister plot. Though he was undoubtedly eccentric, Namiya knew that with his sharp wits and a bit of rigorous training, he would easily become her most lethal administrative weapon. Best of all, her knowledge of the original story reminded her that when the inevitable war erupted, the kingdom of Imot would declare absolute neutrality and exit the conflict entirely. This meant Kiban was completely untainted by the corrupt, scheming factions within the palace, making him the only person she could truly trust. The sheer brilliance of his profile was intoxicating. A highly competent, neutral foreigner with no hidden agendas, practically gift-wrapped for her department. She gritted her teeth in comedic frustration, internally cursing the lazy former minister who had vaguely dumped his name on her without explaining any of these spectacular details. But dwelling on the past was useless. She snapped back to attention, turning to face the grand clock ticking away on the wall. The hour hand struck the designated time, signaling that the critical moment of their scheduled meeting had finally arrived. Stepping out into the grand, echoing corridors of the palace, she felt the heavy weight of incoming trouble before she even heard the voices. Groups of noble officials and palace staff stood huddled in the shadows, their hushed, urgent whispers filled with scandalous malice. The vicious rumors were spreading like wildfire, claiming that Namia's historic promotion to minister was nothing more than dirty nepotism fueled by a secret affair with the crown prince. But the gossip turned even more humiliating, with nobles mockingly whispering that the prince had actually been brutally dumped and was desperately trying to buy her love with a ministerial post. Walking right past the whispering crowd, Kiban clutched his stomach in sudden, agonizing dread, realizing the toxic political minefield he was about to step into. His eyes narrowed behind his glasses as he overheard the shocking claim that the heartbroken prince had locked himself away in his room and was actively refusing to eat. He paused, his sharp gaze locking onto the prince's personal aide, who was currently trying to flee from a mob of highly aggressive, gossiping palace staff. The sweating, panicked aide frantically raised his hands, desperately begging the relentless crowd to stop hounding him for details. But the ruthless staff closed in, cornering him and viciously demanding that he stop being stingy and spill the dirty secrets of the prince's failed romance. The aide screamed internally, absolutely terrified of admitting that the legendary prince had pathetically counted his chickens before they hatched, only to get instantly dumped. A dark, knowing smirk spread across Kiban's face as he watched the chaotic scene unfold, realizing the rumors of the prince's pathetic heartbreak were actually entirely true. Adjusting his glasses, the clever investigator turned and glided away, thrilled to have uncovered a massive, exploitable weakness in the imperial hierarchy. But the moment he opened the doors to the scroll department, he was greeted by Namia's exceptionally bright, dazzlingly warm smile. Kiban froze in sheer, sweating confusion, completely blindsided by her overwhelming, enthusiastic welcome. He stared at her in deep suspicion, wondering if this notoriously sharp, calculating woman had always possessed such a radiant, disarming smile. She gestured to the room with an air of pure elegance, kindly apologizing for the messy, unorganized state of her office as she prepared his new desk. But Kiban's mind remained cold and hyper-focused, reminding himself that behind her stunning, beautiful exterior lay a dangerous woman he had to watch like a hawk. Meanwhile, deep within his isolated chambers, Crown Prince Kiaros clutched his head in absolute burning frustration, obsessing over Namia's uncanny ability to involve herself in everything. He recalled the vivid memory of kneeling before her, deeply suspicious that her sudden aid to the Empress was actually a masterfully laid trap to put the royal family in her debt. His golden eyes flared with a lethal, predatory light, swearing to uncover the dark, hidden motives behind her brilliant facade before she could strike. Unaware of the prince's brewing fury, Namia cheerfully pointed Kiban to his new desk, officially locking her mysterious new secretary into a high-stakes game of shadows. Namia took a deep breath, breaking the brief silence as she softly called out to her newly appointed secretary, who looked back in tense, professional anticipation. She admitted her lingering doubts, recalling how he had abruptly fled after only a couple of standard instructions, leaving her completely convinced he would never return. Determined to clear the air, she firmly declared that the scroll department was entering a brand new era where merit and hard work would finally be rewarded. Leaning closer with a bright, encouraging look, she pleaded with him to commit to the role and stay by her side for the long haul. Kiban's expression remained unreadable as he calculated his next move, realizing that if she were a threat, this position was the perfect cover to keep her under close watch. Adjusting his glasses, he coolly offered a solemn vow of absolute loyalty, though his mind was secretly plotting to use this trust as a powerful shield. The sheer intensity of her positive reaction caught him completely off guard, making him wonder if he had severely miscalculated her ultimate intentions. But before he could celebrate his small victory, Namiya threw down a heavy challenge, demanding he back up his vow with his life, honor, and homeland. Without giving him a single second to process the heavy threat, she turned to her desk and retrieved a crisp sheet of paper, thrusting it directly into his face.
She demanded his signature on a temporary employment contract, proving that her intense psychological pressure was nothing more than a ruthless hiring tactic.
The moment his ink dried on the parchment, she officially welcomed him as her personal secretary, sealing their dangerous administrative partnership. Namiya leaned on her desk, her bright blue eyes narrowing into a sharp, piercing gaze that seemed to search for his deepest secrets. Kiban felt a cold sweat break out across his neck, desperately wondering if this incredibly sharp woman had already pierced through his false identity. Instead of exposing him, she simply smiled, pointing out that since she was older and held the higher rank, she would be speaking casually from now on. Letting out a silent sigh of relief, Kiban politely accepted the terms, eager to maintain his humble disguise at all costs. With a cheerful clap of her hands, Namiya suggested they ease into things with a simple, painless administrative task to start his first day. But the moment Kiban looked at his desk, his jaw dropped in absolute horror at the towering, impossible mountain of paperwork waiting for him. Namiya offered a sweet, utterly terrifying smile, telling him to take it easy as she dumped the monstrous burden directly onto his shoulders. Deep down, Kiban screamed in silent agony, realizing his grand plan of infiltrating the scroll department had just backfired in the most exhausting way possible. Yet, as the sun shone brightly over the imperial palace, Namiya was already drafting her official introduction as the department's formidable new minister. Meanwhile, across the Grand Palace grounds, the high-stakes political tension was rising inside the luxurious office of the Minister of Finance. Minister Lut Arwen rubbed his temples in sheer exhaustion-fueled irritation, deeply frustrated by the sheer incompetence plaguing his department. A sharp knock on the heavy wooden door broke his concentration, signaling the arrival of the specific target he had been waiting for. The heavy doors creaked open as Lut coldly welcomed his visitor, his voice dripping with absolute authority and hidden malice. Juan Loapi stepped into the grand office, his posture stiffening as he tried to hide the sudden wave of dread washing over him. Standing before the powerful minister, Juan nervously asked why he had been summoned so urgently, praying it wasn't about his official duties. His heart hammered against his ribs as he desperately hoped there wasn't an issue with his latest report, a document he hadn't even written himself. In truth, Juan had always lazily dumped his grueling workload onto his brilliant sister, leaving her to slave away over the documents in silence. He cursed her sudden departure, recalling the sheer terror of staying up all night and ruining his flawless face with hideous dark circles. His internal panic reached a fever pitch, screaming a desperate, silent prayer for Namiya to return and save him from his administrative nightmare. Lut broke the silence, calmly confirming that Juan was indeed the sibling of the famous Miss Namiya Loapi. But the moment Lut mentioned her name, Juan gasped in absolute hysterical shock at the unbelievable news of her massive promotion. The Minister of Finance stared back in deep suspicion, utterly baffled by Juan's complete ignorance of the public imperial announcements. Realizing he had exposed his own laziness, Juan scrambled to save face, letting out a forced, sweaty laugh to cover up his massive blunder. Hoping to undermine her success, Juan sneered that his sister was entirely unfit for the position, questioning what corrupt connections she had used to get it. He eagerly slandered her reputation, claiming she was a lazy student who had barely scraped through her academy entrance exams by a thread. He insisted that her sudden rise was a massive mistake, hoping to turn the powerful minister against his sister once and for all. Lut listened in cold, calculating silence, letting Juan dig his own grave as he evaluated the worthless official standing before him. With a chilling smile, Lut held up a document covered in brutal red ink, exposing Juan's own pathetic, error-ridden report to his face. Utterly humiliated, Juan could only offer a weak, trembling nod as the minister coldly dismissed him from the grand office. Watching the door close, Lut scoffed in deep disgust, firmly believing that commoners like the Loapi family had no right to hold high ministerial office. His eyes narrowed with lethal intent, whispering a dark promise to orchestrate Namiya's downfall and force her to step down. Back in the scroll department, Kibon clutched his aching head, his soul practically leaving his body under the weight of her demands. Namia, on the other hand, was absolutely glowing with delight as she joyfully pointed out even more errors on his draft. Kibon stared in utter defeat, realizing that not a single one of his brilliantly written documents had passed her impossible standards. He adjusted his glasses in deep frustration, recalling how effortlessly he had handled state affairs as the crown prince, making this failure sting even worse. Unable to take it anymore, he looked up and questioned why she was being so ridiculously meticulous over a simple pile of records. Namia shoved the paper back into his face, fiercely listing off every single minor formatting error she had personally corrected. Kibon pointed a defiant finger, arguing that correcting minor time and date notations was a complete waste of their valuable administrative time. But as her cold, demanding gaze locked onto his, Kibon realized that behind her obsession with trivial details lay a much deeper, far more dangerous test of his true limits. Standing tense before Namia's desk, Kibon braced himself for another ruthless administrative lecture, completely unaware of the explosive theory brewing in her brilliant mind. Namia stared intently at the document, twirling her pen as a deep, calculating silence filled the room, sending a chill straight down her secretary's spine. With a sudden, piercing look, she demanded to know why he thought imperial documents required such rigid, unyielding standardization, catching him completely off guard. She calmly acknowledged that while reviewing trivial formats seemed incredibly tedious, letting even the smallest administrative inconsistency slide would slowly erode the integrity of the entire system. If minor notation differences were allowed to fester, the original truth would eventually become completely warped beyond recognition, leaving them utterly blind to the records. She reminded him that this was no ordinary office, especially with the dark shadow of the previous team leader's mysterious demise looming heavily over the department. But as Kibon tried to dismiss the connection, she leaned in, her eyes flashing with a sudden, dangerous intensity that made him hold his breath. She whispered a chilling hypothesis, proposing that the traitors who targeted the Empress had been using subtle, coded variations within official documents to communicate under their very noses. The revelation hit Kibon like a physical blow, his mind racing as he realized just how terrifyingly brilliant her deductive reasoning truly was. By exploiting minor spelling and formatting errors that still barely passed official inspection, she argued, conspirators could easily pass lethal secrets without ever raising suspicion. Kibon forced himself to nod in solemn agreement, internally reeling as he realized this seemingly trivial paperwork was actually a high-stakes battlefield of imperial treason. But her intense expression suddenly softened into a warm, genuine smile, admitting she was only working this hard to lighten the crushing administrative burden on Crown Prince Kiaros. Kibon's heart violently hammered against his ribs, his face flushing crimson as he realized this notorious woman was working herself to the bone purely out of dedication to his true identity. Leaning back in her chair, she softly admitted that taking on the mantle of minister had finally opened her eyes to the sheer, overwhelming pressure the prince faced daily. She visualized the legendary prince standing alone amidst a mountain of incoming imperial intelligence, bearing the weight of the entire empire entirely on his shoulders. With absolute sincerity, she declared that if her meticulous perfectionism could save him even a fraction of that exhausting burden, she would gladly bear the stress. Yet, deep down, her ambitious heart fluttered with the secret hope that once the prince finally recognized her flawless work, a grand, life-changing reward would await her. Her train of thought shattered the moment she looked up, utterly bewildered to find her new secretary standing there with a face red as a ripe tomato. Panic instantly seized her, dreading that she had just exposed herself as an overbearing, toxic boss who forced her personal obsessions onto her exhausted staff. Desperate to fix her blunder, she frantically urged him to take a rest, but Kibon stubbornly insisted he was fine, determined to hide his intense embarrassment at all costs. With the awkward tension cleared, a quiet determination settled over the office as both of them buried themselves deep within their endless piles of parchment. The heavy silence was suddenly shattered by a traitorous, loud rumble from Namia's stomach, making her freeze in sheer, wide-eyed mortification. She peeked over her documents, silently praying her diligent new secretary hadn't heard the incredibly ungraceful sound of her intense hunger. Realizing the time, she resolved to take the lead as his superior and invite him to a proper meal, even if her own social anxiety made the prospect terrifying. Stepping nervously up to his desk, she called out his name, causing him to look up from his work in cautious professional anticipation. With a forced, highly awkward smile, she hesitantly asked if he was hungry, offering to accompany him for a quick, casual lunch to break the ice. Kiban's survival instinct screamed at him to politely decline, desperately wanting to avoid any further personal entanglement with this dangerously sharp woman. But before he could utter a single word of refusal, his own stomach betrayed him, letting out a monstrous, deafening roar that vibrated through the entire room.
Kiban froze in absolute soul-crushing horror, his hand reflexively clamping over his stomach as he prayed the ground would swallow him whole.
Internally, he screamed in agony, utterly devastated that he, the proud and majestic crown prince of the empire, had just been completely humiliated by his own basic biology. Namiya stared down at him with a look of profound, devastating pity, completely dismantling his remaining pride as she silently registered his absolute starvation. Steeling her resolve, she decided this was the ultimate opportunity to establish her dominance as a generous, incredibly reliable boss by uttering the line she had always dreamed of. With a dramatic, sparkling flourish, she confidently declared that the meal was entirely on her, leaving her secretary utterly speechless in her wake. Leaving the messy office behind, she led him deep into the grand palace grounds, heading toward an exclusive, highly luxurious establishment reserved only for the elite. Before Kiban could fully process the situation, he found himself seated inside a lavish, curtained dining hall run by the imperial family's very own world-class chefs. Noticing his stunned silence, Namiya leaned in to whisper that this was a high-end multi-course meal, completely unaware that he, as the prince, practically owned the entire establishment. She cheerfully explained that while the prices were far too steep for ordinary officials, she was making an exception to properly welcome her precious new assistant. In truth, she was ecstatic to finally use the premium meal tickets she had personally extracted from the prince himself, celebrating her brilliant administrative victory. As she happily dug in, she casually suggested they make this a regular habit, but Kiban quickly tried to draw a boundary, insisting he preferred to dine alone. Undeterred by his cold refusal, Namiya happily chewed her food, completely lost in the sheer heavenly bliss of the high-class imperial cuisine. She let out a soft, genuine sigh of disappointment, muttering how rare it was to find a quiet moment for just the two of them, causing Kiban to instantly drop his spoon in shock. His heart pounded furiously against his ribs as he stared at her, desperately wondering if this incredibly perceptive woman was actively flirting with him or just playing a cruel mind game. The succulent, perfectly grilled steak sat before them, a stark contrast to the absolute chaos currently raging inside the disguised prince's mind. Chewing happily, she casually revealed that she had only brought him along because the premium ticket was specifically designed for a party of two. With her cheeks stuffed, she admitted she simply couldn't bear to let such a luxurious free meal go to waste, instantly shattering Kiban's brief, dramatic delusion. Pushing through his lingering embarrassment, Kiban suspiciously questioned why she hadn't simply invited a close friend or a romantic interest instead of him. With a bright, completely innocent smile, Namiya cheerfully declared that she didn't possess a single friend in the world, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Kiban's mind immediately flashed to her notorious past, frantically wondering about the mysterious, handsome rival she had previously been so deeply involved with. Sensing his lingering suspicion, Namiya's cheerful demeanor instantly vanished, her gaze hardening into a cold, deadpan stare of absolute biting disbelief. An incredibly heavy, suffocating silence descended over the luxurious dining booth, locking the two of them in a tense, silent battle of wills. The harsh reality of her past loomed over the table. Her official files revealed a chilling, absolute isolation. No family, no connections, nothing but her own sheer brilliance to keep her alive. Sensing the heavy silence, she casually waved her hand to dismiss the tension, insisting that her rough childhood under a cruel baron was ancient history and of no real consequence. But Kiban wasn't buying her casual deflection. He stood tall, questioning how someone with zero formal backing or mentors could possibly possess such an elite, flawless grasp of administrative law. Her gaze drifted as she quietly confessed a long-hidden secret. Her twin brother had been employed in the high-stakes Ministry of Finance, and she had spent years secretly helping him with his work. The revelation sent a jolt of alarm through Kiban. Unauthorized exposure to state documents was a severe offense that her rivals could easily weaponize to destroy her entire career. Yet, she didn't seem to care about the risk, her voice softening as she recalled how those forbidden late-night paperwork sessions were the only times she ever got to share a warm dinner with her brother. In her mind, the bittersweet memory of those chaotic family meals flashed bright. Though filled with tension, eating with her family was infinitely better than facing the crushing silence of an empty table. But after she left home to survive on her own, that lonely silence returned, leaving her to face every meal in absolute, isolating independence once again.
Kiban stared at her, his composure cracking as he desperately demanded to know why she was suddenly sharing such deeply personal secrets with a mere secretary.
The sudden question caught Namiya completely off guard, her hand flying to her mouth as she frantically realized she had just let her guard down in front of her subordinate. A sudden, electric tension crackled between them as they stood side by side, both of them silently wondering if they were beginning to share a dangerous, unspoken bond. Her face flushed a violent crimson as she realized just how incredibly embarrassing it was to pour her heart out to a man who probably didn't care about her lonely background at all. Panicking, she frantically waved her hands to take it all back, begging him to forget her pathetic rambling and promising she would never force him to eat with her again. But as she turned away, Kiban's eyes locked onto her with a sudden, unyielding intensity that made the entire world outside their booth completely fade away. He quietly declared that if she ever found herself dreading a lonely meal, all she had to do was ask, and he would gladly stand by her side.
Namiya looked up at him, her heart skipping a beat as his sincere words pierced straight through her carefully built defenses, leaving her utterly breathless. Instantly, her pride flared back to life as she internally celebrated her massive victory, convinced that her supreme leadership had officially won over her stubborn secretary.
Meanwhile, Kiban gripped his face in sheer agony, his mind racing as he realized he had just crossed a dangerous line and exposed his soft side to his brilliant boss. Namiya stared at his dark, brooding expression in utter bewilderment, wondering why on earth her secretary looked so intensely angry after such a sweet moment. Unable to bear the suffocating awkwardness any longer, she quickly pushed her half-eaten plate away, desperately suggesting they finally leave the establishment. They walked side by side down the massive sunlit palace corridor, a heavy, unresolved silence hanging between them like an invisible wall. Kiban forced his face back into a cold, professional mask, desperately hoping his brief slip of emotion hadn't compromised his secret royal identity. Stepping quietly behind him, Namiya bit her lip in deep anxiety, frantically wondering if her emotional confession had made her look completely unprofessional. In truth, Kiban was screaming internally, deeply mortified that he had let his true emotions slip and made her feel uncomfortable. He couldn't shake the vivid memory of her sad, fragile smile, realizing that behind her ruthless exterior lay a lonely girl who looked ready to break down at any moment. Suddenly, his chest tightened as his heart began to hammer violently against his ribs again, just as she casually suggested they grab some coffee to clear the air.
Determined to regain his dignity, Kiban whipped out his coin purse and insisted on paying, refusing to let her cover yet another expense under his watch. Seated at a quiet terrace, the tension eased slightly as they watched the steam rise from their cups, but the atmosphere remained thick with unspoken questions. Kiban broke the silence, asking if becoming a minister had always been her ultimate dream, curious about what drove her relentless ambition. Taking a slow sip, her eyes hardened with a cold, unstoppable fire as she declared that a minister's rank was not nearly enough. She wanted to climb even higher. Before he could process her terrifying ambition, a rude, demanding voice suddenly shattered the peace, demanding that they vacate their seats immediately. Kiban's eyes narrowed in instant annoyance, turning around to face the intruders who had dared to disrupt their private conversation. A group of arrogant imperial officials stood sneering behind them, claiming they had arrived first and had a right to the prime seating. The lead official stepped forward with an insufferable smirk, casually demanding that Kiban and Namiya pack up and hand over their table. Recognizing Namiya's department, the elitist official began to openly mock their tiny, understaffed office, questioning who would ever want to work under such weak leadership.
Standing hidden behind a massive marble pillar, Namia watched the insulting display, her voice dropping to a freezing whisper as she pointed out their blatant disrespect. Kiban's gaze turned deadly cold behind his glasses, his blood boiling at the sheer arrogance of officials who were supposed to be serving the empire. Unable to tolerate their disrespectful behavior any longer, he began to step forward, determined to teach the arrogant bureaucrats a lesson they would never forget. But Namia instantly grabbed his arm, desperately trying to pull him back before he initiated a highly public, disastrous physical confrontation. She looked at him in absolute shock, frantically pleading with him not to do something so childish and ruinous to their department's reputation. In that tense second, a phantom memory of his true royal identity flashed in his mind, fueling his rage as he prepared to show them the wrath of the crown prince. The intense weight of his secret mission pressed heavily against his conscience, reminding him of the countless imperial factions watching his every move from the shadows. Namia yanked his arm back with surprising force, desperately warning him that getting into a public dispute with other departments would only invite disaster. Her voice trembled with anger as she fiercely ordered him to back down and stay out of the conflict, refusing to let him make a scene.
Kiban argued back, insisting that letting such blatant corruption slide would only lead to further disrespect and destroy their authority.
He gestured passionately, declaring that as civil servants of the great empire, they had a sacred duty to uphold honor and stand up against petty bullies. But Namia's eyes flashed with a bitter, cynical coldness, silencing him instantly as she prepared to reveal the ugly truth about their workplace. In her mind, she visualized the state of the other offices, lazy, corrupt, and completely unchecked, thriving on nepotism while ignoring their duties. She pointed a sharp, warning finger at him, declaring that confronting them would yield nothing but a fake public apology while the underlying rot remained untouched. With a heavy, resolute sigh, she revealed that the entire bureaucracy was plagued by the same lazy indifference, leaving her with only one path forward: to seize ultimate power and rebuild the empire from the absolute top. To understand their plight, one had to look at the rigid hierarchy of the imperial bureaucracy, a ruthless pyramid where the prestigious finance and legal departments ruled from the peak, leaving the humble scroll department rotting at the absolute bottom. Because of this miserable status, Namia bitterly pointed out that it was no surprise their division was treated like garbage, subjected to constant ridicule, and starved of any real respect. The humiliation ran deeper than mere bureaucracy. She recalled with a heavy heart how the arrogant elite had turned their backs on them, even daring to slander the Empress herself while stepping all over her department's pride. Hearing this, Kiban's gaze sharpened, a dangerous calculating fire igniting in his eyes as he absorbed the sheer depth of the corruption staining the imperial palace. Unable to stomach her passive resignation, he pushed up his glasses with a sudden sharp gesture, demanding to know if they were truly just going to sit back and watch their dignity get trampled. Namia stared at him, completely taken aback by his sudden, intense outburst, frantically wondering why her supposedly indifferent secretary was suddenly so eager to fight back. Kiban froze as her sharp gaze pierced him, his heart hammering as he realized his righteous indignation had almost exposed his true royal temperament. A painful memory flashed in his mind of a corrupt, bloated official sneering at a younger, defenseless Namia, fueling a burning protective instinct he couldn't easily suppress. Sensing his inner turmoil, Namia's shock melted into a teasing smirk, playfully noting that he was far more invested in her honor than he let on, leaving Kiban struggling to find a professional excuse. Looking up at the grand, sweeping archway of the palace conservatory, she admitted that while speaking up was a noble strategy, it would do little to actually repair the shattered reputation of the scroll department. Standing in the sunlit, sprawling gardens, Namia sighed with quiet resignation, declaring that for now they had no choice but to swallow their pride and endure the elitist mockery. But the quiet was instantly shattered by a sharp, panicked cry nearby, as the sneering official from earlier whirled around to demand who had just dared to talk back to him. The arrogant official sneered, pointing a mocking finger at a trembling, red-haired woman with massive spiral glasses, who was desperately clutching her uniform and begging him to retract his insults. Watching the confrontation unfold from a distance, Namia's eyes widened in recognition, realization dawning on her as Kiban quietly wondered if this timid woman was also from their ridiculed department.
This was Anastasia Cayena, a quiet, reserved civil servant of 9 long years who had spent nearly a decade silently enduring the department's worst days.
The obnoxious bureaucrat leaned in with an insufferable, mocking grin, deliberately pretending he couldn't hear her quiet plea just to humiliate her further. But his smug amusement instantly withered as Anastasia reached up and slowly removed her thick glasses, her posture shifting from meek submission to something entirely sinister. With a cold, terrifying shadow falling over her face, she glared at him with dead, unblinking eyes, threatening to lay a horrific curse that would leave him completely bald within a month if he didn't take back his words. The sudden, bizarre threat of a witch's curse sent a wave of absolute shock and confusion through the arrogant official, his smug demeanor completely shattering. Her pale green eyes flashed with an eerie, unhinged light, her voice dropping to a freezing whisper as she mused that testing out her curses on him might actually be quite fun. A cold sweat broke out across the official's face as she casually uttered his exact name and department, leaving him utterly horrified at how a lowly scroll worker knew his identity. Desperate to regain control, he stammered that his mocking of the scroll department was entirely justified, but Anastasia cut him off with a bone-chilling glare, whispering that her anger wasn't about the department at all. With a sudden, explosive burst of fury, she jabbed her finger directly at his chest, screaming that she would never tolerate anyone speaking ill of her beloved Minister Namia.
To Anastasia, Namia was a brilliant, hardworking leader who, despite her youth, possessed a flawless grasp of administrative law and put the older generation to absolute shame.
Recalling those late nights, Anastasia's fierce expressions softened for a fraction of a second, remembering the bright, warm smile of the young minister who had given everything to her work. She fiercely declared that Namia had never once succumbed to laziness or lost her drive, standing tall as Kiban quietly observed that the timid woman was mounting quite the passionate defense. Hearing those fierce, unexpected words of loyalty, Namia's eyes welled with tears, deeply touched by the realization that her silent struggles had been recognized all along. Screaming at the top of her lungs, Anastasia demanded to know what right an incompetent bully had to look down on a minister infinitely more capable than himself. Terrified by her sheer, unhinged intensity, the arrogant officials scrambled backward in sheer panic, fleeing the scene as Kiban and Namia watched in stunned silence. As they resumed their walk down the Grand Palace path, the quiet afternoon air felt lighter, the lingering humiliation finally washed away by Anastasia's fiery loyalty. Namia turned to Kiban, her voice quiet as she asked if he felt wronged by the cruel words the elitist officials had thrown at their department. Kiban looked down at her, his expression serious as he admitted that the insult to the scroll department was indeed deeply frustrating. With a sly, vindictive smile, Namia declared that while she was furious, she had already memorized the official's name, his beauty routine, and his entire schedule to ensure her eventual absolute revenge. She raised her hand with a greedy, sparkling grin, revealing that her ultimate path to vengeance and authority would be paved with one undeniable power: money. Kiban stared at her in deadpan silence, deadpanly asking if her grand plan was simply to extort her political enemies for cash. Namia quickly dismissed his accusation, explaining that a department's true authority in the empire relied on its budget, and she intended to secure a massive pile of gold. Her eyes hardened with a cold, sharp resolve as she noted that in a palace fueled by greed, a department's worth was measured solely by the size of its coffers. Meanwhile, in his private office, an older imperial treasurer stared at his ledgers, his brow furrowing in deep distress as he felt the impending storm of a budget battle brewing. Back in the corridor, Namia marched forward with supreme confidence, boldly announcing to Kiban that she was going to secure an astronomical budget for their office. She spun around with a radiant, dazzling laugh, her face illuminated by the bright blue sky as she promised that they would soon be drowning in imperial funds. Kiban's heart violently thudded against his ribs as he stared at her brilliant, breathtaking smile, desperately warning himself not to fall for her charms before their real battle even began. The sudden, heavy tolling of the palace clock tower shattered the romantic tension, jolting Namiya back to reality as she realized lunch break was officially over. Running at full speed, she burst through the office doors, panting heavily as Kiban hurried behind her, completely baffled by her sudden, frantic dash. Flushed and out of breath, she insisted that, as the minister, she had a sacred duty to strictly follow the rules and set a perfect example for her subordinates. Kiban stared at her, his gaze softening as he realized her relentless obsession with perfection stemmed from a deep, hidden insecurity about her own perceived shortcomings. Standing before her in the quiet office, he felt an overwhelming urge to reassure her, his cold facade cracking under the weight of his growing feelings. He clenched his fist tightly, a quiet, intense determination washing over him as he vowed to protect her from the cruel judgments of the palace elite. But as the words began to slip from his tongue, he suddenly grabbed his head in sheer embarrassment, frantically wondering what on earth was causing him to act so uncharacteristically soft. Namiya gasped in sudden concern, stepping forward to anxiously ask if he was feeling unwell and suggesting they immediately visit the imperial infirmary. Looking at her sweet, genuinely worried face, Kibun's secret royal identity felt heavier than ever, his heart trapped in a dangerous dance between his duty to the crown and his undeniable growing devotion to his brilliant boss. Standing before the closed doors of their office, Kiban suddenly broke the silence, quietly offering his sincere gratitude for the lunch they had shared. Namiya blinked in utter confusion, completely caught off guard by this sudden, vulnerable shift in his attitude. But before she could recover, his voice grew even softer as he confessed his desire to share another meal with her in the future. Namiya's heart skipped a beat, her eyes widening as the weight of his unexpected, intimate invitation began to sink in. Realizing his sincerity, a warm blush crept onto her cheeks as she happily accepted, playfully chiding him for not speaking up sooner. Kiban let out a long, relieved sigh, but their sudden peace was about to be violently shattered. A chaotic clamor suddenly echoed from the corridor outside, instantly putting both of them on high alert. Namiya's eyes sharpened with cold calculation, a smug smile tugging at her lips as she realized their target had taken the bait far sooner than anticipated. Brushing aside the lingering romantic tension, she turned toward the door with absolute poise, eager to confront the looming storm. With a confident spin, she declared it was time to personally welcome their prestigious guest and initiate their counterattack. Inside, a scene of pure tension unfolded as a terrified Anastasia desperately waved her hands, trying to smooth over a massive confrontation with an imposing visitor. But the stern, looming figure before her was in no mood for excuses, demanding answers with terrifying, absolute authority. It was none other than Lut Arwen, the arrogant Minister of Finance, who sneered with cold contempt as he declared his business was strictly with Namiya. To Anastasia, his sudden hostile intrusion felt like an existential threat to her entire department. Standing tall in the grand office, Arwen coldly ordered her to summon Namiya immediately, his voice echoing with an oppressive weight. Anastasia and the surrounding staff could only watch in tense, silent apprehension as the threat grew closer. Clutching her hands together, Anastasia felt a cold sweat break out as she desperately searched for a way to protect her beloved minister from this political predator. Her mind raced, remembering the terrible vulnerability of the past. A painful memory flashed of her early days, spent enduring the cruel gossip and mocking whispers of arrogant nobles who treated her like absolute garbage. She'd been helpless then, but she refused to let history repeat itself now. With their strongest allies currently out of reach, Anastasia resolved that she was the only one left who could shield Namiya from the palace's vultures. Steeling her resolve, she swallowed her terror and prepared to stand her ground. Trembling but determined, Anastasia stepped forward, stuttering out an offer to pass along his message herself to avoid him confronting Namiya directly. Arwen scoffed at her sheer audacity, his brow furrowing in deep irritation. He leaned in closer, his voice dripping with condescension as he demanded to know exactly who she thought she was to stand in his way. The sudden pressure threatened to crush her, but instead of retreating, a bizarre shift occurred inside her. Instead of shrinking back in fear, Anastasia's eyes suddenly lit up with a frantic, unhinged energy, a wild idea taking hold of her panicked mind. Striking a dramatic, flowery pose, she proudly introduced herself as Anastasia Cayenne, desperately clutching a mysterious book to her chest like a sacred shield. Arwen dismissed her introduction with a bored sigh, dryly recognizing her as a mere subordinate before reiterating his demand to see Namiya immediately. Anastasia's face paled to a ghostly white as she realized her desperate defense was failing completely. Her panic was instantly derailed as her eyes locked onto the scandalous novel cover in her hands, her mind bizarrely drifting to its dramatic plot about a handsome superior harboring a massive secret. In a sudden, unhinged burst of excitement, she lunged forward and grabbed Arwen, frantically demanding to know if he too was a fan of the dramatic romance. The prestigious Minister of Finance recoiled in utter, absolute horror. Completely ignoring his shock, Anastasia's eyes sparkled with pure, manic obsession as she began to passionately ramble about the fantastic series, leaving the powerful official completely speechless and deeply disturbed. She eagerly explained the plot of the heroine who was forced to work as a lowly maid at a crumbling, ruined estate, completely lost in her own fantasy world. She gushed about the thrilling, forbidden romance between the maid and her handsome manager, reciting their dramatic dialogue with passionate, breathless intensity. The grand reveal that the manager was actually a dashing duke in disguise, possessing a face sculpted by the gods themselves, sent her into a state of pure, unbridled euphoria. Back in reality, Arwen felt a cold sweat drench his collar, clearing his throat in a desperate bid to escape the bizarre monologue of this clearly unhinged woman. But Anastasia's intense, swirling gaze locked onto him through her thick glasses, her unblinking eyes practically boring a hole through his soul. Suddenly snapping back to reality, Anastasia frantically apologized for her overexcited rambling. While peeking through the cracked door, Kiban watched the bizarre exchange in deadpan disbelief, quietly questioning if such a chaotic person was truly fit to lead a team. Namiya's expression softened as she looked at her awkward subordinate, knowing full well how others easily misjudged Anastasia's eccentric yet fiercely loyal behavior. Turning to Kiban, Namiya quietly confessed that despite her quirks, Anastasia was one of the two people in the entire department she trusted with her life. Kiban's heart faltered, his mind racing as he wondered who the other person could possibly be. He looked down at her, his voice barely a whisper, as he tentatively asked for the identity of the second person holding such a sacred place in her heart. With a sudden, dramatic flourish, Namiya proudly declared that her other ultimate trust was placed solely in the power of freshly brewed coffee. Kiban froze, his romantic expectations instantly shattered by her ridiculous answer. Meanwhile, Anastasia was desperately trying to redeem herself, nervously trembling as she offered to brew a cup of coffee for the irritated finance minister. But Arwen flatly refused, sneering that he had no interest in forcing other departments to do his menial labor. In a panic, Anastasia rushed back and presented him with a plate of raw instant coffee grounds alongside a cup of hot water, completely missing the basic concept of serving a beverage. Arwen stared at the dry pile of brown powder in absolute disbelief, his eye twitching as he struggled to comprehend what she was expecting him to do with it. Finally snapping, Arwen slammed his hand down, roaring in fury at her perceived insolence, while Anastasia shrieked in terror, frantically waving her hands to protest her innocence. Watching the absolute train wreck unfold from the doorway, Namiya's face fell into a look of profound secondary embarrassment for her chaotic subordinate. Kiban let out a heavy sigh, but Namiya quickly clarified that Anastasia's bizarre stalling tactic was actually a deliberate, strategic play to buy them enough time to prepare. She pointed out the complex political optics of the situation, explaining that allowing a powerful rival to simply march in unannounced would destroy their department's authority. To the outside world, a seasoned veteran of 15 years looming over a newbie of only 2 weeks would make Namiya look incredibly weak and easily intimidated. She fiercely declared that in the brutal arena of palace politics, saving face and maintaining the illusion of absolute equality was a matter of survival. Kiban stared at her, completely captivated by her sharp, tactical mind, as she effortlessly dissected the hidden moves of their political enemies. Yet despite the immense pressure of the looming confrontation, he couldn't help but notice how incredibly calm and composed she remained. A sudden memory resurfaced from years ago, back when a young and ambitious Arwen had confidently promised his mother that his promotion in the finance ministry was practically guaranteed. His mother had worried that a lowly barony would never be noticed by the high-ranking elites, but Arwen had passionately insisted that the current minister valued raw talent and character above all else. He had boasted of how the Grand Minister had personally praised his drafted reports, even going so far as to memorize his name despite their massive status gap. He had truly believed that hard work and dedication would be rewarded in a system he thought was fair and just, oblivious to the cruel betrayal awaiting him. But the bitter reality was far darker. Arwen had merely stolen Namia's brilliant drafts word for word to secure his own high-ranking position, leaving her with a lingering, throbbing headache of pure disgust at his shamelessness. Back in the tense corridor, Arwen's patience finally evaporated, but his complaints were instantly silenced as a clear, authoritative voice smoothly offered an apology for the delay. Stepping into the light with absolute grace and confidence, Namia marched forward with Kiban at her side, ready to face her political nemesis head-on. Seeing her savior, Anastasia wailed in relief and lunged forward to hug Namia, who calmly guided their furious guest toward the inner sanctuary of her private office. Settling across from each other at the grand negotiation table, Namia coolly explained that preparing the room to his high standards had taken some time, but Arwen dismissed her excuse, eager to get straight to his true malicious purpose. He leaned forward, his eyes narrowing as he demanded to know if she understood exactly why he had come to find her, and Namia met his gaze with a cold, piercing smile, ready to unleash her ultimate counterattack against the man who had stolen her future. Sitting across the table was the formidable finance minister himself, Leet Arwen, a political titan whose cold gaze was enough to make any lesser official freeze in their tracks. Revered throughout the empire for supposedly disregarding noble status in favor of raw talent and absolute integrity, his position at court was considered entirely bulletproof. Controlling the empire's vast national budget made him practically untouchable, but his calculated composure faltered the moment his eyes locked onto the silent guardian standing behind Namia. Sensing the minister's growing irritation, Namia smoothly introduced her companion as her foreign secretary, explaining that he would be translating the proceedings quietly. Reassured that the magical translation scroll would cause no disruptions, the arrogant minister carelessly waived his objections, completely unaware that his every word was being carefully recorded. Leaning forward with a patronizing smirk, Arwen declared himself a strict adherent to imperial principles, a warning that he intended to scrutinize her department with a merciless lens. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched his first venomous strike, flatly accusing her of submitting a quarterly budget riddled with inexcusable errors. He fell silent, holding his breath as he waited to savor the sweet taste of her panic, fully expecting her to break under the sudden, suffocating pressure. Yet, instead of trembling, Namia met his gaze with a serene, knowing smile, while her secretary quietly nodded along, sending a sudden spike of alarm through the minister's chest. With surgical precision, she cut through his posturing by immediately identifying the exact discrepancy in the execution summary he had planned to weaponize against her. Beaming with absolute confidence, Namia cheerfully confessed that she had been eagerly anticipating this exact question, completely throwing the prestigious minister off his game. Standing in the background, Kiban felt a cold shiver run down his spine as he recognized her dangerous, predatory smile, the unmistakable sign of a hunter closing in on her prey. A cold sweat drenched Arwen's collar as a horrifying realization hit him. She hadn't made an error, but had deliberately laid a trap specifically for him. Kiban watched in silent awe of her terrifying strategic foresight, realizing that every single move had been meticulously calculated to lead the arrogant minister to this very moment. Fighting to regain his shattered dignity, Arwen crossed his arms and steeled his expression, desperately trying to hide the rising panic clawing at his throat. But the heavy silence in the grand office was suffocating, dominated entirely by Namia's unyielding, calm demeanor. Forcing himself to speak, Arwen tried to seize control of the narrative, desperately pushing forward to deliver what he believed would be his saving grace. He loudly accused her of setting the scroll department's annual budget to an absurdly high and unjustifiable amount, waiting for her to falter. Namia merely tilted her head with a look of pure, mock innocence, inviting him to dig his own political grave just a little deeper. Kiban watched her performance with absolute fascination, wondering what other hidden agendas his brilliant superior was hiding beneath her naive facade. Quietly adjusting his glasses, Kiban resolved to stay silent and witness the spectacular downfall of the arrogant official. When Namiya calmly pointed out that her budget was perfectly aligned with what other departments received, Arwen's frustration reached a boiling point. Exasperated by her calm resistance, Arwen pressed a hand to his forehead, thoroughly convinced he was dealing with an utterly clueless amateur. Demanding absolute proof, he pressured her to state the exact figure, confident that the raw numbers would finally crush her. A sudden, icy dread gripped his heart as Namiya softly revealed the actual figure, a ridiculously microscopic fraction of a single percent. Before he could even process the shock, she smoothly slid an official document across the table, revealing that the numbers came directly from his own department. Snatching the paper, Arwen's eyes scanned the page as the color drained from his face, realizing he was looking at a damning piece of history. Namiya calmly explained that she had merely adjusted her budget to account for the massive savings generated by slashing their bloated operational fees. Stuttering in a panic, Arwen protested that no such fee reduction had ever been reported, only for Namiya to ruthlessly point out his department's systematic failure to audit their own records. As Arwen desperately argued that their balances had always matched perfectly, Namiya dropped her ultimate trap, suggesting that someone had been actively manipulating the books. The heavy accusation hung in the air like a guillotine, and as the image of his loyal subordinate flashed in his mind, Arwen realized his entire circle of corruption was about to be exposed. When the name of his accomplice slipped from his lips, Namiya's eyes flared with a predatory light, knowing that with this single confession, the powerful noble family backing him was finished. A vivid memory surfaced of the lazy noble official, Wan, dismissing her warnings weeks ago when she had explicitly told him to update the slashed operational fees. The arrogant noble had treated his duties as a complete joke, entirely oblivious to the doom he was bringing upon his household. With staggering stupidity, Wan had openly admitted to pocketing the massive surplus, treating the state's treasury as his personal piggy bank. When Namiya had confronted him in horror, the foolish man had merely whistled, claiming that theft was perfectly fine as long as no one was clever enough to catch him. Driven by absolute greed, Wan had even suggested they double down on the embezzlement before anyone noticed the shifting accounts. Namiya could only clutch her temples in utter disbelief, realizing her subordinate was not just incompetent, but actively and proudly corrupt. He had even dared to tower over her with a menacing sneer, challenging her to report his crimes as if he were completely untouchable. And then he had delivered the ultimate, cruelest blow, threatening to take the secret of her missing father's location to his grave if she dared to expose him. Walking away with a smug chuckle, Wan had reminded her that they were already bound together by her past compliance, believing he had successfully trapped her. But as her knuckles turned white against her pen, her resolve only hardened into pure, unadulterated fury, cementing her vow to tear down his entire world. Back in the present, Kiban quietly observed her, noticing a faint, dangerous spark of absolute joy dancing in her eyes as her trap finally snapped shut. She had known all along that Wan was a hollow puppet, incapable of answering a single technical question without instantly exposing his own absolute ignorance. Steeling herself, she fully embraced her role as the true leader of her department, ready to clean house once and for all. She knew that when the truth of the missing funds inevitably broke, Arwen would ruthlessly sacrifice his own pawn to save his prestigious position. The fallout would completely shatter the Rawafi Baron family, exposing a dark legacy of desperate debts and horrific family betrayals. Under imperial law, embezzled funds had to be repaid threefold, a financial death sentence that would leave the corrupt nobles utterly bankrupt. Clutching her fist with absolute resolve, Namiya cast aside any lingering hesitation, proudly declaring that she would gladly embrace her inner demon for the sake of revenge. Delivering the final coup de grace, Namiya calmly stated that she was legally cleared of any wrongdoing, leaving Arwen drowning in his own cold sweat as his political future slipped away into the dark. The grueling confrontation is finally over, and armed with an impeccable defense, Namiya offers her defeated opponent a sweet, victorious smile, thanking the humiliated Minister Arwen for his cooperation. Standing side by side, Namia and Kiban bow with flawless, freezing professionalism as the shattered finance minister prepares to take his leave, leaving them with a tense promise of even deeper conflicts to come. The very second the heavy door clicks shut, Namia's stoic, authoritative mask completely shatters into a fit of ecstatic, triumphant giggling, leaving Kiban staring at his superior in utter bewilderment. With her eyes sparkling with pure, unadulterated bliss, she revels in the sweet taste of her successful retaliation, completely swept away by the sheer euphoria of her victory. Convinced his brilliant superior has finally lost her mind from the sheer pressure, Kiban cautiously asks if she is feeling unwell, only for Namia to dismiss his concerns with a cheerful, energetic wave of her hand. Clutching her fist tightly, her mind blazes with a newfound, terrifying conviction. In this ruthless court of jackals, absolute power is the only true shield against destruction. Snapping back to reality, Namia smoothly pivots and demands they immediately return to their overwhelming mountain of duties, leaving Kiban barely any time to process her chaotic shift in attitude. Staring at the massive, terrifying towers of paperwork waiting on the desk, Kiban realizes with absolute dread that his brilliant superior is nothing short of a fanatical workaholic. The quiet, rhythmic scratch of pens soon fills the grand office as both of them dive headfirst into the daunting administrative mountain, completely lost in their respective duties. As Kiban reviews her notes, he can't help but marvel at how ruthlessly she dismantled a political titan, realizing this spectacular victory will inevitably force the rest of the cabinet to respect her authority. Yet, the shadow of Minister Arwen still looms large in Kiban's mind as he recalls his own close brushes with the suspicious official, a chilling reminder of how narrow their survival margin truly is. A sudden, alarming thought strikes him. Arwen's legendary influence extends far beyond his own department, raising the terrifying possibility that his adopted son is secretly nested within their very own scroll department. The chilling name finally clicks in his memory: Victor Arwen, a shadowy figure whose silent reputation hides a potentially lethal threat. Unlike his ostentatious family, Victor has always chosen to operate entirely from the shadows, carefully avoiding the grand social gatherings of high society. Kiban tries to visualize the mysterious son, picturing a highly respected, noble gentleman who effortlessly commands the admiration of everyone around him. But a horrifying twist stops his thoughts cold. He suddenly pictures Namia standing intimately beside this phantom rival, sending a sudden jolt of possessive panic through his chest. Sweating profusely, Kiban desperately shakes his head, trying to banish the disturbing image while wondering why on earth Namia would ever be linked to the enemy's son. He looks over at Namia, silently agonizing over the dangerous reality that her crucial team leader shares the exact same surname as her sworn political enemy. Yet, glancing at her calm profile, he realizes she seems entirely unbothered by the potential spy in her midst, riding away with cool, calculated indifference. Suddenly, Kiban's pen freezes mid-stroke as a shocking, highly disturbing possibility begins to piece itself together in his analytical mind. His eyes widen behind his glasses as a cold sweat breaks out on his forehead, desperately hoping that his wildest, most terrifying theory is completely wrong. He recalls the soft, glowing expression Namia usually reserves for those she trusts, a dangerous vulnerability that could easily be weaponized against her by a clever enemy. His mind drifts back to the elite halls of the Imperial Academy, the prestigious institution where their brilliant careers and bitter rivalries were first forged in fire. It was a fierce breeding ground where noble heirs and ambitious commoners competed ruthlessly for academic dominance and the favor of the Empire's professors. Adjusting his glasses, Kiban remembers the sheer intensity of that academic battlefield, where even the slightest misstep meant absolute social ruin. Every exam was a silent war, with students constantly whispering about favoritism, hidden tutoring, and the shifting graces of the faculty. The competition was brutal and deeply personal, sparking furious, explosive rivalries between proud students who refused to lose to anyone. He snaps his eyes back to the present, focusing on the highly unusual dynamic between Minister Naimia and her tense, highly professional team leader, Anastasia. Watching them interact over the heavy desk, the absolute crushing silence between them speaks of a deep, unresolved history that goes far beyond simple office politics. Namia calmly hands over a fresh stack of documents, her tone entirely polite and detached, yet every movement feels heavily weighted with unspoken tension. Anastasia stutters out a frantic apology, her posture stiff with immense stress, while Namia dismisses it with a cool, formal assurance that does nothing to ease the pressure. Kibon watches the exchange with a highly critical eye, deeply unsettled by the incredibly awkward, stifling vibe that hangs like a thick fog between the two women. He finds it highly suspicious that someone as proud as Namia would maintain such a strictly formal, almost defensive barrier against a colleague from her own academy days. A cold determination settles over Kibon. If he wants to protect Namia from her own blind spots, he must thoroughly investigate every single person in her inner circle. Suddenly, Namia looks up from the bookshelves, her bright blue eyes locking onto him with a sudden, sharp curiosity that catches him completely off guard. She casually mentions that Victor was actually a kind and incredibly approachable senior who took great care of her during her grueling academy years, expressing her deep, sincere gratitude. Kibon's chest tightens with a sudden, overwhelming surge of jealousy as he demands to know exactly how close she truly was with this mysterious rival. Before she can answer, the heavy double doors are violently slammed open, shattering the tense atmosphere and sending a shockwave of surprise through the entire room. Gasping for breath, a wildly energetic man stands at the threshold, a bright, dramatic smile plastered across his face as he loudly announces his arrival to a stunned Namia. Kibon freezes in sheer disbelief, realizing with a sinking heart that the loudest, most chaotic element of Namia's past has just burst into their carefully constructed sanctuary. The self-proclaimed savior boisterously declares his name to the entire office, his sheer presence instantly commanding the room with relentless theatrical flair. Beaming with absolute, unshakable confidence, Luca Class steps forward, his eyes shining with a bizarre, intense devotion directed entirely at the young minister. The entire room descends into absolute comedic chaos as the uninvited guest strikes a dramatic pose, completely oblivious to the sheer awkwardness of his grand entrance. Gasping for air behind him, a completely exhausted Anastasia desperately tries to explain that only invited guests are allowed in the minister's private sanctuary. Yet, Namia merely rests her chin on her hand, looking on with a look of pure, utter indifference as if dealing with a mildly annoying stray dog. But dramatically wiping away a fake tear, Luca loudly laments her coldness, claiming that he knows the deep, passionate warmth she secretly harbors for him in her heart. Leaning over her desk with wild enthusiasm, he dramatically points to her nameplate, begging her forgiveness for not realizing her hidden affection much sooner. Namia flatly shuts down his theatrical delusion with a single, devastatingly cold statement, waving her hand in absolute, unbothered denial. Undeterred, Luca launches into a wild, animated explanation, recounting how her sudden departure from House Lofi to build her own independent life was the ultimate proof of his inspiring influence. Desperate to regain control of her chaotic office, Anastasia frantically demands to know who this bizarre intruder is, only for Luca to proudly introduce himself as a member of the Department of Health and Welfare, setting the stage for an explosive new conflict. Luca loudly boasts about the deep, unbreakable connection he shares with Namia, completely ignoring her look of absolute disbelief, as Anastasia and Kibon watch on in pure bewilderment. Namia internally groans at his sheer dramatic extravagance, completely baffled by how easily he spins their mundane history into a theatrical masterpiece. Sweeping her hand in irritation, Namia mentally blocks out his nonsense, recalling how they began as nothing more than ordinary, uninspired classmates back in their academy days. Yet, in Luca's wildly distorted memory, their simple interactions were a grand, passionate romance, a delusional fantasy that sends Anastasia's romantic heart into overdrive. Luca boasts with unshakable pride, declaring that while the rest of the world remained blind to Namia's brilliant potential, he alone recognized her true genius. Hearing this, Kibon looms over Namia's desk with a dark, intensely serious expression, quietly demanding to know if there is any truth to these claims. Piercing her with his analytical gaze, Kibon refuses to back down, pressing her for a definitive answer as a cold sweat begins to form on Namia's neck. Kibon's mind spins with sudden agonizing panic, realizing with horror that Victor Arwen isn't the only potential threat he has to guard Namia against. Completely oblivious to the tension, Luca beams with pride, warmly congratulating Namia on her unprecedentedly rapid rise to the rank of minister. Caught off guard by the sudden sincerity in his voice, Namia feels a faint, unexpected warmth rise to her cheeks as she looks away. Luca offers her a gentle, knowing smile, quietly thanking her in a rare moment of genuine, quiet affection. However, the momentary peace is instantly shattered as Luca loudly declares that her brilliant success only proves she is his ultimate worthy rival. Unable to contain his rising jealousy, Keban snaps, pointing a tense finger as he demands to know how they could ever be considered rivals. Luca's warm smile instantly vanishes, replaced by a cold, highly suspicious glare as he demands to know who this intrusive glasses-wearing stranger is. Namia quickly steps in to defuse the bomb, explaining that Keban is merely her temporary secretary, prompting Luca to inspect him with a critical, swirling gaze. Pushed to his limit, Keban adjusts his glasses and offers a tense, sweating apology, admitting he simply assumed the two of them were secretly dating. An icy, suffocating silence instantly coats the entire office as both Namia and Luca freeze in sheer, unadulterated horror at the scandalous suggestion. Luca violently explodes in outrage, fiercely accusing the secretary of harboring a highly inappropriate, overactive imagination. He continues his furious tirade, demanding to know if Keban's brain has been entirely rotted by reading cheap, third-rate romance novels, leaving Anastasia utterly speechless. Watching the dramatic outburst, Namia anxiously waits for Keban's legendary temper to flare, bracing herself for an absolute explosion in her office. She blinks in complete, stunned disbelief as she focuses on her secretary's reaction, sensing a sudden shift in the atmospheric pressure. Instead of erupting in fury, Keban quietly covers his mouth, a subtle, highly pleased expression washing over his face as he realizes they aren't romantically involved. Luca continues to scoff, gesturing wildly at Namia while loudly declaring that she is far too cold and calculated to ever have any interest in romance. Crossing his arms, Luca confidently declares that there is likely only one specific man in the entire empire who could ever hold her interest. Namia's heart skips a violent beat, her eyes widening in pure, unmitigated panic as her deepest secrets threaten to be dragged into the light. Before Luca can utter another word, Keban steps forward, his voice dropping to a dangerously cold, authoritative register as he reprimands the guest. Glaring behind his glasses, Keban warns him that recklessly spreading rumors and prying into a minister's private affairs is a severe breach of protocol. He reminds him that such loose talk could easily destroy Minister Namia's hard-won reputation, sending a sudden jolt of flustered panic through Namia's chest. Standing tall with an intimidating, unwavering authority, Keban looks down on the stunned visitor, demanding to know if he understands the gravity of his actions. As the deep, rhythmic tolling of the Academy bell echoes across the Grand Estate, the tense, chaotic confrontation finally draws to a close. The brilliant golden rays of the setting sun wash over the massive, sprawling imperial grounds, signaling the end of an exhausting, politically charged day. Walking out into the warm evening air, Keban firmly reminds himself that his infiltration was strictly business, a mission to monitor Namia with zero personal feelings involved. Yet, as he clutches his chest, he is met with a sudden, violent spasm of emotion that threatens to shatter his clinical detachment. His face burns red and his breath hitches, utterly helpless against the chaotic, racing pulse that thumps wildly in his chest at the mere thought of her. Under the cold, silver light of a full moon, a silent, mysterious estate stands bathed in shadows, harboring the deepest secrets of the Empire's elite. Inside, an energetic, brown-haired noble beams with a cheerful smile, warmly greeting a powerful, hidden figure after a long period of separation. Sitting rigidly on the luxurious sofa, a striking, blonde-haired prince scoffs coldly at the polite greeting, his sharp, red eyes flashing with irritation. Shifting quickly to business, the loyal informant steps forward and hands over a thick, highly confidential folder containing vital intelligence. Scanning the documents, the blonde prince reads that Juan Luwapi has officially been suspended by the disciplinary committee, a satisfying blow to their enemies. He notes with a calculating smirk that Baron Luwapi, completely crushed by his massive, inescapable debts, has already had his grand estate auctioned off before vanishing into thin air. The informant quickly transitions to the next file, his tone turning remarkably grim as he introduces the report on the corrupt noble Howard Olton. He reveals that Howard was swiftly charged with severe harassment thanks to the devastating testimony of none other than Keban Altons, the intern secretary. The informant admits that while Keban possesses an incredibly insolent and arrogant gaze, his silver-tongued diplomacy is nothing short of flawless.
Listening quietly, the blonde prince remains entirely unimpressed, his red eyes narrowing as he demands to know if that is the absolute limit of their findings.
His voice drops to a low, chilling whisper as he demands to know if they have uncovered any concrete intelligence on the shadowy Victor Arwen. The informant reveals that Victor is currently stationed on a highly secretive, long-term diplomatic assignment far away in the Confederation of Kotalika. A cold sweat breaks out on the prince's forehead as the informant delivers the shocking update. Victor is being recalled to the capital early at the personal request of Minister Namia. He explains that Victor was once a legendary, top-tier honor student at the academy, but his brilliant academic career completely collapsed following the tragic death of his parents.
Cast aside by high society, the broken young man was eventually adopted by his influential distant relative and godfather, Marquis Arwen.
Staring at the portrait of the young, melancholic heir, the prince realizes with chilling dread that Victor Arwen's return is about to plunge their entire political landscape into absolute, unpredictable chaos. The unexpected news of Victor Arwen's sudden recall strikes the blonde prince like a physical blow, forcing him into a tense, suffocating silence. The informant's voice slices through the quiet, revealing a shocking, long-buried secret. The returning Victor Arwen was once deeply connected to Minister Namia during their academy days. The prince's breathing turns shallow as the overwhelming avalanche of details pours in, desperate to halt the informant before his worst fears are laid bare. But the informant only smiles, entirely oblivious to the rising tide of jealousy and panic currently consuming the young prince's mind. Outside, the quiet night sky stretches infinitely over the grand estate, a deceptive calm masking the volatile storm brewing within the prince's heart. Collapsing heavily onto his bed, the prince yields entirely to the crushing weight of exhaustion and the painful, unbidden thoughts of Namia's past.
Tossing in agony, he presses a hand to his burning forehead, completely unable to escape the mocking ghost of her memory.
In his mind, her face appears, soft, vulnerable, and flushed with an emotion he desperately wishes was reserved solely for him. His blood runs cold as a terrifying, heart-stopping realization takes root. Could Namia actually harbor deep, romantic feelings for that returning man? Jolting upright in absolute shock, his heart pounds wildly against his ribs, shattered by the mere suggestion of her loving someone else. He clutches his chest in sheer bewilderment, wondering if his racing pulse is a medical emergency or the sudden, terrifying onset of an unstoppable passion. Forcing his eyes shut under a sleeping mask, he tries to command his chaotic thoughts to cease, knowing he must face a grueling day of political maneuvering tomorrow.
Yet sleep remains an elusive luxury as he rolls from side to side, clutching his stuffed toy like a lifeline against the rising tide of insecurity.
Beyond the dark, cold balcony windows, the relentless ticking of the clock confirms his worst nightmare. He will not get a single second of rest tonight. Morning arrives with a sharp creak of the office door as Namia steps inside, only to freeze instantly in her tracks at the bizarre sight before her. Standing there with hollow, sunken eyes and a deadly serious expression is Keban, looking as if he has just crawled straight out of a grave. Horrified by his ghastly appearance, Namia frantically points out the dark, bruised shadows under his eyes, completely taken aback by his sudden deterioration. Keban tries to deflect her concern with a stiff, professional reassurance, claiming his exhaustion won't interfere with his absolute loyalty to his duties. Suddenly, the physical distance between them evaporates, leaving them bathed in a tense, highly charged atmosphere that makes the air itself feel thick. Looking into her wide, shimmering eyes, Keban's heart skips a violent beat as he wonders if she is genuinely, deeply worried about his well-being. But as he braces himself for a tender confession, Namia prepares to deliver a verbal blow that will completely shatter his fragile romantic hope. With a look of pure, unadulterated panic, Namiya reveals her true concern. Having a secretary who looks like a zombie is an absolute disaster for her newly minted reputation. The revelation hits Kiban like a bucket of icy water, forcing him to bury his face in his hands as he bitterly questions why he ever expected anything warm from her.
Seeing his sudden, dramatic despair, Naya quickly tries to backpedal, desperately pleading with him to take a highly efficient nap to save them both.
But her stubborn secretary refuses to budge, leaving Namiya completely exasperated by his relentless, exhausting pride. Shaking off the morning chaos, Namiya sits back at her grand desk, proudly reflecting on the miraculous progress she has made in her first month as minister.
Thanks to her brilliant leadership, the entire department has been whipped into shape, with junior staff members eagerly executing her brand new report templates.
Even the massive, once impenetrable mountain of chaotic scrolls has been systematically sorted into flawless, gleaming order.
Puffed up with immense pride, Namiya celebrates her administrative victory, feeling entirely invincible in her new imperial domain.
Yet a sudden wave of awkwardness washes over her as she remembers the social landmines of managing a staff of older, deeply entrenched seniors. In truth, the only person she can speak to with absolute, unfiltered comfort is Kabuna, a dynamic he secretly treasures more than life itself. Glancing at him from the corner of her eye, she begins to truly appreciate the incredible, quiet genius of her temporary secretary. Behind his sharp glasses, Kiban works with a level of terrifying, flawless efficiency that borders on the supernatural, leaving no detail overlooked.
Before she can even voice a new command, Kiban abruptly stands and delivers the completed assignment, catching her completely off guard. He spreads a fresh stack of documents across her desk, revealing he has already anticipated and completed every future task before they could even be assigned.
No matter how much crushing work she piles onto his shoulders, he accepts it without a single syllable of complaint, moving like a machine. Instead, he merely casts a smug, challenging glance over his shoulder, silently asking her if that is truly the absolute limit of her expectations. A thrilling rush of excitement surges through Namiya's chest, her cheeks flushing as she realizes what an absolute goldmine of a secretary she has found.
Clenching her hands, a devious, wildly ambitious thought takes root. She must hold on to Kiban at all costs and milk his unmatched labor for everything it's worth. Noticing her sudden glowing expression, Kiban arches an eyebrow in deep suspicion, quietly pointing out her unusually ecstatic mood. Namiya offers him a highly mysterious, knowing smile, whispering that there is a far grander reason for her absolute euphoria today.
In a dazzling flash of ultimate triumph, she remembers her greatest secret victory. The massive, ultra-luxurious Baron Lawapi estate is now officially hers. Walking through the towering, empty corridors of her newly acquired mansion, she gazes up at the family portraits, marveling at the incredible twist of fate. Looking out the grand, dusty windows, a faint touch of nostalgia hits her, remembering when these silent halls were once bursting with elite noble life. But any lingering melancholy is instantly vaporized as she joyfully hurls herself onto the massive, luxurious bed in sheer unbridled celebration.
She beams with proud, absolute satisfaction, pointing a triumphant thumb at her chest as she revels in the glory of being a proud, independent homeowner. Suddenly, a chilling, terrifying jolt of dread shoots straight through her spine, forcing her to freeze mid-celebration as her eyes widen in pure panic. Outside, the morning sun begins to bathe the massive, breathtaking exterior of her new estate in a brilliant golden glow.
Waking up from her first night in her grand bedroom, Namiya stretches and yawns, trying to shake off the persistent, lingering shadows of her dreams. Yet, sitting on the edge of the bed, she can't help but feel a profound, unsettling sense of unease, terrified that when everything goes this perfectly, a devastating disaster is always just around the corner. Standing in her brand new, silent sanctuary, Namiya places her hand against the cold stone of the fireplace, the weight of the moment pressing heavily on her chest.
She throws her head back and proudly declares ownership of the massive estate, her voice echoing grandly through the empty halls of her dreams.
In her euphoric imagination, her father spins her around in a dizzying circle of pure celebration, showering her with the validation she has desperately craved for so long. But the sweet fantasy is abruptly shattered by a loud, violent rumble from her stomach, reminding her that even proud homeowners need to eat. Instantly, a stern, incredibly professional head maid glides into the room, bringing a silver platter loaded with a grand feast. Satiated and utterly content, Namia leans back with a satisfied sigh, gently patting her stomach as she basks in the luxury of her new life. The head maid hovers close, politely asking if the meal was to her absolute satisfaction, eager to please the new mistress of the estate. Offering a warm, dazzling smile, the servant promises to fulfill Namia's every future whim without a single second of hesitation. Yet as Namia sips her tea, the sheer scale of the estate staff begins to feel incredibly suffocating, sparking a sudden wave of quiet anxiety. Her thoughts spiral further as a booming, unexpected question slices through the atmosphere, asking exactly how many servants she intends to hire. Shaken, Namia looks up to see the blonde prince himself, who reveals he already knows about her sudden real estate purchase and demands to know her staffing needs. Suspicion flares in Namia's eyes as the prince awkwardly stammers, trying to paint his bizarre, sudden generosity as a standard imperial welfare program. He turns bright red, desperately trying to justify the custom-tailored benefits, while Namia watches him with deep, silent skepticism. Exhausted by her lingering gaze, the prince exhales a heavy sigh of defeat, silently pleading with her to just accept his help. Uncertain of his true motives, Namia gives a vague, evasive response, leaving the final decision entirely up to his discretion. Her vague answer backfires spectacularly as a literal army of flawless, shining maids is delivered to her doorstep, leaving her wondering if she is being watched. Trying to clear her head, she opens a fresh, highly classified dispatch directly from Prince Kairos, her heart rate spiking at the sight of his seal. The letter reveals a chilling update. The Imperial forces are actively hunting down the elusive Cedric Lofi, but his tracks are incredibly well hidden. The trail of his last known sighting leads directly to a remote, quiet village buried deep within the southern region of the Empire. In his private study, Kairos works tirelessly, haunted by the shadowy silhouette of the missing man as he drafts his personal report to Namia. The letter details a dramatic Imperial raid on Cedric's suspected hideout, only for the knights to breach the heavy doors and find nothing but empty coldness. Whether the target was tipped off beforehand or met a far more sinister fate remains a terrifying unsolved mystery. Clenching the parchment, Namia feels a cold sweat break out on her neck as she realizes the pursuit has reached a complete, agonizing standstill. But the letter holds one final, unexpected detail, written in a hurried, intimate postscript that changes everything. Kairos reveals he has personally neutralized the threat of the corrupt Howard Olton, ensuring the man can never terrorize her ever again. Sharing the letter with Kiban, Namia notices her secretary suddenly freeze, his face turning pale as he clutches his head in absolute distress. While Kiban quietly shudders at the prince's extreme actions, Namia finds herself deeply unsettled by the sheer depth of the royal's obsession. She points out the terrifying truth. The prince could only have known about Howard by privately snooping into her deepest personal secrets. Yet, instead of being angry, she smiles warmly, admitting that his terrifyingly thorough nature makes her feel like saving him was entirely worth it. Kiban watches her in utter bewilderment, desperately trying to comprehend how she can find such invasive spying to be comforting. Standing tall, the handsome secretary adjusts his glasses, his loyalty to Namia burning brighter than any imperial shadow. In his mind, he recalls the painful memories of his youth, watching the young prince navigate a treacherous court where trust was a deadly luxury. Because of that harsh past, Kenban quietly accepts the prince's paranoia, viewing his deep suspicion as a bizarre sign of genuine care. Shaking off the heavy thoughts of the palace, Namia refocuses on the pressing administrative battles waiting right in front of her. But her eyes linger on Kiban, noting his dangerously pale complexion and wondering if her demands are slowly breaking her perfect secretary. Suddenly, the office door creaks open as an assistant frantically enters, her eyes wide with panic as she announces an unexpected, high-stakes visitor. Seated across from Namia at the grand conference table is a prominent, stern noble, the tense silence between them absolute and suffocating.
The noble clasps his hands tightly, his voice dripping with forced confidence as he assumes Namiya already knows the dark reason for his visit. Namiya remains entirely unreadable, her cold, glittering blue eyes boring straight into his soul as she waits for him to dig his own grave. He gets straight to the point, desperately pleading with her to completely bury the scandal of a leaked financial document. The noble explains that his department is currently spearheading a massive imperial project, and an audit now would bring absolute ruin to his career. Namiya listens intently, instantly calculating how she can leverage this massive political disaster to her own absolute advantage. With a calm, calculated expression, she delivers the exact words he desperately wanted to hear. She will keep his dirty secret safe. The noble gasps in sheer disbelief at how easily she presented herself, entirely unaware that he has just walked straight into her trap. A brilliant, blooming smile of ultimate greed washes over Namiya's face as the perfect opportunity presents itself. She smoothly transitions into her true motive, mentioning a vital project of her own that is currently suffering from a severely restricted budget. Turning to her secretary, she calls Kiban's name with an icy, knowing command that makes the atmosphere instantly shift. With flawless, terrifying anticipation, Kiban steps forward and slides a freshly drafted budget proposal directly onto the desk. The noble's eyes widen in sheer horror as he reads the document, realizing they had this ruthless trap completely prepared before he even walked into the room. His jaw drops in absolute sweating shock as he reads the astronomical demand of over 26 million, realizing Namiya has just successfully extorted his entire department for everything it's worth. Namiya remains entirely unfazed, coolly stating that she is perfectly fine with either outcome. The minister flinches under her calm confidence, his voice faltering as he struggles to maintain his composure. Breaking into a cold sweat, the noble rubs his forehead in mounting distress, realizing he has completely underestimated the sharp intellect of the young woman standing before him. Standing before her, the minister desperately warns her that a massive budget is a double-edged sword, bringing immense responsibilities that could easily crush her. Namiya merely nods, her resolve entirely unshaken. Clutching the document, the minister silently laments his own defeat. Had she demanded an impossible sum, he could have easily rejected it, but her request sits right on the edge of what is barely acceptable. A radiant, triumphant smile graces Namiya's face, leaving the minister utterly exasperated by how thoroughly she has calculated every single move to secure her absolute victory. Suddenly, a strange shift in the room's energy catches Kiban's attention, causing the dedicated secretary to look up with a subtle, questioning murmur. The minister's eyes widen in sudden alarm as he points a trembling finger toward Kiban, asking what on earth is happening to his face. Shifting her gaze to her secretary, Namiya's breath hitches in pure horror as a sudden shocking sight forces her to freeze in place. A thick, alarming stream of dark red blood begins to pour directly from Kiban's nose, dripping rapidly down his chin as his pale face remains entirely expressionless. The crimson droplets splatter onto his immaculate clothes, yet the stoic secretary seems completely oblivious to the physical toll his brutal workload has taken on him. Raising a blood-stained hand, Kiban weakly insists that they shouldn't worry about him, while both Namiya and the minister watch him in utter, terrified disbelief. As Kiban tilts his head back in a desperate, clumsy attempt to stop the flow, Namiya shrieks in sheer panic, warning him that tilting back will only make it worse. Thrusting a tight roll of paper directly into his nostril, Kiban stands frozen, his gaze completely blank as he tries to process his sudden physical collapse. Forcing him into a chair, Namiya urgently barks out instructions, commanding him to pinch his nose and lean forward to let the bleeding stop naturally. Kiban wonders how she could possibly know the treatment so perfectly, prompting Namiya to look back on her own grueling past life, where explosive nosebleeds were a daily corporate routine. The minister crosses his arms, looking completely appalled as he demands to know exactly how much torture Namiya has put her intern through to cause such a severe collapse. Terrified of being branded a slave driver, Namiya sweatedly recalls the mountain-sized stacks of grueling paperwork she had handed to her perfect secretary. She desperately tries to defend herself, pointing out that she fed him regularly and never made him work past 10 at night, a schedule she genuinely believed was incredibly generous.
Hearing this, the minister and Namia exchange a synchronized casual nod, concluding that Kibon must simply be an incredibly fragile weakling who cannot handle a standard workload. Deeply offended by their casual dismissal, Kibon's pride flares up as he fiercely declares that he is not fragile, even as another thick drop of blood spills from his nose. Neither Namia nor the minister look even remotely convinced, staring at the poor secretary with deadpan expressions as his blood vessels continue to burst under pressure. Realizing his stubbornness will literally turn her office into a bloodbath, Namia grabs Kibon by the shoulders and forcefully shoves him toward the exit. With a heavy thud, the double doors slam shut, banishing the exhausted secretary to the hallway to recover before he collapses entirely. Turning back to her guest, Namia sighs in frustration, deeply worried that Kibon's dramatic breakdown will ruin her carefully crafted professional reputation. The minister watches her closely, a knowing smirk playing on his lips as he remarks on just how deeply she seems to care for her loyal secretary. Instead of deflecting, Namia offers a warm, dazzling smile, openly admitting her genuine affection and appreciation for her invaluable partner. But the brief moment of warmth evaporates instantly as she turns her sharp, calculating gaze back to the minister, shifting the atmosphere back to pure business. She speaks with quiet, intense sincerity, acknowledging the massive political risk of allocating such a monumental portion of the imperial budget to her division. Bowing her head in a rare display of deep respect, she offers her genuine gratitude to the stunned noble, cementing a powerful new alliance. Looking up with eyes burning with fierce determination, she solemnly vows that not a single copper of this precious funding will ever be wasted. The minister walks away with a faint smile, admitting he didn't approve the funding out of pity, but because her brilliant planning report was entirely flawless. Turning back at the door, he chuckles softly, declaring that if they are going to take a massive risk, walking an unpredictable path is infinitely more exciting. Staring at the document left on her desk, Namia realizes the minister is a highly thorough man who will be watching her division's every single move with extreme scrutiny. Pausing at the threshold, the minister suddenly changes the subject, casually asking if she and Victor were exceptionally close during their academy days. Namia's eyes widen in absolute unvarnished shock, her mind completely derailed by the sudden, highly personal question. He goes on to offer his full parental blessing for their potential marriage, leaving Namia's chibi spirit screaming in sheer, horrified confusion. Before she can utter a single word of protest, the minister bids her a cheerful farewell and slips out of the office, leaving her completely stunned. Clutching her temples, Namia groans in frustration, utterly baffled by how a high-stakes political negotiation somehow devolved into unsolicited marriage matchmaking. But her irritation instantly vaporizes as she revels in her massive victory. The Scroll Division has officially secured a budget 7 times larger than its original limit. With her department's financial future firmly secured, Namia turns her thoughts back to the looming Shadow War, leaving the hunt for the Empire's traitors in the capable hands of Prince Kairos. Taking a firm, decisive step forward, she realizes that with her own foundation secure, it is finally time to tackle her most dangerous mission yet. Her mind drifts to the tragic figure at the center of the original novel's plot, Prince Jaden, the Emperor's second son and Kairos' estranged half-brother. Remembering her own relentless work ethic, she prepares to insert herself directly into the tragic destiny of the young, forgotten prince. In the original storyline, the young Jaden was systematically isolated from his mother, easily manipulated by sweet, poisonous words from corrupt noble tutors. When the Empress was executed under fabricated charges, the young prince's emotional world was brutally shattered, leaving him permanently scarred. He grew into a cold, merciless warrior, consumed entirely by a silent, agonizing grief that slowly poisoned his entire soul. Because of that unresolved childhood trauma, he was tragically unable to awaken his legendary royal powers until it was far too late to save those he loved. But since Namia has successfully altered the timeline and kept the Empress alive, she realizes she now has a golden opportunity to heal the royal rift before it even begins. She recalls her own father's gentle, guiding words, A truly responsible adult must never stand by and watch a child suffer in cold emotional isolation. Gazing out her grand office window, Namiya steels her resolve, knowing that rescuing Prince Jaden from his dark fate is the only way to truly rewrite the Empire's future. Finally, the stubborn flow of blood slows to a halt, leaving Kiban's desk littered with stained cotton and his glasses cast aside. Yet, the physical cessation of his nosebleed does little to calm the rising storm of exhaustion in his mind. Looking at his reflection in the water, the weary secretary splashes his face, bitterly reminding himself of his limitations. When he transformed, his immense royal abilities were forcefully suppressed to match those of an average human. By day, he must constantly play the role of the quiet, overworked intern Kiban, burying his royal pride under massive stacks of endless paperwork. But when darkness falls, he is forced to drop the disguise and shoulder the heavy, grueling burdens of the crown prince, leaving him with absolutely no time to rest. The massive gap between his dormant royal powers and his frail human form is taking a brutal toll, far heavier than anything he had to endure during the darkest, most isolated days of his childhood. He sighs in temporary relief, hoping that now that the critical division budget has been successfully secured and the administrative system is finally in place, he might secure a brief moment of peace. But his thoughts immediately drift back to the detached palace, a place he has been far too busy and exhausted to visit, harboring a lingering guilt he can no longer ignore. He realizes he must find a way to drop by the royal palace very soon, entirely unaware of the sudden, shocking gossip already spreading through the grand corridors. Stepping back into Namiya's office, Kiban offers a quiet, apologetic greeting, his exhaustion still hanging heavily over his shoulders. Namiya welcomes him back, casually mentioning that the Minister of Finance has already departed after their intense, high-stakes negotiation. Seeing her deep in thought over a stack of documents, Kiban inquires what has caught her attention, prompting her to admit that the special scrolls sent to the detached palace seemed highly suspicious. Kiban's eyes widen in sheer frantic alarm as he hears her mention the detached palace, the exact place where his younger brother, Prince Jaden, resides in isolation. Sensing his sudden tension, Namiya quickly waves her hands and reassures him that she will handle the investigation herself, urging him to go home and rest his exhausted body. But instead of taking her generous offer to rest, the secretary stands firm, a sudden spark of fierce determination burning in his eyes. He looks at her with absolute, unyielding intensity, desperately insisting that he must join her on this dangerous investigation, no matter what. Meanwhile, deep within the glittering, gold-trimmed halls of the imperial palace, whispers of a brewing scandal begin to echo among the servants. Two maids huddled in a quiet corner eagerly exchange the latest, most shocking piece of palace gossip, their eyes wide with scandalous delight. They breathlessly share the wild rumor that the powerful, untouchable Prince Kairos has suddenly fallen gravely ill after being brutally rejected by a mysterious woman. One maid laments that such a perfect prince could collapse over a heartless girl, foolishly claiming she would have accepted his proposal in a heartbeat. Hidden in the shadows, a young, golden-haired boy freezes in absolute shock as the devastating words pierce right through his fragile heart. The maids continue their walk, casually debating whether the prince's dramatic illness is a sign of his pure, innocent nature, or simply a tragic overreaction to his very first heartbreak. Suddenly, an icy, suffocating pressure fills the air, forcing the gossiping maids to snap their mouths shut as terror grips their chests. A single crimson eye gleams with a predatory cat-like slit from the shadows, radiating a cold, murderous intent that promises absolute ruin. Slowly stepping forward, the young boy demands to know if they truly have no idea who lives in the detached palace they so casually defame. Standing before them is Prince Jaden Pullerwood, the 8-year-old second prince of the Empire, a boy whose adorable, angelic appearance hides a deceptively dangerous nature. He lashes out with a vicious, venomous tongue, fiercely demanding how they dare spread such pathetic, brainless lies about the imperial family. Adopting a dramatic, pitying stance, he mocks them for sharing such a scandalous story right in front of an innocent child like himself. His crimson eyes flare with a terrifying, unnatural light as he steps closer, asking if they dare look down on him simply because of his young age. The maids break into a cold, trembling sweat, realization hitting them that they have just crossed a lethal line with the imperial family's most unpredictable child. Dropping to their knees, they desperately beg for his mercy, while Jaden coldly dismisses them, granting them a temporary reprieve from his wrath. As the terrified servants flee, Jaden huffs in disgust, muttering about how utterly pathetic and insignificant their small-minded gossip is. Yet, beneath his arrogant golden child facade, a fierce protective rage boils inside him. He cannot stand anyone speaking ill of his perfect, beloved older brother. His mind twists in absolute chaos as he imagines Namia Loapi as a cold, heartless tin monster who only cares about heartless, endless paperwork. He clenches his fists in pure, dramatic outrage, convinced that this horrible woman must completely lack a human soul to reject his amazing brother. Suddenly, a gentle, familiar voice calls his name from the doorway, instantly shattering his dark, vengeful thoughts. Jaden's furious expression melts away in a heartbeat, replaced by a radiant, incredibly joyful smile of pure adoration. Stepping into the room is Leiden Hyel, the elegant and smiling head of the imperial family's education team. Leiden warmly asks if the prince has prepared for his daily lesson, to which Jaden proudly declares that he is completely ready. The tutor then smoothly shifts the conversation, asking if the young prince followed his advice and sent a reply to his estranged mother, the empress. Jaden's gaze falters slightly as he quietly confirms that he sent the letter through a servant the previous day, his voice laced with a strange, subtle hesitation. Leiden offers a warm, closed-eye smile of approval, praising the boy's obedience while keeping his own hidden motives carefully masked. Meanwhile, the sound of rhythmic, echoing footsteps begins to resonate through the grand, sunlit arches of the imperial palace. Clutching a vital dossier tightly against her chest, Namia walks with a determined stride on her way to meet the Empress to discuss the young prince's troubling situation. She recalls her brief conversation with Kiban from the day before, where her pale, exhausted secretary had desperately requested a personal day off. Remembering how a thick stream of dark blood had practically poured from his nose, she had readily agreed, deeply worried about his failing health. Yet she can't help but feel a lingering sense of disappointment, remembering how passionately he had insisted on joining her just a day prior. Entirely unaware of Kiban's true royal identity, she sighs, realizing that his sudden absence leaves her to face this delicate mission completely alone. The wheels of fate continue to spin in the shadows of the Empire, where unseen dangers are quietly aligning to test the strength of the new alliance. Arriving at her destination, a startled palace guard confronts Naemia, demanding to know what urgent business has brought her to the Empress's private quarters. Before she can explain, the heavy double doors fly open with a violent slam as a wild-eyed, furious Empress charges out into the hallway. Instead of a calm audience, the Empress instantly lunges forward with a dramatic wail, latching onto Namia with a desperate grip. She tearfully laments how agonizingly lonely she has been, completely shattering any illusion of imperial dignity. The powerful Empress squeezes Namia in an absolute death grip, sobbing loudly as the breathless investigator struggles to voice a desperate plea for her own physical survival. Just as Namia is on the verge of suffocating, a calm, familiar voice cuts through the chaos from across the room, dryly warning that the Empress is cutting off the minister's air supply. Namia's eyes widen in sheer, unadulterated shock as she recognizes the deep, aristocratic voice echoing through the private parlor. There, sitting with effortless elegance amidst a radiant aura, is Prince Kiaros himself, gazing back at her with a knowing, subtle smile that catches her completely off guard. Namia freezes in tense silence, her mind racing as she realizes she has walked straight into a highly awkward encounter with the very prince she had been trying so hard to avoid. Kiaros elegantly sips his tea, his perfectly composed demeanor masking the storm of unresolved tension simmering quietly between them. The heavy silence instantly drags Namia's mind back to the day she coldly rejected his marriage proposal, yet the prince casually remarks that she looks perfectly well, brushing past the awkwardness with a sharp, calculating glance. Desperate to break the tension, the Empress asks what urgent business brought Naimia to her chambers, prompting the investigator to quickly bring up the highly suspicious scroll usage she discovered. But the moment Namia mentions complex administrative paperwork, the Empress's face instantly darkens with an expression of absolute, soul-crushing boredom. Even as Namia desperately pleads with her to pay attention to this critical security threat, the Empress childishly whines and retreats, flatly refusing to deal with anything remotely academic. Seizing the opportunity to deflect her duties, the Empress dramatically points at Kiaros, loudly insisting that Namiya should discuss these difficult matters with the perfect, unbelievably smart Crown Prince instead. The sudden, exaggerated praise instantly causes Kairos to freeze, a cold sweat breaking across his brow as the sheer embarrassment of his mother's public hype weighs heavily on his shoulders. Utterly oblivious to her son's mounting mortification, the Empress proudly winks and gives a triumphant thumbs up, utterly convinced she has handled the situation flawlessly. Kiaros lets out a long, exhausted sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose as he prepares to bail his mother out of another administrative disaster. Stepping in to end the theatrical display, the Crown Prince quietly offers to review the documents himself, while Namiya begrudgingly hands them over, internally conceding that he is indeed quite perfect at handling affairs. Kiaros silently flips through the reports, his sharp eyes scanning the contents as a tense, heavy gravity slowly settles over the room. Sensing his sudden shift in posture, the Empress gasps in panic, frantically asking if the documents reveal that something terrible has happened to her beloved young son, Jaden. In an instant, the Empress's childish demeanor vanishes, replaced by a fierce maternal panic as she declares she will march straight to the detached palace to save him. But she abruptly freezes, her confidence crumbling as she turns to Kiaros and shamelessly begs him to go in her place, hinting at a deep, painful rift that prevents her from facing her own child. Namiya watches the bizarre interaction in confusion, wondering why the proud Empress would suddenly back down when her eyes suddenly catch sight of a crumpled piece of parchment sitting on a nearby table. Moving with quiet stealth while the royals are distracted, Namiya reaches out and snatches the mysterious letter, sensing it holds the key to the family's sudden emotional distance. Unfolding the paper, she reads the brutal, ice-cold rejection written in a child's handwriting, demanding that the Empress stay away and never interfere in his life again. The harsh words make the tragic truth instantly clear. The fragile relationship between the Empress and the young prince had shattered far faster than Namiya ever anticipated in this new timeline. As the Empress tearfully wails about her son's cruel rejection, Kiaros reels in absolute shock, unable to comprehend why his sweet little brother would write something so venomous. Stepping forward, Namiya quietly hands the letter to Kiaros, apologizing for reading it without permission, but insisting that the Crown Prince must see the harsh reality for himself. Kiaros stares at the page in stunned silence, his chest tightening as he reads the cold, calculated words of banishment penned by his own sibling. In his mind, Kiaros only remembers Jaden as a gentle, adoring little lamb who clung to him with sweet smiles, making this dark, resentful letter feel completely impossible. Lowering the paper, Kiaros demands to know the truth behind the letter, prompting a sudden wave of deep embarrassment to wash over the flustered Empress. The Empress hesitates, her mind drifting back to the sacred legend of Saint Cairo and his child, a grand celebration of the unbreakable bond between a parent and their offspring. She confesses that she had spent hours agonizingly trying to write a letter herself, desperately struggling to spell basic words just to ask her son what clothes he wanted to wear for the sacred festival. Her eyes well up with bitter tears as she quietly admits that her clumsy, heartfelt attempt to reach out was met with nothing but cold, unyielding rejection. Trying to laugh off her deep insecurity, she bitterly mocks herself as nothing but a country bumpkin who knows nothing of high noble fashion, while Kiaros watches her with a heavy, aching heart. Snapping back to her desperate plea, she clutches Namiya's hands once more, begging the brilliant investigator to go to the detached palace and help bridge the gap in her stead. Namiya can only watch in silent worry, realizing that the trauma poisoning young Jaden's mind is far deeper and more dangerous than she had initially feared. Her mind races as she recalls the upcoming St. Cairo banquet, a prestigious, high-stakes event dedicated to celebrating imperial family bonds that they are all expected to attend. She knows the pressure will be immense, with every high-ranking noble and royal family member watching their every move for any sign of weakness or scandal. Panic begins to set in as she realizes that as a high-ranking minister, she too must attend this grand event, despite having no family of her own to stand by her side. She shakes her head frantically, overwhelmed by the daunting prospect of finding a dress and preparing for a royal gala, when her desk is already buried under a literal mountain of urgent government work. But she quickly steels her resolve, narrowing her eyes as she forces herself to push aside her personal worries. There are far more pressing dangers lurking in the shadows right now. Meanwhile, the Empress retreats to a dark, gloomy corner, slumping in deep despair as she mutters self-deprecatingly about her complete lack of refinement. Ignoring his mother's theatrical sulking, Kiaro stares intently at the handwriting on the page, his analytical mind finding something highly suspicious about the child's cold words. Looking over at the slumped Empress and the focused investigator, the Crown Prince realizes he must unravel this domestic mystery immediately before it tears the imperial family apart. He shakes his head in sheer disbelief, his mind short-circuiting as he tries to reconcile the cold monster who wrote the letter with the sweet, adorable image of his little brother. Seeing the prince completely overwhelmed by the domestic drama, Namiya quietly decides that Kiaros deserves to know the true manipulative nature of those surrounding his young brother. Sensing her gaze, Kiaros snaps back to attention, clapping his hands together as he prepares to listen to her official investigation report. With a professional, confident smile, Namiya steps forward to present the chilling administrative anomaly she uncovered in the records. She points to a specific document, revealing the highly alarming statistic that an average of 3 powerful soundproof scrolls have been activated every single day for the past month. Her voice turns dead serious as she explains that the soundproof scrolls allocated to the isolated detached palace are being depleted at an unnaturally rapid rate. As the Empress listens in confusion, Namiya explains that these high-security scrolls are designed to completely seal off sound, meaning someone in that isolated palace is desperately trying to ensure that no one on the outside can hear what is happening within those silent walls. Namiya reveals that the secret tool used to silence the detached palace is none other than a high-grade soundproof scroll, an item so exclusive that even the Empress herself is granted a supply. A look of sheer, bone-chilling realization washes over the Empress's face as the true gravity of Namiya's discovery finally pierces through her confusion. But gravity instantly dissolves into pure, jaw-dropping frustration when the Empress casually confesses she has been using these highly secure relics as mere scrap paper for sword practice. Stealing her patience, Namiya carefully explains that these scrolls are not toys. They are heavily restricted magical assets requiring direct royal authorization to even be activated. She details how only select individuals are ever granted access to such high-level security measures, specifically members of the immediate royal family and their closest relatives. Furthermore, she adds that the only other people possessing this clearance are the elite officials tasked with the heavy responsibility of educating the young royals. The Empress tilts her head in utter bewilderment, completely failing to connect the dots as she loudly wonders what any of this could possibly have to do with her youngest son, Jaden. Heroes chimes in with sharp, effortless precision, confirming that Namiya's logic points directly to a single, deeply unsettling conclusion that his mother has completely missed. Namiya is caught entirely off guard by the Crown Prince's rapid intellect, marveling at how he managed to deduce her entire investigative theory from just a simple introduction. Kiros methodically lays out the facts, reminding them that young Jaden is far too isolated to have any personal or political need for such extreme security measures. He reasons that because the lonely young prince has no friends to speak of, the only individuals who ever enter his secluded palace are his immediate family and his personal tutor. If none of the royal family members have activated these scrolls, then Namiya's worst fears are no longer just a paranoid suspicion. In perfect, chilling synchronization, both Namiya and Kiaros point to the same terrifying culprit. The tutor is the one manipulating the soundproof scrolls to seal off the palace. Despite the gravity of the situation, Namiya feels an unexpected, thrilling flutter in her chest at how perfectly in sync her mind is with the brilliant Crown Prince. The Empress blinkingly interrupts their silent chemistry, still desperately clinging to the hope that there must be some harmless, innocent explanation for the scroll's depletion. She suggests that perhaps the young boy simply wanted absolute silence to focus on his studies, but Kiaros immediately shuts down the notion, stating that royal lessons are strictly forbidden from being soundproofed. He explains the rigid protocol. Every single word spoken and every lesson taught behind those closed doors must be meticulously documented and reported to ensure the air is not being corrupted. His gaze darkens with a cold, terrifying anger as he realizes that the private, unreported interactions between his brother and the tutor have been completely hidden from the crown. The Empress suddenly snaps, slamming her fist down in a desperate, defensive panic as she frantically insists that Jaden is a perfect, sweet student who gets along beautifully with his mentor. She loudly declares that nothing could possibly be wrong, leaving a sweating Namiya to frantically search for a way to break through her royal denial before it is too late. A desperate maternal scream suddenly pierces the heavy air, a fierce declaration that absolutely nothing must be allowed to happen to her precious youngest child. An oppressive, heavy silence descends upon the lavish parlor as the Empress stands trembling, the crushing weight of her hidden guilt and maternal terror finally breaking her proud facade. With tears of sheer desperation welling in her eyes, she vows that if any harm comes to Jaden due to her own negligence, she will never, ever be able to forgive herself. In a sudden, shocking display of raw vulnerability, the powerful ruler of the empire drops all of her majestic dignity and begins to sink toward the floor. The Empress falls to her knees directly in front of her oldest son, humbling herself completely as she desperately looks up to Kiros for salvation. A horrified Kiaros instantly lunges forward to pull her back up, but she fiercely clutches his hands, begging her brilliant eldest son to save his little brother from whatever shadow is consuming him. In that tender moment, Kiros' mind flashes back to the day Jaden was born, remembering the unspoken vow they all made to protect their family's most precious and fragile light. His aristocratic coldness melts away entirely as Kiros drops to one knee beside his mother, gently holding her trembling hands with a soft, deeply reassuring warmth. Watching the emotional display from the sidelines, Namiya's breath catches in her throat as she witnesses the undeniable raw depth of the Empress's maternal devotion. For a brief moment, Namiya is deeply moved by the beautiful, fierce bond of motherhood, finding comfort in the absolute certainty of the Empress's love for her young son. But as the warm light of family affection fills the room, a sudden piercing chill wraps around Namiya's heart, pulling her back into a quiet, painful shadow. Looking away from the touching reunion, Namiya is suddenly consumed by a bitter, overwhelming wave of envy for the familial love she herself has never known. Breaking the emotional silence, Kiros firmly promises to handle Jaden's situation personally, urging his mother to stay behind and wait safely in her quarters until it is fully resolved. Namiya's eyes widen in alarm as she realizes that if Kiros goes alone, he will completely miss this golden opportunity to mend the broken bond between the Empress and the young prince. Refusing to let this tragic family rift deepen, Namiya boldly steps forward and calls out to the Empress, determined to change the course of their fate. With a bright, calculated smile, Namiya asks the Empress if she would consider joining them on the mission, catching both royals completely off guard with her sudden proposal. Kiros narrows his eyes in sharp suspicion, his brilliant mind instantly searching for whatever hidden scheme or secret motive Namiya is plotting this time. To justify her reckless request, Namiya reminds the Empress of a forgotten clause in the Imperial Code of Knights that legally grants her the absolute right to oversee the investigation. She brilliantly suggests framing the mission as a highly confidential, undercover operation, instantly appealing to the Empress's dramatic and theatrical nature. The brilliant bait works perfectly as the Empress instantly lights up, boldly declaring that they will investigate Jaden's affairs with the utmost secrecy and cunning style. Namiya lets out a quiet sigh of relief, proud that her quick thinking has successfully coaxed the Empress back into action and set her plan for family reconciliation into motion. Kiaros remains utterly unswayed, coldly announcing that he still intends to conduct his portion of the investigation separately to avoid any unnecessary drama. Before he can take a single step, a vice-like grip suddenly clamps down on his wrist with a violent, arresting force that completely freezes him in his tracks. The Empress fiercely holds him back, dramatically wailing that her fragile heart simply cannot handle the terrifying mission unless her strong, perfect crown prince is right by her side. Sensing Kiros' hesitation, Namiya glares at him with an intense, silent fury, telepathically commanding him to yield and play along for the sake of his broken family. Namiya internally pleads with him to refuse Kiaros' separate plan, knowing that their collective presence is the only way to break through the dark secrets guarding the detached palace. The Empress turns her most devastating weapon on her eldest son, looking up at him with tearful, sorrowful puppy eyes that no loving sibling could ever hope to resist. Kiros lets out a long, agonizingly exhausted sigh, his entire body slumping in defeat as he realizes he has absolutely no hope of escaping his mother's theatrical tyranny. While the Empress erupts in a triumphant cheer of victory, Namiya can only shake her head in exhaustion, preparing herself for the chaotic, unpredictable storm ahead.
The very next morning, the weary palace staff goes about their grueling daily commute, completely oblivious to the explosive, high-stakes undercover royal investigation that is about to tear the quiet, detached palace wide open. Deep within the Ministry of Education, Minister Lillian Lotus sits at her heavy desk, scanning a newly arrived official decree detailing a sacred royal banquet ceremony.
A cold sweat breaks across Lillian's face as she reads the audacious order. The Scrolls Department is demanding her entire ministry adjust their strictly planned schedule to accommodate their preparation. Rage boils over in an instant as Lillian slams her fist onto the desk, her eyes blazing with absolute fury at the sheer audacity of being ordered around by a lesser department. Biting her nail in a fit of anxious resentment, Lillian seethes over how a mere Scrolls department managed to get the High Treasury to bypass her authority and approve their bloated budget. But a cold, calculating sneer replaces her temper as she forces herself to calm down, reminding herself that there is absolutely no need to waste her precious energy on these fools. Meanwhile, deep within the quiet halls of the detached palace, the young prince's personal tutor, Leiden, walks with an easy, smug stride, confident that his loyal subordinates will handle the trivial matters. Inside his private chambers, young Prince Jaden sits staring blankly at the same official announcement, his small hands trembling as he reads of the upcoming parent-child ceremony. The door creaks open as Leiden breezily steps inside with his usual polite smile, announcing his arrival and catching the young prince completely off guard. Jaden instantly leaps to his feet in surprise, running toward his beloved mentor and eagerly questioning why he has arrived on a day when no lessons were scheduled. With a gentle, mocking laugh, Leiden explains that he thought they might need a supplementary lesson, before smoothly pivoting to ask if the prince has heard about the joint banquet ceremony with the empress. A deep, burning flush of embarrassment and anger washes over Jaden's face as he fiercely denounces the ceremony, desperately hiding how deeply he yearns for his mother's approval under a mask of childish pride. Leiden's eyes narrow into cold, assessing slits as he silently registers the young prince's emotional outburst, realizing that the perfect opportunity to manipulate his fragile heart has just presented itself. Dropping to one knee to level himself with the boy, Leiden adopts a deeply concerned, paternal tone, preparing to sow the seeds of a devastating poison in the child's mind. With soft, venomous curiosity, the tutor asks Jaden if he knows the identity of the arrogant minister currently running the Scrolls Department. Jaden's mind instantly flashes to the beautiful, hated face of Namia Lopi, the shameless woman who had the ultimate audacity to reject his beloved older brother Kiaros. The young prince erupts in sheer indignation, loudly demanding how any low-born commoner could ever dare to reject a supreme dragonborn royal like his brother. As the boy's anger flares, Leiden reaches behind his back and tightly grips a high-grade soundproof scroll, channeling his mana to seal the room in absolute silence. A burst of brilliant, suffocating magic erupts from the scroll, completely enveloping the isolated room and ensuring that no one on the outside can hear the sinister brainwashing about to take place. With the soundproof barrier securely in place, Leiden's face twists into a dark, menacing sneer as he venomously pathologizes Namia's rise to power as a parasitic degradation of royal authority. A heavy chill of doubt washes over Jaden as he takes a hesitant step back, weakly protesting that his brother's absolute authority could never crumble over something so trivial. Sensing the boy's lingering resistance, Leiden firmly clamps a heavy hand onto the prince's shoulder, pinning him in place with a sudden, suffocating intensity. Holding the young prince in a vice-like grip, Leiden whispers that because Dragonborn are the most noble beings in existence, absolute obedience is the only natural response they should receive. Jaden's voice trembles as he desperately clings to his father's gentler teachings, arguing that a true Dragonborn must never force their feelings onto others. Leiden leans in closer, his golden eyes flashing with a terrifying, predatory light as he prepares to deliver a lie that will shatter the child's fragile heart. With chilling precision, Leiden whispers that the Empress herself was forced into a miserable union by the Emperor, and that she was ultimately forced to bear Jaden against her will. The horrific revelation strikes Jaden like a physical blow, tears welling in his wide, blood-red eyes as he falls into a pit of crushing guilt, believing his very existence is a curse to his mother. The scene shifts to their regular lessons, where a broken, fragile Jaden quietly asks his tutor if he truly believes the Empress despises him. Leiden feigns a deep, sorrowful sigh, placing his hand over his chin as he deliberately confirms the lie, stating that the Empress never wanted to be confined to the palace because of his birth. The toxic words sink deep into Jaden's soul like a thick, suffocating black tar, completely poisoning his perception of his mother's love. Sitting alone at his massive desk, the young prince looks desperately small and completely crushed under the weight of his perceived worthlessness. Jaden whispers a heartbroken confession, finally believing that he understands the painful truth behind his mother's distant coldness. His mind drifts back to the sleepless, lonely nights of his early childhood, when he would secretly creep out of his dark room to peek into his mother's grand chambers. He remembers standing in the massive, cold hallway, watching the lonely figure of the Empress from a distance, too afraid to approach her. Every single night, she would stand silently by the window, her sorrowful gaze fixed on the distant sky, as if longing for a freedom she could never have. Paralyzed by the fear of causing her more pain, the little prince would always turn back in silence, never daring to speak a single word to her. Back in the present, Jaden hangs his head in absolute despair, entirely convinced that his mother's profound unhappiness is entirely his fault. Tears stream down the boy's flushed cheeks as he looks up at his tutor, his voice cracking with the unbearable pain of a child who believes he is hated by the one he loves most. Looking down at the weeping, shattered prince, Leiden's face contorts into a sickening, triumphant grin as he celebrates how easily the brilliant royal child has been reduced to a helpless puppet in his hands. The boundaries of their reality begin to warp as Leiden's twisted philosophy takes root, demanding that everyone remain strictly within their preordained, rigid stations. In Leiden's twisted mind, both the Empress and Namia Loapi are nothing but lowly pretenders who have climbed to heights far beyond their birth. Dropping back to his knees, Leiden wraps his venomous words in a cloak of false righteousness, declaring that everything he does is to protect the royal family's true dignity. Jaden can only nod in dull, hollow submission, his spirit completely broken and his eyes vacant of all light. Leiden smugly points to the cold, hard fact that the Empress has never once visited the detached palace, using her physical absence as final proof of her total disdain. Pointing to the official banquet decree on the desk, Leiden sneers that Namia's planned joint ceremony is nothing but a cruel public mockery designed to torment them both. Gripping the boy's shoulders once more, Leiden whispers his final poisonous command, urging the prince to refuse the ceremony to save his mother from further misery. Big, heavy tears spill over Jaden's lashes as he prepares to completely withdraw into his lonely shell, whispering his final surrender to the darkness. But before the tragic words can leave his lips, a sudden blinding flash of movement shatters the air as a furious fist violently connects with Leiden's face. With a deafening crash, the smug tutor is sent hurtling across the room, spinning wildly through the air before slamming brutally into the polished floor. Leiden struggles to breathe as a terrifying maternal roar pierces the room, the Empress herself standing over him with veins bulging in pure murderous rage. Standing like a wrathful goddess of war, the Empress prepares to unleash hell on the trembling traitor, while a shocked Namia looks on, realizing the undercover mission has instantly turned into a bloodbath. Though the devastating punch was well-deserved, Namia quickly steps in to reprimand the hot-headed Empress, insisting that royal violence is never the answer. But a trembling, wide-eyed Prince Jaden can only watch in stunned silence as his mother huffs in frustration, claiming she actually showed immense restraint. The sudden, fiery defense leaves Jaden utterly speechless, his heart racing as he looks up to find his mother's face flushed, not with rage at him, but with a raw, agonizing sorrow that shatters his entire world. As the overwhelming shock of her tears sinks in, Jaden's mind is instantly dragged back to the painful scars of his childhood, when he felt like a lonely, abandoned duckling completely cast out from the family flock. He spent those early years locked away in isolation, clutching his heavy books with trembling hands and believing that his very presence was a stain upon the royal lineage. No matter how many times his father and elder brother tried to soothe his aching heart, Jaden remained utterly convinced that they were merely shielding him from a cruel reality, because every time he tried to approach his mother, he was met with nothing but rejection. He vividly remembers the agonizing sting of reaching out to touch her hand, only for her to violently pull away, as if his mere touch were poison. The look of sheer discomfort and alarm on her face in those fleeting moments burned itself into the little prince's fragile mind, leaving a wound that never truly healed. She would turn her back on him without a single word of comfort, leaving him to drown in the suffocating silence of her apparent disdain. Dismissing his eager questions and casting him aside like an unwanted burden, she would coldly command him to go seek his brother Kieros instead. Left completely adrift in a sea of neglect, the lonely prince was soon assigned a personal tutor from the Ministry of Education, a development that would change his life forever. Jaden quietly internalized the bitter belief that his mother detested him simply because he was born a dragonkin, leaving him with no choice but to place his entire desperate trust in his father and brother. But the dark clouds of manipulation were already gathering over the detached palace, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. That was the day Leiden first arrived, presenting himself with a warm, polite smile and a highly respectable title that masked his sinister, predatory nature. Though the tutor's words could be sharp and demanding, he possessed a brilliant mind, smoothly answering the boy's deepest questions and quickly cementing himself as the only person Jaden felt he could truly rely on. That was the tragic reality Jaden believed in, until this very moment, as he stares at his bleeding, broken tutor and realizes everything he thought he knew was a lie. Leiden groans in agony, blood dripping from his nose as he struggles to comprehend the sheer, monstrous force that just dismantled his entire smug existence in a single blow. Standing before him is a mother transformed into a legendary beast, her chest heaving with a murderous, protective fury that threatens to burn the entire room to ash. With a deafening roar that shakes the palace walls, the Empress demands to know the meaning behind Leiden's treacherous brainwashing, her voice laced with pure venom. Losing all royal decorum, she unleashes a torrent of curses so unbelievably vulgar and violent that the air itself seems to freeze in shock. The sheer obscenity of her maternal rage is so extreme that Kieros and Namia are forced to cover their ears, desperately shielding the young prince from the devastating verbal onslaught. Trembling on the floor, Leiden weakly stammers out a pathetic question, unable to understand how the Empress could have possibly breached his secure sanctuary. The Empress bellows back in fury, her eyes flashing with a terrifying golden light as she looms over the cowardly traitor, completely discarding his shock. She screams that there is no power in this world that could ever keep a mother from rushing to the side of her beloved hurting child. With a sudden, violent surge, she snatches Leiden by his collar, demanding how he ever dared to use disgusting lies to poison her sweet boy's mind under false pretenses. Choking under her iron grip, Leiden gasps in sheer disbelief, desperately crying out that he had activated a high-grade soundproof scroll that should have guaranteed absolute secrecy. But his panicked protests are instantly cut short by a cold, mocking voice declaring that the explanation is embarrassingly simple. Step forward Namia Loapi, who calmly reveals a pristine, unactivated scroll in her hand, explaining with a smug grin that she had secretly swapped his precious magic scroll the very day before. With a cheerful shrug, Namia and Kieros confirm that they didn't miss a single venomous word of Leiden's pathetic, treacherous speech. Lyn collapses back onto his knees in total despair as Namia ruthlessly points out that if he had possessed even a shred of actual competence, he would have checked his tools before executing his pathetic plan. Yet Namia's brilliant mind had calculated every variable. She knew that simply swapping a magic scroll would never be enough to catch a slippery rat like Leiden red-handed. To truly expose the rot festering within the Ministry of Education, she had to construct a flawless, inescapable web. And the ultimate bait she chose was the high-stakes parent-child banquet ceremony, a trap designed to force the traitor to act in desperation. Namia looks down at the young prince, who stares back in stunned realization as the complex pieces of her brilliant plan finally begin to fall into place. But Jaden's childish pride flares up one last time as he defensively demands to know why she is looking at him, still harboring the bitter belief that she was trying to ruin his standing. The truth is far more sinister. The treacherous faction was actively attempting to use the vulnerable prince as a political weapon to frame Namia and destroy her reputation. But Namia can only shake her head in pity, silently marveling of the sheer, desperate patheticness of a ministry that resorted to manipulating a child. Once the Ministry of Education took the bait and initiated their move, Namiya easily guided the Empress and Kiaros to slip into the adjacent room beforehand, waiting in ambush. And when Leiden finally uttered his unforgivable lies, the enraged Empress charged through the doors like a rampaging beast of war. Namiya crouches down to level herself with the broken tutor, her eyes glittering with cold triumph as she whispers that he walked straight into her trap. On top of his treasonous manipulation of a royal prince, Leiden now faces severe charges of malicious slander against a high-ranking minister, a crime that carries a brutal, inescapable sentence. As she stares at the trembling traitor, Namiya realizes this conspiracy runs incredibly deep. The entire Ministry of Education, led by Lillian Lotus, is thoroughly corrupted by a dangerous supremacist ideology. It is a toxic, deeply rooted culture where even the regular palace staff feel entirely comfortable looking down upon Namiya's newly established scrolls department. But Namiya stands tall and unfazed, fully aware that a forest of sharp, hostile blades is pointed directly at her back. As Leiden desperately grovels and begs Crown Prince Kiaros for mercy, he is met with nothing but a cold, unyielding glare demanding his absolute ruin. And his pathetic pleas are instantly silenced as the Empress grips his head with terrifying force, whispering that his treacherous mouth is a luxury he will no longer enjoy. She demands to know how he dared to tear a mother and child apart with such sickening fabrications, while Jaden stands paralyzed, his small fists clenching in agonizing confusion. The weight of the truth finally shatters Jaden's fragile defenses, hot tears spilling down his cheeks as he faces the terrifying realization that his entire life has been built on a foundation of lies. In an instant, the Empress casts Leiden aside like trash and drops to her knees, wrapping her arms tightly around her weeping son as she desperately assures him of her boundless, unconditional love. But the sudden, overwhelming warmth only triggers another heartbreaking memory of a young Jaden proudly presenting a highly advanced, specialized book to his mother with eyes full of hope. It is the memory of a mother who walked away in silent shame, believing her own lack of academic brilliance was only holding her genius son back, completely unaware that her distant coldness was slowly breaking his heart. Desperate to bridge the distance, the Empress had rushed to hire a prestigious tutor for her brilliant son, hoping to give him everything she lacked. Yet, her late-night visits to his door only ended in heavy, silent sighs of suffocating regret. A chilling, invisible barrier fractured their relationship, driving the young prince further into isolation as his mother walked away, completely unaware of the deep scars she was leaving in her wake. Observing the heartbreaking scene, Namiya realizes the tragic irony of their situation, how actions born of the purest maternal love had somehow mutated into agonizing psychological wounds. But understanding the tragedy is only the first step. Namiya knows she must guide them to break this toxic cycle before the rift between mother and son becomes permanent. Mustering every ounce of her courage, the Empress tremblingly reaches out toward her trembling son, her voice cracking as she pleads with him to stop running away. Her heart aches with desperate urgency, knowing that if she allows him to retreat into his shell now, she may lose her beloved child to the shadows forever. Feeling lost and overwhelmed, the Empress instinctively turns her tearful gaze to Namiya, silently begging for guidance in this fragile, terrifying moment. Namiya offers a gentle, encouraging smile, softly urging the Empress to finally cast aside her deep-seated insecurities and face her young son with absolute honesty. Trembling from head to toe, hot tears finally spill from Jaden's eyes as he asks the one agonizing question that has haunted his entire childhood. Does she actually love him? The raw pain in her son's voice hits the Empress like a physical blow, her face flushing with a mixture of intense shock and overwhelming sorrow. Casting aside all royal decorum, she throws herself forward and wraps her arms around him in a desperate, fierce embrace, screaming that she loves him more than life itself. Through choked sobs, she finally confesses her deepest secret, that her own commoner origins and lack of education made her feel utterly unworthy of raising such a brilliant, noble prince. As her shaking hands cradle his face, she tearfully begs for his forgiveness, swearing that not once in his life has her love for him ever faltered. Hearing the truth at last, Jaden lets out a loud, agonizing cry, the heavy armor of resentment melting away as he clings tightly to the mother he thought hated him. The suffocating walls of the cold palace seem to vanish, replaced by the warm, healing embrace of a mother who will never let her precious boy go again. Standing quietly in the background, Namiya and Kiros share a soft, relieved smile, knowing that a lifetime of painful misunderstandings has finally been shattered. But as the emotional storm clears, the Empress's tearful relief instantly solidifies into a deadly, blood-chilling rage as she turns her gaze back to the cowering traitor. Cracking her knuckles with a sinister, terrifying grin, she prepares to unleash absolute hell on the man who dared to exploit her son's vulnerable heart. Sensing the imminent, brutal violence, Namiya moves with lightning speed to cover Jaiden's eyes, desperately wanting to shield the young prince from the incoming bloodbath. Amidst the sickening sounds of brutal impacts, Namiya loudly scolds the raging empress, insisting that such extreme royal violence is highly detrimental to a child's mental state. Suddenly, the heavy doors burst open as a panicked imperial doctor rushes into the room, frantically shouting that he received an urgent report of a critically injured patient. The sudden intrusion freezes the entire room in awkward silence, with the Empress still holding the broken traitor by his collar mid-beating. Unaware of the absolute chaos, the sparkling doctor cheerfully approaches the trembling prince, reassuring him that his savior has finally arrived. Squinting closely at Jaiden, the doctor gasps in alarm, loudly noting that the young prince's complexion is unbelievably pale and sickly. Namiya deadpans at the ridiculous sight, dryly calling out to the clueless healer to open his eyes and look at the actual emergency. Following her gaze, the doctor finally spots Leiden's bloody, swollen face, prompting Namiya to suggest they detain the traitor alive before he actually expires. The doctor sighs and adjusts his glasses, teasingly telling Namiya that she always says the most foolish things at the worst times. He frantically points out that since the terrifying Empress is currently the one pummeling the culprit, attempting to snatch him away would be a literal suicide mission. Right on cue, the Emperor himself bursts through the doors with his royal guards, roaring that he will handle the raging beast of a wife. Gently grasping her clenched fists, the Emperor softly coos to his wife, urging his precious red baby bear to calm her murderous fury. Looking up at her husband with flushed cheeks, the Empress is instantly disarmed as he declares that her beautiful hands should never be dirtied by such a disgusting traitor. Meanwhile, the eccentric doctor brandishes a sinister-looking medical tool, insisting that the young prince is the one who desperately needs immediate, invasive treatment. The entire room descends into absolute comical chaos, with guards dragging a screaming traitor, the Emperor flirting shamelessly, and the young prince fleeing from the mad doctor. Realizing the situation is rapidly spiraling out of control, Namiya quickly commands the stunned royal guards to secure the battered Leiden before he can slip away. Eager to assist his favorite minister, the eccentric doctor beams with joy, declaring that he will personally ensure the prisoner is kept alive for interrogation. As Leiden is dragged away screaming for mercy, the cheerful doctor waves a warm goodbye to Namiya, promising they will meet again very soon. Completely ignoring the ongoing investigation, the royal couple continues to bask in their own private, love-struck bubble, leaving everyone else sweating in disbelief. Huffing in mild exasperation, Namiya attempts to compose herself, relieved that the immediate threat to the imperial family has finally been neutralized. She recalls how she originally believed the estrangement between the Empress and the Prince was a private family matter that an outsider had no right to interfere with. Standing beside her, Kiros acknowledges that it was only through Namiya's courageous intervention that his mother and brother were able to finally clear their misunderstandings. But as Namiya looks up at the crown prince, she realizes there is a bittersweet sadness in his eyes, as if he believed his own presence could never truly heal his broken family. Stepping closer with a warm, genuine smile, Kiros looks deeply into her eyes and expresses his profound, heartfelt gratitude for saving his family. Caught off guard, Namiya quickly downplays her achievements, insisting she was merely performing her duty as a royal minister, though Kiros wishes she would just accept the praise. A soft, genuine blush creeps onto Namiya's cheeks, her heart skipping a beat under his intense, admiring gaze. The tender atmosphere is instantly shattered as a grumpy Prince Jaiden stomps over, demanding to know what exactly they think they are doing. Puffing out his chest, the young prince confronts Namiya directly, declaring that he has a highly critical question he must ask her. With sparkling, tearful eyes, Jaden demands to know why on earth she rejected his amazing elder brother's marriage proposal. Namiya freezes in sheer horror as Kyoros sweat drops in embarrassment, realizing his little brother has just aired his most humiliating secret in public. Kyoros can only watch in stunned silence as the young prince effortlessly switches from a crying victim to a fierce matchmaking advocate. Desperately waving her hands to squelch the scandal, Namiya stammers that it was all just an incorrect rumor, only for Kyoros to quietly confirm that the proposal was, in fact, entirely real. Namiya scrambles to cover up the sudden, embarrassing romantic revelation, desperately claiming that Kyoros was simply acting out of ancient childhood goodwill. But the awkward tension in the air is palpable, drawing sharp, suspicious side eyes from the older nobility who sense a much deeper truth hidden behind her frantic denials. After all, everyone knows the crown prince is notoriously cold and has rejected every single high society suitor, making it impossible for his proposal to be a mere act of polite courtesy. Seizing the moment to redirect the conversation, Namiya kneels down to look Prince Jaden directly in the eye, boldly declaring that his deep resentment is built on a massive lie. She gently reminds the young prince that the Empress is a woman of unmatched strength and magnanimity, a mother whose fierce spirit is respected by the entire empire. The words strike Jaden like a lightning bolt, his eyes widening in pure shock as he struggles to reconcile this heroic description with the distant mother he grew up fearing. His voice trembles as he asks the ultimate, painful question. If she is truly so brave, why did she always lose her confidence and hesitate whenever she was near him? With absolute certainty, Namiya delivers the stunning truth, explaining that the Empress only faltered because she loved her brilliant young son so deeply she feared ruining his future. Suddenly, the heavy silence of the corridor is shattered by the decisive sound of approaching footsteps, bringing an immediate halt to their quiet conversation. The Empress herself steps into view, her powerful presence instantly drawing every eye in the room as she faces her trembling son once more. An agonizing, heavy silence wraps around the room, the raw emotional distance between mother and child stretching to its absolute limit. Flustered and desperately twisting her fingers, the Empress frantically tries to explain that her past distance was a misguided attempt to avoid interrupting his prestigious studies. But when Jaden tearfully asks if he was merely a burden born against her will, the Empress snaps, roaring in absolute disbelief at such a ridiculous accusation. In a sudden, explosive burst of maternal panic, she grabs the young prince and shakes him wildly, desperately trying to snap him out of his heartbreaking delusions. Tears streaming down her face, she wails that her painful endurance was born entirely out of her overwhelming love, leaving Kyoros and Namiya to watch the chaotic emotional rescue in stunned silence. Shouting through his own tears, Jaden fires back, demanding to know how he could have ever guessed her true feelings when she never once showed him a single ounce of warmth. Feeling a sharp pang of sympathy, Namiya flinches at the raw pain of the confrontation, realizing the deep generational trauma that has finally burst to the surface. Standing quietly nearby, Kyoros watches the tearful reconciliation with a heavy heart, deeply moved by the realization that even the fiercest of humans are driven by the simple desire to love their young. A sudden, overwhelming wave of emotion washes over the crown prince as he realizes just how fragile and precious these family bonds truly are. As Namiya quietly turns to leave the private chamber, Kyoros quickly calls out to her, frantically offering to personally escort her back since the night has grown so late. Offering a gentle, reassuring smile, Namiya politely declines, insisting there is still unfinished business she must attend to before she can finally rest. Kyoros can only stand frozen in surprise, his outstretched hand dropping as he watches the mysterious minister slip away into the quiet palace corridors. Left entirely alone in the dim light, the crown prince stares at the empty doorway, a profound sense of longing settling deep within his chest. Outside, the tranquil sound of a courtyard fountain flows under the starry night sky, offering a stark, peaceful contrast to the chaotic emotions raging within the palace. Sitting quietly at the stone edge of the water, Namiya lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh, realizing that her polite excuses were just a desperate lie to secure some solitude. As she gazes into the dark water, the Empress's fierce declaration of maternal love echoes in her mind, triggering a sudden, painful wave of personal doubt. A long-forgotten, agonizing memory resurfaces of a young, weeping Namia sitting in the dark, desperately wondering if all mothers truly love their children. The devastating question that haunted her entire youth flashes before her eyes with cruel clarity. Did her own mother simply abandon her and walk away? She remembers the bitter chill of her childhood, sitting alone in a cold, silent room, completely starved of the maternal warmth she saw others receive. She recalls the day the entrance exam results were posted, her own name proudly displayed at the very top of the prestigious list as the absolute first-place scorer. Armed with the proof of her academic brilliance, a young, hopeful Namia had clutched her chest, naively believing that this incredible achievement would finally earn her mother's praise. Instead, her cruel stepmother had reacted with sneering outrage, coldly ordering Namia to intentionally fail her future exams to avoid outshining her stepbrother. Standing small and defenseless in the grand hall, the young girl could only listen in stunned silence as her cold family dynamic solidified into a suffocating prison. Her stepmother had wrapped her arms protectively around her beloved son Juan, fiercely declaring that Namia's brilliant scores were nothing but a threat to his future. With a pointing finger and a venomous glare, she had demanded absolute submission, warning Namia to never dare show off her intelligence ever again. At school, the toxic cycle of isolation only deepened as the other children gathered around the bulletin boards, frantically worrying about their parents' reactions to their scores. When a well-meaning classmate asked Namia if her own mother would be furious about her grades, the young girl was left entirely speechless, unable to explain her family's twisted reality. Seizing the opportunity to inflict maximum pain, Juan had leaned in close, mockingly whispering that Namia had no right to refer to his mother as her own. With a cruel, mocking laugh, he walked away after delivering the ultimate emotional blow, reminding her that her real mother had simply run away and abandoned her. In the present, Namia grips her head in frustration, desperately trying to banish the flood of toxic memories that continue to stain her quiet evening. She bitterly recalls how even the simplest gestures of affection, like a small slice of meat pie, were instantly snatched away and given to Juan the moment he demanded them. Staring blankly at the starry sky, she whispers to herself that if her mother had simply passed away in an accident, she wouldn't have to endure this agonizing sense of personal rejection. Suddenly, a small stone taps lightly against her boot, the sudden sound instantly breaking the heavy, suffocating silence of her thoughts. Gasping in alarm, Namia quickly looks up, her tear-stained eyes widening in shock as she realizes she is no longer alone in the dark courtyard. Standing right in front of her is Kieros, his chest heaving as if he had run across the entire palace grounds just to find her. His face is flushed with a mixture of intense worry and embarrassment as he breathes heavily, desperately trying to find the words to explain his sudden intrusion. Namia quickly hides her face in her hands, mortified by the realization that the crown prince has just witnessed her in such a vulnerable, tearful state. Trying to ease her embarrassment, Kieros awkwardly explains that he is merely glad to see she is all right, his own heart pounding furiously against his ribs. Blinking in confusion, Namia looks up at him, her heart skipping a beat as she tries to comprehend the genuine warmth radiating from his steady gaze. Standing tall beneath the gentle moonlight, Kieros softly confesses that he simply couldn't bear the thought of leaving her to face the lonely darkness all by herself. Kieros suddenly addresses Namia, instantly shattering her solitary thoughts and pulling her back to the tense reality of the palace corridors. Flushed with sudden embarrassment, he lets his gaze drift away as he blurts out a raw, desperate confession, admitting he simply does not want to eat alone. Startled by his own sudden vulnerability, he freezes in sheer mortification as the absurdity of his late-night request sinks in. Under her sharp, questioning gaze, he frantically scrambles to correct himself, stammering that he meant to invite her for lunch the following day. The painful memory of his cold, isolated meals flashes before him, fueling his desperate need for her genuine company. Namia is taken aback, realizing his sudden persistence stems from a promise she once made to buy him a meal whenever he wished. Sensing her clear hesitation, a wave of bitter disappointment washes over the crown prince, prompting him to turn away in quiet defeat. Namia hesitates, guilt gnawing at her chest as she remembers he pushed past his own physical illness just to seek her out tonight. Steeling her resolve, she finally relents and accepts, instantly lighting a spark of pure, disarming relief in his eyes. Wasting no time to keep him at a distance, she commands him to sit, determined to settle the details of their arrangement immediately. To his absolute bewilderment, she spreads out an array of dining coupons, demanding they choose a location right then and there. Her ruthless focus on sheer efficiency leaves him completely speechless, instantly shattering any lingering romantic tension.
She assumes he will choose something modest, comforting herself with the fact that she has the coupons to cover the expense. But he boldly points to one prestigious location after another, planning an entire sequence of future dining dates.
Stunned by his unexpected boldness, she watches in mounting disbelief as he effortlessly bypasses every modest option. He possesses a terrifyingly accurate eye for the absolute most expensive, high-end establishments in the capital. She silently fumes, wondering if he is intentionally taking advantage of the Crown Prince's generous meal coupons.
When he innocently questions her sudden irritation, she struggles to keep her rising frustration from boiling over.
Deciding she has tolerated enough of his bold demands, Namiya abruptly prepares to take her leave and escape back to her quarters. But his quiet refusal to leave her side reminds her of just how desperately he clings to her presence. As her footsteps echo down the corridor, she leaves him sitting alone in the cold, grand chamber once more. Alone in the dim light, Kieros buries his face in his hands, deeply mortified by his own clingy, desperate behavior. Yet no matter how hard he tries to pull back, his heart refuses to let her slip away into the dark. He bitterly recalls her polite excuses, knowing all too well that her gentle smiles are just a shield to keep him at bay. His mind drifts back to the moment she walked away, his outstretched hand catching nothing but empty air. The sting of her past rejection resurfaces with cruel clarity, a painful reminder of the walls she has built around her heart. Staring into the deep, rippling water of the courtyard, he bitterly accepts that his desires rarely align with his painful reality. The next day, Namiya finds herself savoring the exquisite lunch, momentarily forgetting her lingering anxieties as she enjoys the food. She watches him dine, marveling at the effortless, elegant etiquette that seems to flow through his every movement. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asks where a simple foreigner could have possibly learned such noble, flawless manners. Her sudden question catches him completely off guard, instantly freezing the warm, comfortable atmosphere between them. Sensing his immediate discomfort, she quickly tries to backtrack, but the damage to his quiet composure is already done. With a heavy, quiet solemnity, he confesses that his impeccable table manners were taught to him by his father. Realizing she has stepped onto incredibly sensitive family ground, Namiya frantically tries to smooth over the awkwardness. He softly explains that his family is kind and his stepbrother is sweet, making their life seem entirely perfect on the surface. But the warmth in his voice vanishes as he delivers a devastating truth, stating that everything would have been truly perfect if he simply hadn't been there. Namiya freezes in pure horror, the raw despair in his voice striking a painfully familiar chord deep within her soul. He continues quietly, admitting that his presence only brought constant inconvenience and sacrifice to his stepfamily. He speaks of his gratitude, yet the underlying pain of feeling like an unwanted obstacle in his own home is impossible to ignore. The heartbreaking revelation hits Namiya like a physical blow, dragging her own buried childhood trauma back to the light. She bitterly remembers her own desperate attempts to survive the crushing isolation of a family that never truly wanted her. Looking at his quiet, downcast figure, her heart aches with a profound, unspoken sympathy for his hidden suffering. Suddenly, a terrifyingly sharp realization flashes through her mind, putting all the pieces of the puzzle together. She compares his tragic family dynamic to the rumors surrounding the Crown Prince's own painful past. She realizes that Kieros' relentless dedication to imperial affairs was merely a desperate cry to prove his own right to exist. The parallel between the gentle man sitting before her and the cold Crown Prince is almost too staggering to believe. A heavy, suffocating wave of sorrow washes over her, completely ruining the remainder of their elegant meal. Later, as they walk through the pristine palace gardens, the tense silence between them stretches to its absolute limit. Breaking the quiet, he gently points out that she barely touched her food, his keen eyes noticing her deep distraction. Caught entirely off guard, Namiya stammers in sheer panic as she accidentally blurts out the one name she was desperately trying to hide. Realizing she has hit a dangerously raw nerve, Namiya is horrified as her dinner companion suddenly erupts into a fit of violent coughing, prompting her to gently pat his back in deep concern.
Trying to ease his sudden panic, she softly explains that her heart simply goes out to the crown prince, wishing with all her soul that Kieros is not suffering in lonely isolation.
As they stand together in the quiet, sun-drenched garden, her unexpected kindness washes over him, catching him entirely off guard as he struggles to comprehend her empathy. Overwhelmed by her sweet sincerity, he turns away, his face flushing a deep, betraying crimson as he quietly admits her warmth has completely shattered his gloomy mood. Seizing the moment, Namiya earnestly urges him to convey these exact, genuine feelings directly to the crown prince himself. The suggestion instantly throws him into a state of sheer panic, his mind racing as he frantically scrambles to think of an excuse to deflect her suspicion.
Confused by his sudden alarm, Namiya blithely remarks that the pressure of the imperial crown must be an incredibly heavy, exhausting burden to bear. She passionately lists the absolute power, the eternal adoration of the nation, and the endless array of exquisite food, wondering how anyone could ever take such luxury for granted.
He gently counters her lighthearted views, adjusting his glasses as he quietly suggests that the sheer weight of responsibility might make the prince feel utterly invisible to those around him. Namiya completely dismisses his concerns, proudly waving her hand as she insists that the crown prince is more than capable of ruling with external perfection. He is left in sheer disbelief, realizing her sympathy is highly selective and that she holds zero actual pity for his emotional struggles. He testily suggests that without a single soul to confide in, the prince might very well reach his breaking point and choose to run away. The casual mention of running away strikes Namiya like a bolt of lightning, sending her mind spiraling into a terrifying vision of a world consumed by apocalyptic flames. She remembers with chilling clarity the original novel's brutal fate, where Kieros' tragic end plunged the entire continent into a relentless sea of fire. Panic grips her chest as she bitterly recalls the countless sleepless nights she spent rewriting destiny just to keep him alive. The mere thought of him abandoning his duties and leaving the entire empire behind ignites a sudden, terrifying fury deep within her. In a flash of absolute rage, Namiya steps forward, her eyes flashing with a dark, threatening intensity that instantly freezes him in fear. She fiercely demands to know how their supposedly grand ruler could possibly be so incredibly irresponsible. Before he can even attempt to stammer an excuse, she advances like a predator, corners him against a massive tree, and slams her hand beside his head in a terrifying display of pure authority. Looking straight into his startled eyes, she growls with absolute finality, declaring that she will ensure Kieros lives a long, healthy, and highly productive life whether he likes it or not.
She fiercely vows that if the crown prince ever dares to run away, she will personally hunt him down and drag him back by his collar.
Leaning in close, she whispers a chilling warning, telling him to never dare speak such irresponsible jinxes ever again. Trapped beneath her intense gaze and powerful stance, he raises his hands in silent, utterly bewildered surrender. For a long, agonizing moment, the heavy silence of the royal garden is broken only by the gentle rustle of leaves as they freeze in their ridiculous pose. Suddenly, a wave of cold reality washes over Namiya, and she realizes with a jolt of horror that she has just brutally threatened her own subordinate. Instantly snapping out of her maniacal episode, she frantically lunges forward to grasp his hands, begging for forgiveness.
She is utterly mortified, knowing that her coercive attitude and violent outburst constitute a clear-cut case of severe workplace harassment. Dropping all her terrifying dominance, Namiya immediately enters extreme repentance mode, shrinking before him like a meek, harmless rabbit.
She clasps her hands together and looks up at him with tearfully pleading wide eyes, desperately begging him to overlook her madness. Baffled by her rapid-fire transition from terrifying tyrant to adorable penitent, he stands frozen, completely unsure of how to react. He watches her fleshed, frantic face, the raw passion of her protective fury still echoing through the quiet garden. Yet, as her fierce vows of hunting him down and keeping him safe replay in his mind, they begin to take on a bizarrely romantic, devoted tone. Overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of her loyalty, he covers his face, his heart hammering furiously against his ribs as a deep blush consumes him. Regaining his composure, he clears his throat and quietly assures her that he wasn't bothered by her sudden outburst in the slightest. He adds that he knows her terrifying passion only stems from her deep, undeniable feelings for the crown prince. Letting out a massive sigh of relief, Namiya mutters under her breath that she is incredibly grateful he is so hopelessly dense. With her mind finally at ease, she turns on her heel and begins to stroll away, humming a cheerful tune. Shocked by her cryptic words, he turns and frantically chases after her, demanding to know what she could possibly mean by calling him dense. Smiling brightly, she looks back over her shoulder, confirming with absolute sincerity that she truly does think about the crown prince's well-being day and night. Beneath the sky filled with gentle warmth, they stand looking at one another, her pure devotion radiating in the soft daylight. His heart stops, a profound wave of hope washing over him as he looks at her brilliant, sparkling eyes. He dares to let a forbidden thought enter his mind, wondering if her relentless obsession means she finally feels the exact same way he does. She happily bursts his romantic bubble, proudly raising her fist and declaring that this deep, burning emotion is none other than pure, unadulterated loyalty. The dramatic declaration hits him like a physical blow, leaving him standing defeated as the cold wind blows a single leaf past his completely drained face. Slowly walking behind her through the grand palace corridors, he can only sigh at his own foolishness, deeply exhausted by her dense nature. Yet, as he clutches his chest, he bitterly admits to himself that her terrifyingly close physical approach still has his heart racing at a dangerous speed. Stealing her own resolve, Namiya quietly reminds herself to keep her dangerous, fiery temper under control from now on. Arriving back at her quarters, she pushes the heavy wooden door open, only to freeze in sudden, quiet confusion. Sitting at the desk is her senior, Anastasia, who is currently muttering to herself as she flips through pages with intense, obsessive focus. Realizing her peer is completely lost in the dramatic world of a trashy romance novel during lunch, Namiya can only watch in stunned, silent amusement. Startled by the sudden intrusion, Anastasia jumps up in absolute panic, desperately attempting to hide her secret stash of trashy romance novels. Namiya cannot help but sweat drop at the ridiculous cover of the novel, which loudly boasts a romance as massive as an unfair corporate wage gap. Standing silently behind her, Kiban's towering presence casts a sudden shadow, instantly changing the lighthearted mood of the room. With a perfectly flat, deadpan voice, Kiban quickly steps in to announce that absolutely nothing of consequence happened during their stroll. Seeing her look at him with such intense, pitying eyes, Kiban sighs and flatly requests that she stop making such a deeply sorrowful face. Caught completely off guard, Kiban's eyes widen behind his glasses as he wonders how on earth she managed to read his mind so easily. Flushing with embarrassment, he looks away and stammers a hasty, unconvincing excuse about simply guessing her thoughts. Namiya narrows her eyes, studying his tense posture with deep suspicion as she wonders what else he might be hiding from her. Watching their awkward banter from the side, Anastasia's eyes begin to sparkle as she recognizes the unmistakable electric tension of a classic romance novel. Suddenly remembering a crucial detail, Anastasia raises her voice to ask why Kiban is already back at his desk when his official leave wasn't supposed to end until the morning. The realization hits Anastasia like a bolt of lightning as she questions why a supposedly exhausted worker would practically sprint back to the office early. Put on the spot, Kiban freezes, a cold sweat breaking out on his neck as he desperately searches for a logical explanation. Smirking with delight, Anastasia pushes up her glasses and teasingly suggests that Kiban must belong to the classic oblivious lover trope. She passionately urges him to search his heart, asking if there is a single person who constantly occupies his mind and makes his heartbeat race. Namiya's jaw drops in utter disbelief at the mere suggestion that her quiet, strictly professional subordinate actually has a secret crush. Ibon coldly tells her to get back to work if she has time for gossip, prompting Namiya to silently conclude that he is far too obsessed with his job to ever fall in love. Refusing to drop the subject, Anastasia squeals in pure excitement, while Namia offers Kiban a silent, deeply apologetic look for her senior's relentless prying. As Anastasia's romantic criteria echo in the air, a fleeting, bittersweet image of Namia's own quiet, sleepless nights flashes through her thoughts. Meanwhile, Kiban clenches his fist in silent frustration, bitterly realizing that his list of troublesome rivals has just grown even longer. Leaning in close, Anastasia demands a straight answer, desperately wanting to know if that special, heart-stopping someone truly exists in his life. Trapped under their intense gazes, Kiban's face erupts into a violent, betraying crimson blush as a flurry of imaginary flowers bursts around him. Squealing at his obvious reaction, Anastasia ecstatically declares that they need hot coffee immediately to fully dissect this juicy workplace romance. As Anastasia dashes off, Namia is left standing in utter shock, struggling to process the staggering revelation that Kiban actually has a romantic interest. Suddenly, the quiet palace corridor is shattered by the thunderous sound of heavy footsteps rapidly approaching the double doors. With a deafening crash, the massive wooden doors are violently kicked open, sending a shockwave of panic through the room. Covered in bandages and shaking with pure, unadulterated rage, the disgraced former official screams Namia's name, demanding her immediate head. Namia spins around in horror, instantly recognizing the furious man and wondering how on earth he managed to escape his medical confinement. Right on his heels, a frantic Luca and several royal guards burst through the doorway, desperately chasing after their escaped patient. Completely out of breath, Luca doubles over in sheer exhaustion, begging the madman to halt before he collapses from physical strain. Ignoring the guards, the bandaged man points a trembling finger at Namia, venomously roaring that she is entirely responsible for ruining his life and career. Realizing the royal guards are watching, Namia decides to deliberately bait him, coldly asking if he truly expects to achieve revenge through a pathetic tantrum. Completely blinded by her sharp words, the madman snaps, letting out a wild, bloodthirsty roar as he lunges straight toward her with fist raised. Standing her ground, Namia braces herself for the impact, fully prepared to take the physical blow just to guarantee his permanent downfall. Watching the disaster unfold, Luca screams a desperate warning, terrified that her dangerous gamble will result in a horrific injury. But before the fist can connect, a massive shadow suddenly sweeps over her as Kiban throws himself in front of her to take the hit. Looking over his shoulder, Kiban's eyes burn with a protective fury that instantly sends a shiver down her spine. The bandaged madman swings with all his might, screaming that he will drag everyone down to hell with him. Seeing Kiban prepare to fight back, Namia panics, knowing that if her intern is caught up in a violent physical assault, his entire future will be ruined. She fiercely orders him to step back, but Kiban stubbornly refuses to budge, declaring that she's in no position to handle this level of danger. Before Kiban can strike, a sudden blinding arc of liquid cuts through the tense air, catching them both entirely by surprise. With a sizzling splash, a torrent of scalding hot tea is flung directly into the attacker's furious face. The madman drops to his knees with a painful shriek, clawing at his burning eyes as a dominant figure steps into the frame. Standing tall with a steaming, empty teapot in hand and a terrifying glare, Anastasia fiercely orders the intruder to freeze. Instantly dropping her terrifying tea-wielding persona, Anastasia grabs Namia's hands, frantically asking if her beloved minister is unharmed. Seizing the opportunity, the royal guards pin the howling madman to the floor, while Luca angrily reprimands him for escaping his medical ivy. But Kiban is far from finished, turning a freezing, razor-sharp glare upon the royal physician and icily asking if he's incapable of doing his job. Stepping forward, the protective secretary fiercely scolds Luca for failing to control a single patient and nearly getting the minister severely injured. Shocked by Kiban's blatant lack of respect for the high-ranking physician, Namia quickly tries to diffuse the tension with a sweating, nervous smile. To her utter surprise, Luca bows his head in deep shame, quietly admitting that the intern's harsh reprimand is entirely justified. Turning on his heel, Luca promises to personally oversee the patient's secure confinement, leaving the office in a tense, echoing silence. Refusing to let the chaotic mess distract them any longer, Namia claps her hands together to get everyone's focus back on track. Surveying the water-soaked desk and ruined parchment, she immediately suggests they clean up the spilled tea before any more official documents are completely destroyed. Understanding that every second counts, the trio drops to the floor to furiously scrub away the stains, determined to restore order to their chaotic workspace. But Anastasia simply cannot let the romantic gossip go, suddenly turning to Keban with a sweating smile to ask what his ideal type of partner actually is. Seeing the sudden sweat break out on Keban's neck, Namiya watches with rising anxiety as Anastasia shamelessly treats his secret crush as an absolute, undeniable fact. Trapped under their intense gazes, Keban hesitates, while Namiya's curiosity peaks as she leans in closer to hear what her mysterious subordinate will say. Anastasia and Namiya stare in utter speech-deprived shock as they wait for his highly anticipated romantic confession, their souls practically deflating from the mounting tension. With an incredibly serious expression, Keban slowly states that his ideal type is someone who is fiercely, almost terrifyingly obsessive. The bizarre, highly alarming description immediately causes both women to freeze in absolute silence, wondering if he has just described a total lunatic. The heavy, awkward silence stretches across the room as they try to process his extremely bizarre and deeply concerning romantic preferences. To make matters worse, Keban adds that he desires someone who pays absolute attention to him alone, completely ignoring the existence of any other man in the world. Listening to his increasingly toxic standards, Namiya can only sweat drop, silently praying for whatever unfortunate soul ends up as the object of his intense devotion. Realizing the poor intern has absolutely zero dating experience, the two women stare at him with deep pity, prompting Keban to defensively ask why they're looking at him like a sad puppy. Deciding to put an end to the awkward interrogation, Namiya gently places a hand on Keban's shoulder and warmly urges him to follow her so they can finally escape. Flashing him a brilliant, reassuring smile, she happily confirms that they should leave the office behind and get some fresh air. Watching them walk out hand in hand, Anastasia's jaw drops as she realizes that Namiya perfectly fits every single toxic, obsessive trait on Keban's list. Safely back at her desk, Namiya hands Keban a sealed letter, requesting that he deliver it to the Minister of Education's office later that afternoon. With a mischievous grin, she corrects herself, admitting that the official document is actually a thinly veiled, high-stakes threat. By now, the corrupt Minister of Education must be trembling in absolute terror, knowing that her key accomplice Leiden has already been captured and exposed. Namiya instructs him to drop off the letter on his way home, confident that this single move will completely corner their powerful enemy. Out in the shadows, the desperate Minister of Education pulls her cloak tight, shivering with anxiety as she realizes her entire treasonous network is on the verge of collapse. Leaning back in her luxurious chair, Namiya strategically plots her next move, knowing that a cornered rat will eventually make a reckless, desperate mistake. Clenching her hands with a determined frown, she realizes that all she has to do now is wait for the corrupt minister to fall directly into her carefully prepared trap. Overjoyed by how smoothly her political schemes are progressing, Namiya practically floats with excitement, celebrating her newfound freedom to move pieces on the board. Letting out a bright, victorious laugh, she feels an immense weight lift off her shoulders as her master plan begins to unfold perfectly. Watching her let out an ominous, scheming chuckle from across the room, Keban shivers, wondering what kind of chaotic storm his boss is about to unleash on the palace. Instantly snapping back to her professional duties, Namiya plops a massive, heavy stack of paperwork directly onto his desk. Smiling sweetly, she cheerfully dumps the grueling workload onto her stoic intern, leaving him with a mountain of research to complete. Suddenly, a wave of anxiety hits her as she remembers that the Crown Prince is scheduled to arrive sometime this week, meaning they must finish everything before then. Keban remains quiet, his sharp eyes narrowing behind his glasses as he stares intensely at his task, lost in his own complicated thoughts. Feeling his heavy, unblinking gaze on her, Namiya nervously looks up and asks if he has something he desperately wants to say. She blinks in utter confusion, demanding to know why on earth he stared at her so intensely for so long just to say absolutely nothing. An incredibly tense, loaded silence fills the space between them as they stand face to face, the unspoken feelings between boss and secretary lingering in the air. Suddenly, a startling revelation hits Namiya as she recalls that the notoriously cold and antisocial Kiban only ever initiates conversations with her. Pieces of the puzzle begin to connect in her mind as she remembers how frequently he blushes in her presence and how he has repeatedly risked his life to shield her from danger. Terrified by her own line of thought, Namiya frantically shakes her head to dismiss the ridiculous notion, reminding herself that she is far too busy for a workplace romance. Before her thoughts can spiral any further, a sudden, polite knock on the heavy double doors shatters the tense quiet of the office. Pushing the door open, a young prince with brilliant blonde hair and striking red eyes peeks into the room, his face flushed with worry. Caught completely off guard, Namiya gasps in surprise, stepping forward to ask what could have possibly brought His Highness to her office so suddenly. Looking up at her with intense, searching eyes, the young prince lets out a quiet sigh of relief, muttering that he is incredibly glad she isn't injured. Namiya freezes, completely touched by his unexpected concern, as she realizes the young royalty rushed all the way here just to check on her safety. A warm, gentle smile spreads across her face as she softly acknowledges his pure, sweet devotion to her well-being. Blushing furiously at her close proximity, the proud prince turns away and stammeringly tries to declare his true official reason for visiting. But before he can speak, his red eyes lock onto the towering figure standing silently behind Namiya, his expression instantly hardening into hostility. Startled by the prince's icy reaction, Namiya spins around, shocked to find Kiban looming in the background like a dark, silent shadow. Sensing a dangerous clash of egos, the young prince glares fiercely, demanding to know why the lowly intern is staring directly at royalty with such blatant disrespect. Kiban's glare turns razor sharp, a crack metaphorically forming across his glasses as he radiates a terrifying protective aura that completely defies royal authority. Panicking at the rapidly escalating hostility, Namiya quickly steps between them, trying to divert the prince's attention while Kiban sulks dramatically against the wall behind her. Desperate to diffuse the explosive tension, Namiya hurriedly suggests they sit down at her desk to discuss his business in a calm, civil manner. Hopping onto the massive, ornate chair, the young prince claims his seat with an air of absolute authority, ready to address his rival under the watchful eye of his beloved minister. The prince smugly gestures to the massive desk, generously offering the minister a seat right next to her own stolen throne, completely oblivious to the fact that he is currently sitting in her personal chair. From the side, Kiban's face tightens with an intense, smoldering agitation, clearly unable to process the absolute audacity of this tiny royal interloper. Fueled by sheer pettiness, the young prince points an aggressive finger, icily declaring that from this moment on, the lowly intern is completely invisible and should banish himself to the corner. Defying all expectations of a typical subordinate, Kiban actually complies, turning his back to stand completely still in the corner, radiating a suffocating aura of silent, dangerous obedience. Turning her attention back to the desk, Namiya stares at the young prince in complete bewilderment, desperately wondering what urgent matter could have possibly driven him to storm her office. Suddenly, the prince crosses his arms and haughtily demands to know if she has any basic hospitality, leaving her scrambling to offer him some special cookies she recently received. But when she presents the plate, the prince's face flushes with offense at the sight of the adorable animal-shaped treats, furiously asking if she mistakes him for a mere child, which, in reality, is exactly what he is. Despite his loud protests, the prince eagerly takes a bite anyway, grumpily declaring he will overlook the insult this time, while Namiya watches his adorable hypocrisy with a warm, affectionate smile. Chewing quietly, the prince suddenly drops a massive emotional bombshell, casually announcing that he has decided to finally stop avoiding his own mother. Caught entirely off guard by the heavy confession, Namiya's mind races in a panic, desperately trying to conjure up a deeply empathetic and comforting response to soothe the vulnerable child. Unfortunately, her forced, overly enthusiastic congratulations only make things incredibly awkward, prompting the sweat-dropping prince to tell her to stop forcing herself to care. An agonizing, heavy silence once again descends upon the room as the two of them sit face to face, the emotional distance between them stretching wider than before. Hesitating for a moment, the young prince quietly speaks up again, causing Namiya to lean forward in tense, hopeful anticipation of what he will say next. Suddenly, a brilliant, dazzling warmth erupts from the prince as he blushes furiously, shouting a genuine, heartfelt thank you that completely shatters the tension. He reveals that his mother explained how Leiden was only captured because of Namia's sharp intuition, finally allowing the royal family to clear up their painful, long-standing misunderstandings. Hearing this, Keybone's expression softens ever so slightly from the shadows, a rare, gentle smile gracing his lips as his deep gratitude toward Namia silently swells. The prince happily adds that he fully intends to attend the upcoming St. Cairo banquet alongside his mother, a revelation that leaves Namia completely stunned. Realizing the monumental political significance of their attendance, Namia's strategic mind instantly kicks into high gear, knowing they must begin banquet preparations immediately. Overjoyed by the massive turn of events, she triumphantly celebrates how this prestigious event will skyrocket the reputation of her beloved scroll department. But just as the mood brightens, the prince's expression suddenly shifts, his gaze turning incredibly sharp and serious as he asks if he can raise one critical question. A heavy shadow of the formidable crown prince looms over Namia's mind, the sheer weight of his imposing, dangerous presence instantly suffocating the room. Sensing the sudden dark shift in the atmosphere, Keybon silently turns his head from his corner, his protective instincts instantly putting him on high alert. The tension reaches a boiling point as the prince prepares to deliver his question, his piercing eyes locking onto Namia with relentless intensity. Without hesitation, the young prince demands to know the truth. What is it about his older brother, the crown prince, that Namia dislikes so intensely? Before she can even process the highly sensitive question, a sudden, aggressively loud cough echoes through the room, completely shattering the heavy silence. Spinning around, they find Keybon standing rigidly against the wall, casually clearing his throat as if his blatant, deliberate interruption was entirely normal. The prince's face flushes red with absolute fury, his eyes narrow and dangerous as he glares at the impudent intern who dared to disrupt his serious conversation. He fiercely reprimands Namia for allowing her subordinate to remain so utterly undisciplined, while she can only sweat drop, silently admitting that this is just Keybon's untamable nature. Recalling her knowledge of the original story, Namia reassures herself that Keybon is destined for immense personal growth, silently praying that he will improve little by little over time. Shaking off the distraction, the prince turns his sharp focus back to Namia, demanding to know why she is so hesitant to answer his question about his brother. Meanwhile, Keybon stands tense, sweating as he desperately tries to suppress his rising jealousy, silently repeating to himself that there is absolutely nothing going on between Namia and the crown prince. His sharp eyes narrow behind his glasses, a dark, possessive resolve burning within him as he refuses to let any other man claim her attention. Sensing the intern's suffocating gaze, the young prince's expression hardens even further, determined to get to the bottom of the mystery. He presses on, asking Namia if she truly believes that every single claim Leiden made about her was an absolute lie. He painfully recalls Leiden's toxic teachings, remembering how the corrupt tutor had constantly spat venomous insults, labeling Namia as an arrogant, useless, and foolish person from a vulgar family. Namia's eyes widen in genuine shock and disgust, the sheer cruelty of the dead tutor's slander sending a cold shiver down her spine. Looking at her gently, the prince softly admits that after meeting and working with her himself, he now knows with absolute certainty that Leiden was completely wrong about her. Deeply touched and blushing at the unexpected praise, Namia begins to stammer her gratitude, only for the proud prince to sharply interrupt, declaring that he is far from finished. Namia blinks in sheer confusion as the young prince suddenly crosses his arms, looking intensely annoyed as he prepares to demand more from her. He leans forward and bluntly asks what specific flaws she believes his older brother needs to change in order to earn her approval. Smirking haughtily, the prince remarks that he expected her to be much smarter, deciding to be completely straightforward about his real intentions. The shocking, direct inquiry causes Keybon to violently whip his head around in absolute outrage, his composure completely evaporating. Realizing the situation is spiraling out of control, Keybon quickly grabs some documents to make a hasty exit, leaving Namia sweating profusely as the prince continues to mock his unprofessional behavior. Once the intern is gone, the prince's face turns incredibly solemn as he prepares to reveal a deeply guarded palace secret regarding his brother's true emotional state. He describes the crown prince's tragic existence, a man who spends his lonely nights on the dark balcony, drowning his overwhelming anxiety and profound isolation in silence. He explains that their parents secretly harbor a deep hope that Namiya will remain by his brother's side to save him, though they have avoided bringing it up to spare her the immense burden. Namiya's breath catches in her throat as she absorbs the devastating reality of the royal family's secret plight. But with a defiant grin, the prince proudly declares that unlike his parents, he is just a child who doesn't have to care about polite appearances, meaning he will gladly take the initiative to matchmake them himself. Namiya can only sweat drop in sheer disbelief, utterly speechless at how shamelessly the young prince uses his childhood status as a weapon to meddle in her personal life. But before the matchmaking prince can push any further, Kibon suddenly steps forward, his voice dripping with an icy, dangerous authority as he prepares to completely shut down the royal request. Kibon quietly notes that Prince Kyoro's interactions with other women are practically non-existent, making Namiya the absolute focal point of his limited social sphere. As a dark, suffocating aura begins to seep from Kibon, he cold-bloodedly asserts that his lack of cooperation has nothing to do with stubbornness. He simply refuses to acknowledge a prince he does not know. The young prince sits back, totally stunned by the assistant's sheer audacity, demanding to know if this entire standoff is merely because they haven't spent enough time together. Namiya stands in thoughtful silence, the delicate beauty of blooming roses mirroring the soft, complicated emotions swirling in her chest. Sweating nervously, Namiya awkwardly questions if that is really the message the prince was trying to convey, while the young royal stubbornly insists that she practically admitted it herself. Without warning, the prince leans forward and drops a shocking question, asking Namiya exactly what kind of husband she envisions for herself, leaving her completely speechless. The sudden mention of marriage conjures a beautiful, glowing bouquet of white roses in her mind, reigniting a buried, bittersweet longing for a warm and harmonious family of her own. Yet, recalling her parents' deeply dysfunctional marriage, Namiya nervously swallows, silently vowing that if she ever ties the knot, it will be under anything but ordinary circumstances. She jokingly lists her ideal partner's traits, someone incredibly compliant who never runs away and obeys her every whim, unintentionally prompting the young prince to stare at her in absolute horror. Desperately trying to backtrack, Namiya frantically waves her hands to assure him she isn't looking for a literal servant, only for the prince to dryly ask where on earth she expects to find such a bizarre man. He smugly points out that slavery was outlawed centuries ago, leaving Namiya completely embarrassed, until a sudden, intense sensation of being watched makes the hairs on her neck stand on end. Spinning around, she catches a glimpse of Kibon blushing furiously, his stoic facade completely shattered by her highly specific description of her dream husband. Caught red-handed, Kibon instantly whips back around to face the wall, rigidly standing in the corner as Namiya watches his bizarre, erratic behavior in utter bewilderment. As the prince continues to babble about historical controversies, Namiya's mind suddenly drifts back to a crucial detail she had previously overlooked. She vividly remembers Kibon's solemn, unwavering promise to stay by her side and work for her until the very day she decides to dismiss him. Looking up at the bright, open sky through the lush green leaves, a wild, incredibly dangerous realization begins to take root in her mind. Walking alongside Kibon, she realizes with a racing heart that he is the one person who would stay by her side silently, never demanding answers or asking for anything in return. A gentle, warm smile crosses her lips as she struggles to process how she could harbor such deep, intimate feelings for a man she has only recently met. Her thoughts darken as she recalls the painful truth of her past, how everyone she ever loved, from her mother who abandoned her to the father she desperately wanted to stay, eventually left her behind. Looking down in quiet melancholy, her heart aches with a raw, desperate question. Is it truly selfish to want just one person to stay entirely for her? Suddenly, an earth-shattering crash echoes through the room as the door is violently blown off its hinges, and a terrifying, roaring woman storms inside, screaming Jaden's name. The towering, wild-eyed woman stares at the massive metal bar in her hands, completely oblivious to her own monstrous strength, as she complains about the palace having such fragile doors. While the maid collapses to the floor, weeping over the astronomical repair costs, the unbothered woman casually tells her to just build a royal palace later. Namia's jaw drops in utter shock as she recognizes the chaotic intruder is none other than the Empress herself, who brightly declares she came looking for her son. But the light-hearted mood instantly vanishes as the Empress slowly turns her gaze, locking eyes with Kiban in a tense, silent standoff that suffocates the entire room. Swallowing his mounting anxiety, Kiban respectfully bows and offers his formal greetings to the formidable ruler, desperately hoping to keep his composure. Before anyone can react, the Empress lunges forward and slams her hands onto Kiban's shoulders, a manic, terrifying grin spreading across her face as she fiercely demands a duel. Namia and the young prince are frozen in absolute paralyzed shock, their minds completely failing to process the Empress's sudden chaotic challenge. Shaking Kiban aggressively, the Empress eagerly exclaims that it has been far too long since she felt a competitive fire of this magnitude burning within her. Leaning in with a predatory, bloodthirsty look, she declares she is completely fired up, forcing a terrified Kiban to desperately call out to Namia for salvation. But Namia watches in complete disbelief, frantically wondering why on earth the supreme ruler of the empire has suddenly taken such a violent interest in her seemingly ordinary secretary. Realizing that Kiban is about to be dragged off to a brutal beating disguised as a match, Namia knows she must act immediately to stop this disaster before it's too late. Throwing all caution to the wind, Namia bravely leaps directly between them, flashing her most bright, cheerful smile to intercept the Empress's terrifying momentum. She desperately apologizes for her sudden disappearance during their prior meeting, frantically explaining she merely wanted to give the Empress and her son some rare, private bonding time. The sincere, deeply thoughtful apology strikes a chord, causing the formidable Empress to blush intensely as her tough, warrior-like exterior completely melts away. In an instant, the Empress bursts into tears of pure joy, screaming Namia's name as she aggressively pulls the startled girl into a crushing embrace. Squeezing Namia with life-threatening force, the weeping Empress bubbles with immense gratitude, thanking her for resolving the painful misunderstandings with her beloved son. Suddenly pulling back, the Empress's eyes light up with a mischievous spark as she brings up a highly intriguing topic about matching outfits. Namia's eyes widen in sheer panic as the Empress enthusiastically suggests they head out to get custom-made dresses designed together for the upcoming grand banquet. With the prestigious banquet only a few days away, the Empress insistently points out that Namia has been far too busy to procure a proper dress, leaving her scrambling for a polite way to refuse. The young prince aggressively chimes in, waving his hand as he proudly insists that they should simply go together to make the process as seamless as possible. Terrified that such blatant royal favor will spark toxic political rumors of favoritism, Namia nervously sweat drops, desperately begging them for a little time to think it over. But the relentless Empress simply smiles, wrapping a possessive arm around Namia's shoulders as she decides to use this waiting period to resolve another pressing matter. Whirling around, the Empress points an aggressive, commanding thumb directly at Kiban, completely ignoring the intern's silent panic. Her golden eyes narrow with an incredibly sharp predatory instinct as she chillingly declares that her decades of battlefield experience have revealed a shocking truth about him. A radiant, powerful aura begins to emanate from Kiban's standing form, hinting at the immense legendary strength he is desperately trying to conceal. Sensing that his carefully constructed disguise has been completely blown, Kiban covers his face in absolute agony, cursing his terrible luck for running into her. Completely ignoring his reluctance, the Empress cracks her knuckles with a terrifying grin, threatening to train him properly herself if Namia refuses to let them spar. In a desperate last-ditch effort to save her secretary from a brutal beating, Namia quickly steps forward, frantically claiming that Kiban is actually incredibly weak and frail. The Empress blinks in utter disbelief, her jaw dropping as Namia shamelessly explains that the supposedly legendary warrior recently suffered a severe nosebleed and collapsed from a mere few nights of office overtime. The Empress's fury instantly boils over as she aggressively grabs Kiban by the collar, roaring in absolute outrage at Namia's transparent, ridiculous lies. Shaking him violently, she loudly points out that a legendary powerhouse like Kiban would never collapse from simple office work, warning Namia that she is being completely fooled by his weak act. The Empress fumes that she has always despised being deceived, bitterly recalling how even her own family members, like Prince Kiaros, used to spin absurd lies to trick people when they were younger. Seeing Kiban let out a quiet, amused chuckle under his breath only fuels her explosive temper, making her demand to know what on earth he finds so funny. Panicking at the escalating violence, Namiya rushes forward to physically separate them, scolding her frail assistant and demanding he apologize immediately to pacify the enraged ruler. But Kiban stands his ground with cold, unyielding authority, releasing a chilling, dark aura as he flatly refuses to participate in her ridiculous duel. The young prince watches the intense confrontation in sheer disbelief, utterly stunned by the assistant's suicidal bravery in defying the most terrifying woman in the empire. Seizing the temporary standoff, Namiya quickly steps in, gently but firmly ushering the Empress toward the exit to distract her before any blood is spilled. Realizing that time is running out to prepare a proper gown for the highly anticipated imperial banquet, the Empress's anger instantly vanishes, replaced by a radiant, eager excitement. As the door finally shuts behind the formidable ruler, both Namiya and Kiban let out a massive, synchronized sigh of relief, believing the worst of the crisis has passed. Smiling warmly at each other, they quietly celebrate how incredibly easy it was to manipulate the notoriously simple-minded Empress with a bit of quick thinking. However, their brief moment of victory is abruptly cut short as they lay eyes on the lavishly prepared designer footwear waiting for them. Namia's smile instantly freezes as a cold sweat runs down her spine, realizing she spoke far too soon about her so-called luck. Her worst fears are realized when she discovers that they haven't actually escaped at all. They have simply been dragged into the palace's private royal dressing room, where the relentless Empress is already trying to force Kiban into fancy formal wear. While the young prince casually turns away to let them settle their chaotic dispute, Namiya stands frozen in mounting dread, wondering what other traps the royals have set for her. The mischievous grin, the prince snaps his fingers, summoning a flamboyant, pink-haired figure who bursts into the room with theatrical energy. The eccentric newcomer introduces himself as Evelyn Dever, the prestigious royal tailor, radiating an overwhelming, dramatic passion for high fashion. Before Namiya can even process his presence, Evelyn lunges forward and grabs her, enthusiastically declaring that she must leave her entire transformation in his hands. The young prince smugly reveals the truth. The entire chaotic setup was merely a clever ruse to drag her here and take her measurements, knowing she would have refused a direct invitation. Happily munching on a cookie, the prince proudly declares that the trap is complete, leaving Namiya with absolutely no choice but to cooperate. Evelyn gasps in dramatic horror upon learning that Namiya has never once experienced the luxury of a custom-tailored royal gown, immediately springing into intense action. He wastes no time draping a cascade of vibrant, colorful fabrics over her chest to analyze which shades best complement her delicate features. Pulling his measuring tape with a highly professional, reassuring gaze, Evelyn vows to deliver a masterpiece perfectly on time for the grand event. Surrounded by rows of dazzling, sparkling jewels and opulent necklaces, Namiya gasps in awe at the sheer grandeur of the imperial wardrobe. Evelyn cheers triumphantly, promising to transform Namiya into the most stunning and radiant minister the empire has ever seen, while she stands bathed in a brilliant, glittering light. Meanwhile, in a distant hallway of the imperial palace, a sinister noblewoman storms through the grand corridor, her heels clicking angrily as she curses her incompetent subordinates. She seethes with rage, recalling how the foolish Lord Leiden failed to ruin Namiya and instead dragged his own faction down, barely escaping exposure due to a lack of concrete evidence. Massaging her aching forehead in sheer frustration, she bitterly decides to abandon her grand ambitions regarding Prince Jaden, terrified of the uncultivated forces protecting him. But completely unbeknownst to her, a mysterious crow perches silently outside the window, clutching a top-secret letter stamped with a chilling single-eye emblem. Back in the boutique waiting area, a tense truce settles over the room as the Empress, the Prince, and a stoic Kiban anxiously wait for Namiya's grand reveal. Suddenly, the heavy changing room doors begin to slide open, prompting the Empress to gasp in eager anticipation as the young prince smiles expectantly. But the second the curtain parts, the prince's breath catches in his throat, his eyes widening in complete, paralyzed shock. Walking out with slow, delicate steps, Namia's cheeks flush a deep crimson, her heart racing as she nervously prepares to show her new look. Emerging into the light, she stands in a breathtaking, elegant white gown, her voice trembling slightly as she awkwardly asks if it looks strange on her. The Empress instantly explodes into tears of sheer ecstasy, screaming that she looks ridiculously beautiful, while the young prince stubbornly tries to hide his awe behind a cool, dismissive remark. It is Kibon's reaction that truly shatters the room. He stands completely frozen, his eyes locked onto Namia as his stoic composure entirely disintegrates. Stepping closer to her silent assistant, Namia sheepishly seeks his opinion, completely oblivious to the chaotic storm she is brewing inside him. Unable to handle her breathtaking appearance, Kibon's brain short-circuits, his face turning a furious shade of red as his composure completely shatters in a wild panic. Watching him twitch and sputter in total embarrassment, Namia can only blink in mild confusion, silently wondering if his bizarre reaction means she looks absolutely ridiculous. Before the tension can spiral any further, the young prince suddenly approaches Namia, his expression turning unusually serious as he prepares to ask a crucial question. He leans in and demands to know exactly who will be escorting her to the upcoming Grand Imperial banquet, catching her completely off guard. Prince points out that the exclusive St. Cairo banquet is highly restricted, making the choice of a partner a matter of immense political significance. He explains that it is a long-standing royal tradition for high-ranking nobles and attendees to escort one another hand in hand to showcase their alliances. Sensing the underlying trap, Namia nervously sweats as she is forced to admit that she has not chosen an escort yet. The prince's face contorts into an angry, outraged scowl as he roars at her, demanding to know why on earth she would even think of going around asking others for a favor. He points a commanding finger directly at her, fiercely asserting that as a prominent minister, she should be the one receiving a flood of formal invitations. Namia awkwardly points out that she hasn't received a single partner request, while the Empress watches the amusing bickering with her arms crossed in silent amusement. Frustrated by her dense nature, the prince aggressively points at her again, unable to believe she is so utterly clueless about her own high standing. He smugly turns his head away, claiming she clearly doesn't care about these standard social rules and has no specific partner in mind anyway. With a triumphant flourish, the prince suddenly holds out a beautifully sealed formal invitation, his eyes gleaming with a hidden agenda as he prepares to make an offer she cannot refuse. The young prince seals the deal with a smug grin, locking Namia into a verbal trap where she must go to the banquet with whoever asks her first. Unmoved by their childish banter, the Empress's golden eyes narrow with intense focus, her primal instinct screaming that there is something deeply dangerous about the quiet assistant. Refusing to rely on mere intuition, she suddenly drops low, her hand sweeping beneath the velvet sofa to retrieve a hidden secret. With a terrifying metallic ring, her fingers wrap around the shaft of a massive, heavily polished battle axe stashed away for emergencies. Instantly springing into action, the Empress lets out a fierce battle cry as she charges directly at Kibon, swinging the deadly weapon straight at his neck. In a split-second display of inhuman speed, Kibon barely tilts his head, the deadly blade grazing past him without disturbing a single hair. The colossal axe slams violently into the floorboards, shattering the stone beneath as Kibon casually sidesteps the shockwave with chilling, effortless grace. As the dust settles, the prince and Namia stand completely paralyzed, utterly bewildered not just by the sudden attack, but by the fact that such a lethal weapon was hiding under the royal furniture. Pointing triumphantly at the unbothered secretary, the Empress declares that no ordinary, frail office worker could have ever dodged her deadly strike. Her expression hardens into a sharp, victorious sneer, absolutely convinced that her deadly test has finally exposed the assistant's carefully hidden secret. Kibon remains deadly silent, a single drop of sweat betraying his intense anxiety as he realizes his cover is hanging by a thread. Terrified that a bloodbath is imminent, Namia frantically steps between them, desperately claiming that Kibon is just a normal civilian with absolutely no hidden combat skills. She pleads that his quiet, stoic demeanor is simply because he struggles to speak the imperial language, begging the suspicious Empress to believe her lies. Namiya plays along with the weak act, claiming she too once found his lack of speech incredibly rude, desperately trying to de-escalate the ruler's terrifying curiosity.
Seizing the opportunity to fully distract her, Namiya quickly shifts the topic, thanking the Empress for the immense honor of trying on the exquisite royal gown.
Instantly deflated by the compliments, the formidable ruler's bloodlust vanishes as she rubs the back of her neck with an embarrassed, goofy grin. Overflowing with sudden affection, the Empress slams open a heavy design book, loudly declaring that she will purchase every single dress in the imperial wardrobe for Namiya. But Namiya raises her hands in polite refusal, coolly reminding the royal that imperial ministers are legally strictly forbidden from accepting lavish gifts. Standing with absolute, unyielding poise, Namiya smiles sweetly as she uses the empire's strict anti-corruption laws to reject the outrageously expensive offer. Devastated by the polite rejection, the Empress sheds dramatic, comic tears of despair while Kiban watches her from behind with a look of silent pity.
Seeing the crisis safely averted, Namiya politely requests to take her leave, claiming they have an overwhelming mountain of paperwork waiting for them at the office.
As they escape down the grand, quiet corridors of the palace, a heavy, contemplative silence falls over the two weary companions.
Glancing sideways at the young woman walking beside him, Kiban's sharp eyes soften with an unspoken curiosity about what lies ahead. Breaking the quiet, he gently asks if she genuinely dislikes attending high society banquets, sensing her reluctance to engage with the nobility. Namiya sighs, explaining that since there is no official rule requiring a partner, she fully intends to attend the highly anticipated event completely alone. Her eyes light up with rare, genuine excitement as she explains that as a newly appointed minister, she simply wants to enjoy the grand evening on her own terms. But Kiban's mind immediately drifts to a dark, irritating vision of smug, high-ranking suitors swarming her the moment she walks in unattended. But aware of his internal panic, Namiya walks confidently toward the massive double doors, determined to earn the genuine respect of the Empire's elite. Turning back to him with a radiant, playful smile, she tells her secretary that his constant, silent worrying makes him the truly odd one. But as she pushes the heavy wooden doors open, Namiya's breath catches in her throat as she recognizes a familiar, unexpected figure waiting inside. Yibon's eyes instantly narrow to slits, his predatory senses immediately recognizing the powerful, dazzling aura of the newcomer. Standing at the center of a gathering of whispering nobles is a handsome, golden-haired young man radiating an effortless, magnetic charm. Turning toward them with a blinding, handsome smile, the mysterious noble radiates an overwhelming, friendly warmth that commands the entire room's attention. He strides confidently across the marble floor, greeting Namiya with a warm familiarity that suggests a deep, shared past. Suddenly, a hyperactive female colleague with swirly glasses crashes the reunion, squealing in delight at the golden boy's long-awaited return. Ignoring the chaotic coworker clinging to his arm, Namiya blinks in utter disbelief, pointing out that his official letter had scheduled his arrival for tomorrow. Caught off guard by her sharp memory, the handsome noble hesitates for a fraction of a second, his confident smile wavering ever so slightly. Suddenly leaning in incredibly close to her face, he flashes a devastatingly sweet look, surrounding them in a soft, romantic aura that makes Namiya's heart skip a beat. Feeling her cheeks flush a warm crimson, Namiya can only let out a soft, flustered chuckle, realizing some people never change, no matter how much time passes. Trying to regain her professional composure, she clears her throat and asks if he will be jumping straight into his ministerial duties today. Victor laughs lightheartedly, explaining that he merely dropped by to unpack his heavy traveler's bags and run a few quick errands before the day ends. Reaching out a gentle, manicured hand, he warmly congratulates her on her incredibly rapid promotion to the rank of minister. As Namiya places her hand in his, Victor holds it with a lingering, gentle squeeze, promising to remain closely by her side to support her from now on. But before they can say another word, Victor leans in close to her ear, lowering his voice to a cautious, hushed whisper. His eyes dart nervously to the side, admitting that he feels an incredibly hostile, terrifying gaze drilling into the side of his head. Standing just a few feet away, Kiban looms with a dark, suffocating intensity, glaring at Victor's hand with absolute, murderous hatred. Trying to break the icy tension, Victor awkwardly shifts his stance, asking Namiya if this incredibly intense new secretary is actually worth keeping around.
Sensing the subtle disrespect, Kiban steps forward with cold authority, flatly reminding the returned noble that it is only proper to show basic courtesy to one's superiors. Victor simply dismisses the frosty warning with a breezy laugh, casually pointing out that since his official contract hasn't officially started, the rules don't apply yet. Flashing a smug, victorious grin, Victor pats the fuming assistant on the shoulder, leaving Kiban absolutely seething at his shameless use of personal connections. Victor remains completely unbothered by the frosty reception, letting out a soft, amused hum as he turns his charming gaze toward the assistant, hiding his true intentions behind a perfectly crafted mask of friendliness. The air instantly grows heavy as the two men shake hands, an invisible clash of titanic beasts erupting behind them as Victor mockingly welcomes Kiban while warning him to take good care of their beloved Namiya. Flashing a highly patronizing smile, Victor suggests that since Kiban is so young, they should drop the formalities and speak casually, only for Kiban's icy glare to shoot right through him. Crushing Victor's hand with terrifying force, Kiban flatly refuses the fake friendliness, declaring he has absolutely no interest in playing nice with people like him, as the explosive tension threatens to shatter the room. Panicking as a physical brawl looms, Namiya frantically throws herself into the fray, making up a desperate excuse that Kiban is merely a quiet foreigner who struggles to speak the imperial language properly. Victor's charming smile falters for a brief second before he smoothly recovers, rubbing the back of his neck and laughing off the sheer disrespect, as if Kiban is simply a tragic soul desperately in need of guidance. But Namiya knows all too well that behind his stunning, noble looks lies a highly calculated, manipulative personality that always knows exactly how to control the room. Unbeknownst to the others, Kiban's irritation reaches a boiling point as he adjusts his glasses with a subtle, highly offensive gesture, silently marking the smug newcomer as his absolute worst enemy. Masterfully shifting the spotlight back to himself, Victor suddenly brightens, eagerly announcing that he brought a special, long-awaited gift just for her. But the grand expectation instantly crumbles as he proudly presents a ridiculously cheap, ordinary box of local apple cookies, catching Namiya completely off guard with his bizarre simplicity. Before she can even react, a weeping, dramatic coworker slams a heavy hand onto Victor's shoulder, utterly devastated that the beloved leader has finally returned after such a painful absence. In an instant, a chorus of hysterical, sobbing colleagues gathers around them, loudly accusing Victor of abandoning his loyal team and desperately demanding a share of the precious treats. With an effortless, blindingly bright laugh, Victor suddenly hoists an impossibly massive stack of cookie boxes, proudly declaring that he prepared more than enough for every single person in the office. Watching the chaotic, adoring crowd swarm him, Namiya can only marvel at how utterly unchanged he is, still possessing the terrifying ability to charm anyone in a matter of seconds. As the office erupts into a joyful celebration around the golden boy, Namiya finds herself drifting back into a quiet, deeply buried memory of the past. Long before they became colleagues, Victor had always been the dazzling star standing at the absolute center of attention, while she had deliberately kept her distance in the shadows. Staring at him now, she is still struck by the sheer impossibility of their connection, unable to comprehend how two people with absolutely no common ground could have ever become so close. The memories flood back with overwhelming clarity, dragging her consciousness back to their turbulent elite academy days, where their fateful story first began. Back then, she was nothing more than a quiet, guarded student trying her absolute best to remain completely invisible to the powerful nobility. But the peace was shattered when she was suddenly summoned to the formidable student council room, a place notorious for disciplining troubled or failing students under the guise of counseling. She knew exactly why she had been targeted. Her deliberate, rebellious act of scoring a flat 0 on her midterm exams to spite her demanding father had finally caught up to her. With a heavy, anxious heart, she knocked on the heavy wooden door where the young, highly revered student council president looked up to face his next troubled case. Standing stiffly before his massive desk, she braced herself for a harsh lecture, fully expecting the privileged noble to look down on her with disgust and disappointment. But as Victor flipped through her academic records, his expression softened into genuine confusion as he pointed out a highly disturbing anomaly in her file. He noted that her guardians had never once attended a single parent consultation, prompting a cold, defensive lie from Namia as she claimed they were simply too busy to show up. Victor slowly scratched his neck, his sharp instincts immediately detecting the painful hidden truth behind her stiff, robotic excuse. Dropping a sudden verbal bomb, he pointed out that while her parents were allegedly too busy for her, they had miraculously managed to attend every single consultation for her favored twin brother, Juan. The cruel reality of her family's neglect laid bare. Victor gently asked if there was absolutely anything the academy or the student council could do to help her carry this heavy burden. Fighting back the sudden hot prickle of tears, Namia coldly rejected his kindness, convinced that a pampered noble like him could never possibly understand or change her tragic reality.
She bitterly mocked his high and mighty attitude in her mind, wondering what a boy barely 4 years older than her could possibly do to fix her broken life.
On edge and deeply defensive, she fiercely wished this intrusive stranger would stop meddling in matters he knew absolutely nothing about. But instead of taking offense to her frosty attitude, the young president suddenly let out a bright, cheerful laugh that completely shattered the tense atmosphere. He warmly agreed with her, admitting that he would also hate being suddenly dragged into a room and questioned about deeply personal family matters by a total stranger. He confessed that while he was only doing what the academy required, he still found it incredibly awkward to pry into the private life of someone he had never even met before. Namia stood completely frozen, her carefully built emotional defenses utterly useless against his disarming, surprisingly empathetic honesty. Her eyes widened in absolute shock as she stared at the brilliant, smiling boy, realizing that he was nothing like the arrogant nobles she had spent her life despising. Before she could even process her confusion, Victor stood up from his desk, a look of unyielding determination gleaming in his warm eyes as he made a bold, unexpected decision. It was a singular, fleeting moment in time, but it was the exact second that would forever alter the trajectory of her cold, isolated existence. Flashily resting his chin on his hand, Victor flashed her a triumphant, incredibly charming grin as he announced that his mind was officially made up. Pointing a commanding finger directly at her, he boldly declared that he was going to get close to her no matter what and would patiently wait until she was ready to trust him with her secrets. Dumbfounded by his relentless, absurd confidence, Namia could only let out a defeated sigh, completely unable to comprehend what this chaotic senior was even talking about. But before she could protest, Victor suddenly reached out and firmly grabbed her hand, pulling her out of the gloomy council room with shocking, playful force. Dragged along by the sheer momentum, Namia frantically demanded to know exactly where he was taking her in such a hurry. Bursting out into the bright, sunny courtyard, Victor casually looked back and announced that they were heading out to accomplish their most critical mission yet, eating lunch together. But just as they stepped onto the manicured lawns, Victor suddenly paused, turning to her with a slightly nervous, highly warning look about what lay ahead. He vaguely warned her that things were about to get incredibly chaotic, laughing off her desperate demands for a proper explanation as he dragged her further into the trap. Feeling a deep sense of impending doom, Namia groaned in sheer exhaustion, desperately wishing she had never knocked on the student council door in the first place. Before she knew it, the two of them were forced to crouch behind a massive oak tree to hide, Victor laughing hysterically at their ridiculous, undignified situation. The terrifying truth of his warning instantly became clear as a massive, adoring mob of students suddenly swarmed the courtyard, frantically searching for their beloved president. Desperate for his attention, students began chasing after them with applications and homework, leaving Namia to realize that being close to Victor meant her peaceful, invisible life was officially over. The chaotic chase ends in an instant as a massive crowd of adoring students suddenly swarms the courtyard, completely trapping the beloved president before they can make their escape. Forced to retreat into the quiet shadow of a massive tree, Victor laments their ruined lunch plans, leaving Namia to wonder in sheer disbelief how someone so chaotic could possibly be the most popular boy in school. But the awkward tension is suddenly shattered by a deep, incredibly loud rumble echoing directly from Namia's very empty stomach. Mortified, Namia's face burns a bright, intense crimson, but instead of teasing her, Victor merely lets out a warm, disarmingly gentle laugh. Reaching into his bag, he suddenly pulls out a freshly wrapped lunch and holds it out to her without a single moment of hesitation. He casually admits it was supposed to be his own afternoon snack, but insists that sharing what little he has is far better than letting her starve. Though her stubborn pride demands she reject his pity, her treacherous stomach betrays her once again, leaving her utterly powerless to argue. When she quietly asks why a privileged noble would go so far for a stranger, his soft, genuine response strikes a chord deep within her. Some things simply taste better when shared. His simple words instantly trigger a painful, deeply buried memory of her own cold, desolate home, where meals were always eaten in suffocating, lonely silence. For the first time in her life, a strange, overwhelming warmth washes over her as she takes a quiet, emotional bite of the offered food. As they finish the last crumbs of their impromptu meal, the heavy, defensive walls around her guarded heart begin to crumble, if only by a fraction. Seizing the moment, Victor's eyes light up as he eagerly proposes making this a daily routine, painting a bright picture of future picnics together. But Namia's defenses instantly snap back into place, flatly rejecting his overly familiar invitation to keep her distance from his chaotic world. Their brief moment of quiet is instantly shattered as predatory, glowing eyes lock onto them from behind the tree. Their hiding spot has finally been compromised. Swarmed once again by a desperate mob demanding his attention, Victor is forcefully swept away by the crowd, leaving Namia standing in the sudden vacuum. Even as the relentless tide of students drags him further away, Victor desperately turns back, his eyes locked onto her as he calls out her name. He loudly promises that next time, he won't let anything get in the way of hearing the secrets she keeps buried deep inside.
The echoing promise hangs heavily in the air, leaving her completely stunned by the sheer determination of a boy who refuses to let her remain invisible.
Suddenly, the vivid memories dissolve, snapping her right back to the bustling reality of the office, where Victor is waving at her with that exact same dazzling smile. Looking at him now, she is struck by how little is truly changed. No matter where he goes, Victor remains a brilliant son, forever surrounded by an adoring crowd. Though their paths had eventually parted without him ever learning her family's painful secrets, thinking of him had always left her with a surprisingly positive warmth. Even after his transfer to the scroll department, his sudden departure on a long-term business trip did nothing to dim his legendary presence or the crowds that followed him. And seeing him swarmed by dramatically sobbing colleagues today proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that some things in her life will truly never change. But as the chaotic celebration threatens to completely derail the workday, Namia realizes she has to put a stop to the madness before they lose all productivity. Suddenly, a sharp, authoritative clap cuts through the noisy chatter, instantly freezing the room in dead silence. It is their flustered team leader, Anastasia, who desperately tries to restore order, pleading with the ecstatic staff to finally return to their desks. But the lazy colleagues immediately whine and complain, casually brushing off her gentle authority as they beg to slack off just a little longer. Sensing the lack of respect, a dark, incredibly chilling aura suddenly begins to radiate from the normally timid team leader as she slowly removes her glasses. With an icy, terrifyingly polite smile, she quietly asks if they honestly believe their current performance warrants a single second of rest. The sheer terror of her silent wrath sends the lazy slackers scrambling back to their seats in a matter of milliseconds. Only the oblivious Victor dares to speak up, casually pointing out that their quiet department doesn't actually have much work to do anyway. But Namia quickly steps in to drop a massive bombshell. Starting tomorrow, they are tasked with preparing for the highly prestigious St. Cairo banquet. The office instantly erupts into excited whispers as they realize that Victor, as the elite son of Marquis Arwen, will be attending, prompting the ultimate question of who his partner will be. Caught off guard, Victor awkwardly admits that he has completely avoided social banquets since his adoption, leaving him entirely without a partner. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Victor strides directly over to Namia, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he asks if she has decided on a partner yet. But just as he is about to ask her, a cold, commanding voice suddenly cuts him off, shattering the romantic tension in an instant. Kiban steps forward with overwhelming elegance, his hand dramatically pressed to his chest as he prepares to make a shocking declaration of his own. Namia's breath catches in her throat, her heart hammering against her ribs as she is caught dead center in the middle of a sudden explosive battlefield. Victor's playful demeanor instantly vanishes, replaced by a dark, simmering annoyance as he glares at the intruding assistant. With a sharp, condescending smile, Victor flatly reminds him that a mere foreign intern has absolutely no right to set foot in such an elite, aristocratic gathering. Trapped between two towering, powerful forces clashing directly over her head, Namia finds herself on the verge of a full-blown social disaster. Forcing the most brilliant, desperate smile she can muster, she braces herself to break the suffocating tension before the entire office implodes. But as she turns her gaze and dramatically reaches her hand out to Kiban, the unexpected choice she is about to make promises to tear this delicate rivalry wide open.